Woo! Yes. Excited? You should be, because today is, of course, the NY Giants Rush Live Draft Show. We're going to do it 3, 4, 5 hours of this and do it all again tomorrow, because that's what we do. And this has basically become fan appreciation night, because we basically bring on all our best fans. And I see, look, Tommy G is in the chat already, because you know what? Tommy G was us last year, and he always said that the draft show was a memorable one because he got to meet so many people. And thanks, Tommy, for jumping in. I see you, Pete. I see you guys coming in the room now. 1, we've waited a long time for this. 2, let's have some fun today. Let's all, celebrate with a beer, maybe some wings, whatever floats your boat, baby. Well, let's get this party started. Let's bring in Truth. Truth, by the way, is in Montana. Don't ask me why. I'm assuming he's like shooting bear. Truth.
What's going on?
Draft night, baby. Draft night.
I'm psyched.
Yeah, we're going to do some good stuff. Let me bring in Nails. He's probably flexing out there. There's Chris.
Hey, guys. It's a long way. I got to be comfortable.
It's okay. Chris is off the side doing curls.
Yeah.
I think Chris goes to the same shop as what was the guy we used to have with us? I'm sorry if I got his name.
Mikey Fresh?
Mikey Fresh, yeah.
Man,
I got mice. They're eating through the clothes.
Well, listen, I want to bring in the first guest. This is of the night. It's Brody, because it's basically, it's a Giants season is his tag. Brody and I have been talking for a while. It's a good dude. We're going to bring him on, talk, get the party started right. Brody's basically kicking off the Giants Rush show, and he's never been on before, so let's bring in Brody.
Right.
Where is he? Brody. Oh no. Like, all I see is a big blank box, my man. Where are you?
Put the lights on, Brody.
No, I can see Brody in the back, but when I put him on, his screen is black. Brody, can you hear us? That's not good. Maybe he's frozen. Okay. So Brody seems to be frozen at the moment. Let's see if we can send him a note. Let's see. Brody, you are frozen. Brody's probably working on. Oh, wait a minute. There he is. I see him again. Let's try it again.
Thanks for the introduction. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulties.
What's up, Brody?
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Okay. You froze up on us. Like, there was a picture of you just like.
Well, I'm sorry about. No one wants to see that, so I'm sorry about that. How's everyone feeling? Are you excited for the draft?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Gotta be, right?
We're excited because the draft kind of symbolizes the beginning of the new season, even though like there is the ounce of, hey, free agency and all that kind of stuff. But the draft is like opening day, like if you're a baseball fan.
No, definitely. And I think it gives a lot of hope to people too, right? After, especially like if you have the first pick or you have the 32nd pick, right? Or 31st in this draft, but you're excited.
Yes. Well, 100%. So my question to you, Brody, since you're kicking off the show, you are the first guest on the Rush live show. We've got like 60 of them. Is just let's do nuts and bolts, right? Chris wants something. Truth wants something. I want something. The big question is, Brody, is I don't want to hear scenarios. I just want to know what you want.
I want a playmaker, right? I think the offense definitely struggled a little bit at certain times. I think, till up about week 8, week 9, and then it sort of took off. But I think if the right guy is there, I think you can't really miss out on a playmaker. But, not to get into scenarios or anything like that. But, if Addison's there at 25, I'd love him. But I don't know if he'll make it past the Chargers. But, I'd love Addison. Maybe you trade back a little bit. But I don't know. I just want a playmaker. There's, I see talks about them maybe getting a bit aggressive. But any kind of playmaker on the offense, I'll take.
All right. So, Chris, Brody brings up Addison.
Yeah.
There's a really good chance Addison's there. I know Truth has covered Addison, during their wide receiver show.
Yep.
Truth, if Addison is there, let's say, again, these are all hypotheticals, right? But that's what we do. Banks is there. Addison's there. Who do you go? Where do you go?
You're asking me or Chris?
I'm asking Chris.
Wow. Addison's there and Banks is there. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, God, we need a corner. We need a corner, and the receiving class and the corner class is kind of deep. I don't know, man. I think I may lean to Banks only because I am so concerned about the corner position opposite of Jackson. I mean, there are receivers, deep in the second and third round. A lot of these guys, that's really where the meat is, I think. But I don't know. I mean, I think I might lean to the Banks, the corner.
Banks over Addison. So, Truth, out of the top 4 wide receivers, right? Where do you rank Addison? Do you is he the bottom of the top 4 with Zay Flowers, Addison, where does he sit in your book, Addison?
Well, in my book, I think I rate him number 3. I think he's ahead of Zay Flowers. And I see it at number 3, and that's a tough. If he's there and Banks there, that would be such a tough decision to make. And it could be an easy one for Joe Shane, but for me, I agree with Chris. I mean, not only do we need someone on the other side of Adoree Jackson, we need someone after Adoree Jackson is gone, because I don't see them giving him an extension of years. So that's something to keep in mind. But I like Addison a lot. I think he's a good player.
And Truth, and Brody, and guys, that's what GMs do, right? They don't just think the short term this year. They're looking at contracts next year and saying, hey, we got to think next year when Adoree, he's making $11 million now, he may not be around. So, yeah, I agree.
Right.
We talked about this on the Monday night show. We had Brian on from WFAN, and we just basically said we suck at drafting corners. I mean, between Will Allen and Aaron Ross, they're all nice players, Eli Apple.
DeAndre Baker, big talent. What are you talking about? Big guy, DeAndre.
Yeah, exactly. So we kind of suck at drafting corners. So I'm hoping that if it came down to us taking a corner in the first round, we wouldn't make a mistake. What's your feeling on the fact that we just don't have a good history of drafting corners? Does that matter at all? Because we really don't do a good job at it.
Yeah, I think it's similar. It's almost similar to Philly with wide receivers, right? I mean, how many years did they whiff before they got Smith? So I think eventually, you're going to hit on one, right? But I also think, I like Flott, but I'm a big LSU guy, so I like Flott. I think he'll, if he puts on some muscle, you can have a nice little slot corner there. But definitely, I think with Adoree possibly leaving after this year, I'd love to see a corner too. I think if the right guy is there, kind of thing. I think. It's a deep corner class, so I think if your wideouts there, I would maybe give the edge to the wideout, just because you don't really know if you're going to complement a guy in rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, versus you could probably get a decent starter in this year at round 3 or 4 in this corner class.
All right. Well, so man, I don't know.
So we might need 2 corners in this draft class too.
I was going to say I don't know.
That's true. That's true. Honestly, that's really true.
That was my first thought. I was like, Brody, I like your take, but man, if I gotta wait till round 3 or 4, I may only get one, and I think you got to come away with 2. One in the second, one in the fourth, one in the third, one in the fifth. I don't know. Truth, what's so on Addison's case, why would he fall to 25?
Well, it happens all the time. First of all, a lot of GMs view things differently. Why would he fall? Just simply because GMs don't view him the way others do. That kid can play inside, outside. He is a quality football player. And if he does fall, it would be probably a few mistakes by some GMs not picking him. I don't think he's going to be there, but we'll see.
It's funny because last year I didn't really have this Addison wasn't on anybody's radar last year. You know what I mean? So. If you watch Ohio State, who these guys are, right? You know what I mean? So Addison kind of jumped out at me, maybe he's kind of a steal, not anymore, of course, right? Because he's got all the press all year. Brody, let's just say for this conversation, again, trying to keep it simple, if Addison is gone and Flowers is there. Are you comfortable with Flowers, or do you think he's just another small slot receiver like Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I think, right now you can't really turn away good football players. I mean, I'd be curious to see what's there at the corner position, and other things. But I think if, every corner that you have is a first round grade on is off the board. I think Flowers is a great football player, but with Wandale, and Shep, I don't know if you really need a guy who can primarily play on the inside. I know Shep probably won't get a lot of playing time, but you still got Wandale he's going into his second year. So.
Yeah, and he also got the guy. They signed another guy who used to be with the Jets. What was his name again?
Jeff Smith.
No, and the other guy. What's the other
Jamison
guy?
Crowder.
Crowder, right? Not the
Yeah.
Jets.
Yeah, you got Crowder, Smith, Shepard, and Wandale that aren't overly.
And they may start on the pup list. We might see them till, we might not see them until October.
That's
November.
like
Peter just said the Devils scored. Damn it! I'm putting this up here because I want to know what the heck is going on with my Rangers. Why are they just they crushed it for 2 games, finding the back of the net, and now they this.
It's early. It's
Just saying.
I know.
I'm dying over here. All right, Chris. So we know Banks is, as I said, I think Banks is the second coming of Terrell Thomas. I think they're very similar in play style. So if you don't have Addison, are you likely to it sounds like we're all on the same page with the Zay Flowers thing. So what's your scenario to trade out of 25? Is it that Banks is gone, Addison's gone, or are you like, I'm going center here? Like, what are you doing at 25 if those first 3 guys that you're looking for aren't there?
I think if you're looking at the board and there's nobody out there in 25 that fits that 25 spot, and Schmitz or a Tittman, maybe you do come out of that spot and you push it down, because there's only 31 picks this year. You might have to put it down to the second round. So maybe they do push it down and then go center, at either in the second round or, whatever, 26 to 31. But it will be interesting because obviously we don't know the board, right? Let the board speak to you. Who's left on the board that they had pegged in that spot, which we don't know. But I think at that spot, maybe they do go a center or a Vulo or a Schmitz further down.
So I do want to drop a little knowledge on some folks because it was definitely a conversation on Twitter today. Not only do centers get drafted in the first round, out of the last 20 years, a center went in the first round 12 times. 8 no, 12 yes. So you're basically looking at almost every other year. Of course, that's not the exact math, but my point is that 12 of the last 20 years, a center has been drafted in the first round. Now, I get it. Centers don't get drafted in the first 10 picks. I think maybe Pouncey went at like 15 or 18.
Yeah.
But 12 of the last 20 years is a pretty good, section of time. Centers do get drafted in the first. Look, Lindenbaum went last year, right? 25. We all were hot on Lindenbaum. So and again, people get crazy about the draft and they get angry and people want to fist fight on the side of the parkway. Like, here's the thing. If you draft the center in the first round, it's not sexy. But if he plays if he plays center for the next 10 years and has 4 Pro Bowl years, is anybody really mad?
Right. Craig, and guys, the one thing I want to add is this center class, there's not that Linderbaum. These guys are very close. When you look at Aloatani, when you look at Schmitz, when you look at Tittman, they're very close. I mean, there's not really one guy that blows them away. So I think the consensus could be, hey, if you get the guy you want, in the first, don't worry about it. You're going to pick up one of these guys second or third round that's going to be out there because there's about 4 of them, right? 4 or 5, Truth. I think that are pretty close.
Yep.
So I'm waiting on let's see. So Nick, I'm waiting on Chris, was our military guy out in Hawaii, and Joe Becker. So I don't know where they are. So Brody gets to continue to stay on and hang out with us because I don't know where those guys are right now. So if anybody knows Joe Becker or Chris Money, which is our guy from Hawaii, big Astroflave guy. All right, so Brody, let me throw this one at you. Your first round, would it be a stretch? Would it be a reach for the Giants to take, let's say, Campbell or Sanders, two inside backers, one, of course, from Iowa, one from Arkansas. Would it be a stretch in your mind to take either one of those guys at 25?
I don't think it would be. I mean, I think Chris was saying too, you got to let the board come to you a little bit. You very well could see, like we saw last year. I mean, what was it, like 5 receivers over 7 picks or something like that? Like there's going to be runs on positions. And if Shane loves a couple corners and a couple wideouts, and all of a sudden in the teens and the early 20s, there's a run on wide receivers and corners, and you're going to have to do, you're going to have to figure something out, whether it's trading back or maybe taking someone that, whether you think it's a stretch or who's just the best guy on their board. Because, it takes 2 to tango too when it comes to trading. That's a big thing is, you want to trade out, but you don't want to get fleeced too, right? So it's, I think Shane has someone, I think he has his top 25 guys that he's comfortable taking. And then if he wants to trade out, I'm sure he could as well.
Chris, we know Shane. He's a pretty smooth operator here. When we were all looking at that video of the draft room and they showed the big board, and we were all straining our eyes trying to figure out like what was on that board, right? To get some inside look. It was confirmed that they only had one receiver as a first round draft, a grade. So it looks heavy defense, I know you like Campbell. I like Campbell. I like Sanders. I don't know. You tell me, Chris. Like, are you picking a linebacker here?
I don't think you're going to go. Yeah, I don't think you're going Campbell at
25.
25. But if you move out of that spot and move close to the second or into the second, I think he gets in play. Right, he's in play now. And once again, it depends on that board. Who do they have? Rated higher, but. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a Campbell or a Sanders at 25 if they're there. I think they're going to go with the highest rated player, which I don't think will be either one of those guys. Just a guess.
That's true, and we don't know what Shane's draft board looks like. We're just going by what we read and see. Like I think Chris, you were on the air with me when the Giants made a pick in round 2, and. Yeah. We were all shocked, right?
Azudu.
Yeah, that was round 3.
Oh, that was round 3. Right. 2 was Wandell. Right, Wandell.
Yeah, yep. Wandell. We were all shocked. So we don't know what his board looks like and what we think the board might look like. So that's why we're going to be shocked when we hear some picks here.
Dude, listen, do you guys remember I fell out of the chair when they drafted a 5'8" receiver at 170 pounds?
Here's what I remembered. Kentucky. Yes.
But you know what, guys? I mean, and I'll put this out to Brody too. I'm a big proponent of the big receiver, the 50-50 balls, going up and getting it. But the more I see this Giant offense the past bunch of years, I'm okay with the shorter guy if he can separate. I'm tired of the Golden Tates, the Galladays. Yeah, they get the 50-50 balls, but I want the guy that can separate and get open. It seems like that's been the biggest issue for the longest time. What do you guys?
He addressed it in free agency, didn't
he? Right. So I'm fine with that.
And don't forget, we're bringing Colin Johnson back.
There's a big guy along with Hotchkiss.
Yeah.
All right, so Brody, then answer me this: who's your favorite receiver? Not like just who do you flat out, regardless if we can draft him or not? Who's your guy?
Oh, Jackson Smith and Jigba for sure. I'm a big fan of him. My best friend is a big Ohio State fan too, so I've watched a bunch of games with him over the years, and he is. If he can stay healthy, he'll be real good in the league. But I think that's the biggest question mark is how's that hamstring going to hold up at the pros?
Well, I'm assuming he'll get a lot of good treatment, and he'll get a lot of extra, stretching the hot tub, the cold tub, the cryo. Like I'm sure they'll do everything to get him healthy because. Whoever takes him, he's going to walk in and start day one.
Yeah.
Unless he can't, unless the playbook is too intense for him wherever he goes. But I'd assume Smith walks in day one and he's starting for some team.
I can see that.
All right. So, Truth, anyone here going to slide? Anyone here just like, who's the guy? There's always one guy we got a guy that's now the starting quarterback for the New York Jets who stole Danny Dimes' number, named Aaron Rodgers. He's slid all the way to like 24 or something crazy.
Yeah.
Who's the guy in this draft you see potential sliding?
Well, this was addressed in our last podcast with the entertainer, and I said Brian Branch. I said he may slide. He may be fall into the 20s, mid to late 20s. Not because his talent isn't there. I think just because teams will have certain needs, and I have a funny feeling needs are going to prevail over best player available in round one.
Really?
I have a feeling. Yeah.
We have a trade. Eagles traded pick 94 and a 2024 fifth to the Cardinals for the 66th pick in this draft per Adam Schefter.
Okay.
So they're getting another one in this one, which they don't have a lot of day threes, so that makes sense for them.
Just give it to me again, Brody. What was it?
Eagles traded 94th pick in this draft and next year's 5th rounder for the Cardinals pick 66 in this draft. So what's that? That's going to be third pick in the third round. Third pick in the third round. Yeah.
That's a real interesting move. Like, it seems so random, no?
Especially on day one. That feels like a day two kind of move.
100%. Yeah, like I'm sitting here thinking, like, where's the benefit in that? You don't even know what your needs are going to be.
Yeah, and you don't know how the draft board is going to fall the first 50 picks.
Yeah.
Strange.
Well, they did a trade last year and it worked out for them. So.
Yeah, well, we've said that a million times. Without trading for A.J. Brown, that team wins 9 games. It's a huge difference with Brown on that team.
Yeah.
All right, Chris. So look at Brody, dude. Brody's getting like a full 20 minutes. I'm wondering what Joe Becker's not here. Joe Becker's not here. Chris Money's not here. I'm like, damn, Brody's just like he's like right in with us as a regular team guy.
Did you tell him it was Eastern time?
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to find them on here. Like, where are they? So Chris, give me the wild card. So if the safety's going to slide according to Truth,
safety you talk about? Yep.
Yeah, he said
Brian
Branch.
Oh,
I
Branch.
am literally going to lose. I'm throwing the computer across the room if the Giants draft Branch.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. I've had debates all day on drafting a safety, and it's just not an impact to me. It's not an impact player. His production is what? 50 tackles and 2 interceptions. That's what he'll give you. You're gonna get that. You're gonna get that anyway out of Dane Belton or Pinnock or like it just is not impact enough.
And when you look at giant safeties, I mean, Sean Williams, Kenny Phillips, we've been down this road before. I mean, we've done that, but yeah, I agree. I don't think they're gonna go safety if you.
No, I'm not saying they will, but
I don't see the impact. If you want to improve the defense, it starts with corners and inside linebackers up front because we got gashed by the run all year. Gashed by the run. And then, of course, getting thrown on the outside. I just don't see a safety making that much of an impact. Not saying he's not a great player. He is a great player. But we're not the team that's one player away to having an all-star defense. So Chris, tell me, he says it's Banks that's going to slide. Is there anyone else that's got slide potential? Not Banks. Branch. Sorry.
I'm just throwing it out there. Nolan Smith out of Georgia. I mean, maybe he slides into the 20s. I don't know if he'll reach the Giants, but I think he could slide into the 20s.
And now what's your why?
There's a run on offensive linemen. There's the running back Johnson, right? John Johnson, who could go. You run on the quarterbacks. I think it's a matter of I could see the cornerbacks are deep. Teams need offensive tackles, and the wild card, these quarterbacks. That could those 3 things could push everybody back. So
right, you could have 5 quarterbacks in the first round.
Yeah. So
details about the trade. Apparently, they were doing a joint investigation for tampering by the Cardinals by hiring a coach. Yep. So that's their settlement. Is they're swapping picks apparently.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, their ex-coach now has to give something back.
Yeah. Wow.
It's funny.
All right. So who do I got in the background here? I got some guys in here. It's got to be Bob. I see Bob. It's got to be Bob. Bob, you there? There he is. Let's bring in Bob and the boys. We love Bob. Chris, I don't know if you were I don't think you were with me, but first year of Fan Fest.
Yeah.
Bob is a gamer. Bob had gotten, I don't know if he had some surgery or what. He showed up. He had like a walker. He was like just out of like surgery. He's got 2 boys there, the big time hockey players. And
that's hardcore Giants fan right there for Fan Fest, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we're gonna bring him and the boys in. Brody, I've been trying to get you to come on a regular basis. Can we count on you coming back?
Just got to work it out with the work schedule. We've been talking about that, but despite the baby face, I'm 24, so 25 in November. Despite the baby face, I know I look about 18 right now, but But thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations on your promotion at work. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Listen, you got a home here anytime, man. So thanks for popping in with us.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff, Brody. Thanks, man.
Really appreciate it, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. A lot of fun. See you guys.
Later. Let's bring in Bob. There he is. Look at Bob. Bob, and the boys.
Yeah, Luke, and I got this for you, my friend.
Oh.
Listen.
Cool.
And what we're going to do is we're going to play the process of elimination.
Okay. I like it.
We have cornerbacks.
Okay.
We have wide receivers.
Ooh, okay.
Logo. And we're going to figure out who's second round or after, and who's not going to be there when we go.
Are we throwing darts? How are we doing? Are we just crossing them off?
Do you think Devin Witherspoon will be there?
No.
At 25?
Yes.
No.
No.
No, not a chance.
Christian Gonzalez.
No.
No.
No, not 25. Nope.
Deonte
Look at Bob. Bob has his own board. That's why. Listen,
it's all magnets, by the way.
I know because Bob. Look at Chris. Look at what's behind Chris's head.
There you go.
So Chris, Bob.
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
Bob is the one that made that for me.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, Bob. Thank you. When Craig gave it to me, he mentioned you. So absolutely, thank you.
And wait, before we go any further, what's the score of the Ranger game?
1-0 Devils.
Yeah. Not looking
All right.
great.
Keep going, Bob. Keep going.
All right, so Deonte Banks, maybe?
He'll be there.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think he's there.
Joey Porter Jr.
No. I don't think he gets past the Steelers.
Take him off.
Okay, I'm gonna go no on Porter. Yep.
Yeah, I'll say no.
You
Tough
want
one.
a 165-pound
Forbes?
Emmanuel
Forbes?
Forbes is gonna be there.
He'll be there.
He'll be there.
Do you want him?
No, he can't. 165 pounds. Like
Too
your
light.
son, your
Too
son's one leg is 165 pounds.
Cam Smith,
He'll be there.
Yeah, he'll be there.
would you want him?
No.
Keep him in the category or no?
Well, is that what we're doing? Just keeping who's going to be there, or we're making a decision now?
Keep and want.
We're gonna keep and who's
I mean,
I want Banks over him. I want Banks over him.
I'd
Definitely.
take Banks over him any day.
Yeah.
Bob Phillips III, Kaylee Ringo, Max Melton, Q.
They'll all be.
They're all
Yep.
second round or over. Right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Exactly.
So what we
Second
have
round.
Deonte Banks and Cam Smith. Right? So put those on the top, take those guys off. Now we're gonna go to wide receivers over here.
This is easy.
Jackson, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Gone, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he'll be taken earlier.
Jackson's
I think
gone.
so. Yeah. Before 25. Yeah.
Addison.
He might.
No, Addison's gonna be there.
He might be there.
He might
Yeah. Leave him on. Leave him on the board. Yeah.
Johnson,
Might be
6'4", but can't catch.
Might be there.
Right. Exactly.
We don't need another person who can't catch.
No.
Body catcher.
I could.
You
We
like
got Quentin Johnson. You said he won't be there.
No, Johnson's gonna get, but someone's gonna take a gamble on him, Bob.
He's
They will.
probably
he
the
is
Cowboys.
he has a very high ceiling.
I'm worried
Yeah.
about
Separation issues with him.
Well, that's when we get to Jalen Hyatt,
He'll be there.
who is my pick.
Okay,
Because
I'm okay with that.
everyone says Hendon Hooker's not that great of a quarterback because his wide receivers are always wide open. And we have no separation.
No, Who else is on that board?
You just said that. Yep.
Pass to anyone that was wide open.
Well, Flowers is gonna get some separation, but he's too small.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there. He's very Odell for me.
Yeah, but
He's
He's 5'9" though. I'm worried.
If Flowers gets taken, he'll probably be something like 20th or something like that. It'll be close. So
Oh, all right. So Josh Downs, Tank Dell, Cedric Tillman, Rashi Rice,
They're
gone, right?
not in the first.
Yeah.
they're all second round day twos. Yeah.
So then we got
I feel like Perry Mason over here.
Crime scene.
Yeah.
it's you don't have one of these, Greg?
no, of course I don't have one of those. I depend on you for all this cool stuff.
Craig needs that with our names on it. Who's going to do what show? And who's canned? Who's out?
Exactly. Yeah. Who's getting fired?
Anyone at 25.
Who's that?
Centers.
Center.
John Michael Schmitz, Luke Whippler, Joe Tippmann.
Yeah, they're all there.
I think they're all there. Yeah.
I think they're all there.
Back.
I would trade back if I had to pick one of
Oh,
them.
I would, but if Tippmann's there, I mean,
I think he will be though.
yeah, I
He'll-
do agree. I
He'll
do
definitely
agree.
be there at 25. All three will.
Spitz is like everyone wants him.
Yes, but I still think he's going to be there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as Bob, I don't know if you heard me earlier. Out of the last 20 years, a center has been drafted 12 times in the first round. So there's every other year there's a center that goes in the first round. There's no reason
Yeah,
why
and keep
one
an
of them-
eye on Steve Avula. He's played over 1,000 snaps at center and can play every position on the line. He's going to go
Right,
second
very
round
versatile.
into first, maybe.
There's a lot of centers go early. Not a lot of centers go early, but when they do, it has worked out. But do you really want to do that with the value, knowing that there's centers later?
I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I would not
Yeah,
do
I
that.
can't
No,
see.
there's
We
more
wouldn't need
value
it, but
position for
I
later.
agree with you.
I think there's about 5 or 6 centers that we
Second
can
round.
take in this draft.
Does the NFC East have the 4 best defensive lines in the NFL?
I would agree. That's pretty close. I mean, the Cowboys D line is great. The Eagles D line is great.
Philadelphia, we couldn't do anything against that.
No.
But
So the center is actually important.
it's important. I just don't know if it's first
You
round.
had what was his
Not
name?
first round. I wouldn't do a first round, but it is
there'll
important.
be enough second and third. Will be
I do
there.
agree that second round, I can get me a center. I can't see going past wide receiver or cornerback in round 1, specifically cornerback because how bad the defense gets thrown on, right?
All right. So
Yeah.
you like Jack Campbell.
Oh, Campbell and Sanders are the best 2 linebackers in the game.
Yes, I have those in my little.
Yeah, he's prepared.
I am fucking prepared, man. It's what I do.
The only one I don't like, one that I would like to like is Simpson, but he's too much of a tweener.
Yeah, I don't want if you need a thumper.
Yeah, because the Giants get gashed too much up front. So yeah, if the question is at 25, do you take Sanders or Campbell? It's really
I
hard
think
to
it's
take
too
an inside
early.
linebacker at 25.
Do you think there's any edges left? You think Luke Van Ness is gone, right?
Could be.
Yeah, I think he is.
I
I actually think he's going to the Eagles.
I've
The
seen
Eagles at what pick? The 30th?
Murphy?
No, I think
Murphy should be gone. Miles Murphy should be gone before 25.
I agree.
Who's
think
the other
Jalen
guy?
Carter goes Eagles.
he'll be gone.
What's that? Chris?
Kyrie's gone.
Jalen Carter,
He'll be gone.
Eagles. No, Eagles, maybe.
I don't think he'll make 10. I don't think he'll get to 10.
You don't think he'll get the 10? No.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he
Who?
gets Seattle.
Jalen
I-
Carter.
Carter,
was-
no. Yeah, he'll be gone at least 12 or under.
Yeah.
All right. So
He's
everything we see on the board here, you'd be happy with anyone here, right? But the centers, you want to wait.
I do.
Right.
I mean, me personally, I don't know about these guys, but I think, Chris, truth, would you not agree that we can get a badass center in the second round?
Yes.
Yes, they're all
Take them off the board.
they're all close.
So, any of these cornerbacks available, you take them.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Any of these edges available, you take them.
What three edges you got up there?
Lucas Van Ness, Miles Murphy, Tyree Wilson. Probably won't be there.
Tyree Wilson definitely won't be there. Yeah. If he's on the board at 25, I take Tyree Wilson.
Yeah,
the
only reason he'll be there, truth, is if he's hanging out with Larry Tunsil smoking the bomb.
Just to get him a gas mask right now.
Yeah.
Send him a bomb.
Yep.
That kid could have the highest upside. That kid.
So yeah, I take any of those receivers. I take any of those edges. I take the only thing with center I would push to round 2.
Yeah.
Do you think that what's his name?
Okereke?
I can't say that shit.
The center?
I can only say it if I'm really hammered.
No, our linebacker.
Oh, Okereke.
Okereke.
Do you think that he needs someone besides McFadden or?
Yes.
Yes.
He
Campbell.
does, but I don't think Campbell or Sanders is there at 57. If they are, you run to the podium and you take that.
And you know what, guys? There's always those guys that slip. It's going to happen, whether it's him or somebody else. But I can't believe he made it to the second round. And it's
Chris, you're 100% right, because for any reason that Campbell or Sanders is on the board at 57, you scrap everything else and you take one of those guys.
Well, we were trying to do the math, right? So 4 quarterbacks are going, right?
Yep.
Maybe 5. Maybe 5.
2 offensive tackles are going, right?
How many?
Right?
2.
Now you're talking about there's 10 people before we pick. So then you got 4 wide receivers, 2 linebackers, and 3 cornerbacks. So we might have a chance at any one of those.
Right.
If there's a run on QBs, if all 4 of them go in the top 10, yeah, your plan works out.
We could have 4 offensive tackles taken before 25.
You think so?
We could.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot. I see that kid from
definitely taking because of Aaron Rodgers.
At least 3 tackles will be taken before us.
So, and I really do want to congratulate the
Jets. At least 3, but we could see 4.
Season once again. But
yeah, I don't know. He's wearing number 8. I'm not happy with him.
Yeah, well, he's going to go back in the hall.
There's also the wild card pick of what's this? Brian Branch
from Alabama.
He's talking about him. Yeah,
out of Alabama.
You don't like him?
No.
It's got nothing to do with liking him. It has to do with this team has so many holes, and you're going to plug in a 50 tackle guy. Like, what impact does he have? Like, we already can get 50 tackles out of somebody else. Like, it doesn't make enough impact. He doesn't win you any games. All he does is give you 50 tackles. He's not a linebacker giving you 120 tackles. He's not giving you 10 sacks. Like, I just don't see it. Safeties should not be drafted in the first round. Regardless, I know the dude's a stud, but for the New York Giants, if we're going defense, it's got to be corner or linebacker or even D tackle. Like, the safety brings what? A handful of tackles, a couple batted balls.
And we have McKinney. You know what I think the best thing for Wink's defense is? Be ahead by 10 points and just fucking let the people go.
Yeah.
That's what he'd like to do. Yeah. That's what he'd like to do.
Yeah.
No,
I got a problem with drafting a safety in the first round. Like, you're not drafting Ronnie Lott. You're not drafting, Ed Reed. I just can't see it. Like, honestly, think about it. Rookie safety comes in. He gives you 50 tackles and an interception. Like,
I think he'd give you more than that. I think he could replace Love.
60 tackles, he plays great, but his safety doesn't change your defense.
Though. He's not a pure safety. He's like a half safety, half cornerback that screams this defense. Wink Martindale, the versatility, all that.
He would be a nice question.
If they're going to throw at a corner or a safety, they're going to throw at a corner. You need a shutdown corner. Like, the safety is that's why they're one of the lowest paid positions in football. They're like the right tackle of the defense. Like they're great, they're necessary. I was one. I played strong safety in college. I get it, right? You're the unsung hero, but this defense does not need one safety to be great. We need two corners and inside linebacker. Like a safety won't make an impact where you're like, oh God, I'm so glad we drafted that free safety. You know, like, because he's not going to play corner. Like, it's not college. Look what they did with Love. Love was a Thorpe Trophy runner-up, played corner and safety. They made him a safety, and that was it. In the pros, like, on the depth chart, you're a corner, you're a safety. You package him up, maybe he blitzes a little bit. I don't know.
Is it true that Love turned down more money?
No, he took his $6 million to the Giants, and the Giants wouldn't match it.
Oh. What do you think
Yeah.
of
I love Julian Love.
what do you guys think of the possibility of a Kalijah Cansey at 25?
True.
For me, the board has to really fall horribly wrong for the Giants to do that.
Yeah.
You think?
Their board's got to fall apart. Maybe.
Yeah.
I think the kid's sensational, but you could get a nice D-line guy in Wink's system to fit his system in other rounds. That's how I feel.
I'm just more so saying, like, obviously there's bigger needs on the team, but if it's comparing him to other edge rushers that I think will actually be available at the time we pick, if we're going for a pass rusher, I think he might be better than the edge that we could get there. So if they want to go pass rusher, maybe look his way. But I don't know. I'm not trying to force receiver. If it's someone they like, I think they really like Addison and Flowers. I really do think the Giants like them. And if they're there, they'll probably take one of them.
Jeremiah Trotter. Daniel Jeremiah has Bryce Young, Stroud, Anderson, Levis, Carter, Witherspoon, Gonzalez, Robinson, Wilson. So he's only got 3 quarterbacks going in the top 10.
Where's Richardson? No.
Richardson, he doesn't have him in his top 9. Hey Bob, I got to put you on hold. Actually, I got 2 in there.
For 10 minutes. We're good.
We love you guys. You're the best.
Yeah. It was fun.
Always, hey guys, you guys are the best.
The preseason game, I'll give you this magnetic board. I'll give you all the helmets for everyone we play and a bunch of numbers you can do your predictions on.
Bob's
Awesome.
so good to me. Bob is good to me. I don't know what I did to deserve a friend like Bob, but Bob's good to me.
I don't know. I don't want this shit in my house.
All right, guys.
Your wife doesn't want it in the house.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Boom. Joe.
What's up, fellas?
Joe, I was worried.
Hey, what's up,
Joe?
Joe?
I was worried. I was a little bit worried. I was like, "Where's Joe? Where is he?" But you are here.
Well,
All right.
Here we are.
Joe, we're having a disagreement on like who's going to be there, who's going to slide, who we want. Just in a perfect world, Joe, regardless of anything, who do you want? Who is your pick?
See, I
Don't give me scenarios. Who do you just love?
Well, take a step back for a second. So
That's not my job.
I know, but you have to think about it this way, though. Last year, they were running that offense with the players that they had. Now you're looking at this offense and you're saying, how do we want to get players to fit what we want to do going forward? So, part of me is thinking that Saquon is not forever. I'm not saying they're going to trade him tonight. That's not my point. But I do think, and you're not drafting a running back round 1, but if you go back in time, the most successful Giants teams have not had one premier running back. That's usually when we're not at the most successful points. Saquon, Tiki, etc. If it were me looking at the system that they ran in Buffalo, I would be looking either receiver or corner, which are your 2 biggest needs right now, or being that, in my opinion, players 20 through 45 are really of the same grade in a lot of ways. I would be looking to move down and try to get multiple picks out of the second round.
Ooh, big
So
move.
you're saying picks from 20 to 45 are very similar
In
in
terms of
grade
grade.
Yeah, grade wise, yeah.
And where's that coming from? What stat? What website.
Well, when you look at the amount of players that came into this draft that normally would not have come into this draft because of COVID, there was more guys that came in, which is basically creating more guys in every category.
Early, there are a lot of early guys.
There's a lot less true number ones in this draft overall, where you would say that's a surefire. Once you get past about 15, 16, 17, once you get past really the Notre Dame tight end, after that you're going down a step in talent at that point. So you're not going to pick up a linebacker in round 1 that you're not reaching for. You could pick up a corner, you could pick up a receiver, but those are the only positions that probably still would have a round 1 talent. The other guys, in my opinion, are probably closer to a round 2.
Oh, we're just going to add her on.
So at that point, it's a matter of how do you use your capital properly. In my opinion, you should probably try to get more picks in the second round, being that those guys are somewhat similar in terms of ability level.
Okay, Joe, how far down would you trade if you had to trade back?
I would try to get down to like 40, 45, somewhere in that range. And get
25 to 40, 45.
I'm gonna bring Adriana in too. Bring her in. She says she's late, and I'm looking at the time slots. I'm like, wait a minute, she's not supposed to be on till 9:30, so she seems early. But we're gonna bring her in too. Yeah, you're early, girlfriend. Boom.
Oh no! I could have sworn it said 8:10 when I read the time slot. So
yeah,
very
I'm like,
sorry about
I'm
that.
like looking back at it. I'm like, I'm looking at the grid. It says 9:30, but that's okay. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
Really.
So Joe is saying, he thinks trading back, could be beneficial because, great players 20 to 45, they really don't have great grades. In a perfect world, all I want to know is perfect world, not scenarios, not who does what. In a perfect world, who is the player that you want? Who's the one that makes you like, you're toasting beers, you're high-fiving? Who's the player?
Quentin Johnston.
Okay.
He's just it for me. I know that there's a lot of holes and we have a lot of wide receivers, and I really give Joe Shane a lot of credit for the guys that he brought in, especially someone like Darren Waller. But I just feel like we just need that one more like little bit of superstar wide receiver. And to me, it's Quentin Johnston.
All right. Now, let's take that with a grain of salt that we don't really think he's going to be there.
I know. I don't think so either.
Yeah. So so now give me, I like Joe's point. Joe's like, look, players 20 to 40, they all really have a kind of a similar type of grade. Maybe it's move back and get more picks. What in a perfect world, you're the GM. And of course, if you want to move up, that's fine. But what are you doing at 25? What's your move?
If it's so hard to say. If Nolan Smith is there, I'm going Nolan Smith. I think that, if someone like Quentin Johnston is not on the board for me, I know they love Zay Flowers, but
He's so small.
If either of those, I know. That's why I like Quentin Johnston. I want a nice 6'4" guy in here. He can match up well with the tight ends we got. I want some more tall guys who can make contested catches. So, but I love Nolan Smith. I'd be really happy with him. If neither of those guys are on the board, I might have to go for Joe Tippmann or John Michael Schmitz. I know it feels like a little early to take a center, but I just want a center that's going to be on the team for the next 10 years. He's going to be, our guy that we can finally fix this freaking line that has been plaguing us for far too long.
All right. So Joe,
real quick, Craig, the pick is in.
Oh.
Bryce Young. First pick.
Bryce Young. By the way, forgive me here, guys.
Yeah.
Who takes a 6-foot quarterback with the first pick? I'm just like, the guy is literally walking into the league going like this. I'm going to be the first short guy since Doug Flutie to do this. It's not going to happen. He's too short. 6 foot. 6 foot quarterbacks.
Don't tell that to the Cardinals.
Right. He needs throwing lanes.
Yeah, Drew Brees, Kyler Murray. Look, I don't care what anybody tells you. Just look at statistics. Short quarterbacks, regardless of how cerebral they are, or they're ability to read a playbook, read a defense. Short quarterbacks don't last long in the NFL. They just don't. I'm not making it up. They just don't.
Well,
I would have,
You're right, and that's why the Jets want to get a 40-year-old quarterback. Yes.
How tall is Zach Wilson?
He's not that big, and he's also not that built either.
Sam Darnold, I don't think was that big either.
Darnold is about 6'2". I used to see Sam all the time at the deli in Madison, and he's probably 6'2", 6'3" at most.
Wow. I didn't think he was that big.
Not very tall.
Yeah, well, what do you call it? Bryce Young's like 5'11".
Well, that's another problem because, it goes back to that thing with Michael Jordan where he drafted Kwame Brown years ago, and his measurables were just so not on the charts. Remember, he had small hands, and he really didn't know what he was looking at as far as measurables. There are GMs out there that don't know what they're looking at as far as measurables.
Evidently, the first pick in the NFL draft's 5'11".
Well,
it's a different NFL.
Let's not forget what they gave up to get to that first pick.
Yeah.
He better be Drew Brees, dude. He better be Drew Brees because I'm just saying, history always repeats itself. Short guys don't make it. All right, Joe, give me your slide.
Here's what I'm looking for out of this draft that I really think is going to more than a corner. I really think we need pass rushers. Though. I don't think we have enough of them.
Oh, you like the edge? Okay.
So, that's a very tricky situation because there's not a lot of guys that you would say 20 to 30 that you would want to try to go for in that set of picks, really. But when you look at the defense that we're running, we really require a lot of pass rush, and we really don't have enough edge rushers, outside of Thibodeau, really, at this point, that are, guys that you could say are reliable to be on the field.
Yeah, Ojulari needs to be healthy.
Well, but there again, he's a guy that's now year 3, and he hasn't played more than 8 games in any season.
Yeah, but he did have.
They're gonna get a guy.
He had like 7 sacks in 8 games last year.
But it's not enough productivity, and you also need guys that can seal the edge as well. When you look at the run game and what they were not able to do, they could not seal the edges because guys were running away from your interior 2, and then you were basically getting beat on the edges. We need tall, lanky defensive ends or outside linebackers that are traditional two-way players, basically.
Well,
we've gone away from that a lot.
Daniel Jeremiah just predicted your boy edge rusher Smith to go to the Eagles.
Ugh.
But that's why they're successful at times.
Yeah, they got that rotation. Yeah.
They have a rotation that's 7, 8 deep at this point.
Yeah. I wouldn't freak Chris. What do you think about the Giants moving up to take Van Ness? I wouldn't be opposed to that either.
I'm a little. I know his stock's risen, but he hasn't played a lot, right? I mean, he wasn't a starter at Iowa. It scares me a little bit. But to Joe's point, I mean, the Eagles look down the road, right? If that's true, they take a Nolan Smith because Brandon Graham, he's playing 12, 13 years. He's going to be out soon, so it's they want to replenish that pass rush. So I wouldn't be surprised the Eagles do that.
So you're looking at they're saying Smith at number 10.
That's what I'm just looking at. Daniel Jeremiah saying Smith to the Eagles at 10 is what they're hearing. And listen, that's the thing why I can't. It is Adriana, right? I'm going to make sure I say it right.
Yes.
All right. So before you came on, I was having this, with Bob and Bob's sons about safeties, and I'm just like, look. You want to impact, it's not going to come from a safety. It's going to come from an inside linebacker, a D tackle, an end, or a corner. Safeties are nice, but I don't feel you get any impact by drafting a safety. What's your feeling on if Branch falls? And I don't know how much, if you were paying attention to the whole Branch thing, but, and I follow you. I watch your stuff. It's great stuff you do. Do you have any thoughts here? Because Joe's saying edge. I think edge would be great, but you'd have to move up to get one that's worth it. Who do you see anybody sliding?
I think you need a two-way player on the end there.
You mean two-way
you
player
need
as what?
somebody-
To play
you need
inside
somebody
and
that can play
outside?
the run- Yeah, you need somebody that can play the run and the pass. We've gotten to this point of specialization, and it's hurting our roster building at this point.
Yeah.
You're saying for round one, Joe? You're saying for round one, a guy could do both?
Ideally, to me, it's not going to happen this way, but they need like a Nolan Smith, basically.
Dude, I'm having a heart attack right now because Daniel Jeremiah just picked the Giants to pick Branch. I'm throwing my computer right out the window.
Stop with the mock drafts. Don't worry about that.
Pick his
They're-
in.
Yeah,
We've
they're
had
never
enough.
right. But I'm with you. I'm not sold on Branch, and I feel like all of a sudden, this is what I hate about the draft is the day before and 48 hours before, players that you've never heard of, that have never been talked about in the top 25 or the first round or whatever, are all of a sudden coming up. I have not heard anyone talk about Branch. Everyone's been talking about, obviously, Witherspoon, Simpson, and what's his name? Deonte Banks. No one has talked about Branch. Why all of a sudden are we so high on Branch? He's not in my top 3. I would not, if I have any of those other guys I mentioned that were on the board at 25, that's who I'm picking. I'm not picking Branch over any of those guys.
Adriana's right.
That's why she gets paid the big bucks, guys.
Pick his in, boy. Hey, boys, ladies and gentlemen. Second day second picks in. CJ Stroud's got picked.
Good. Let them all go. More quarterbacks. Keep them coming.
Yep, keep them coming.
Let them all off the board.
So I have a question for you guys. So last year, and someone asked me this too, do we think that the Cowboys and Eagles are going to conspire against the Giants and do what they did last year and switch picks, which I'm not so sure that they're going to do. But if Jeremiah is right, and the Eagles, instead of going Bijan Robinson, go someone like Nolan Smith, do you think that Jerry Jones trades down to get someone like Bijan Robinson because they let Zeke go? Because that wouldn't surprise me. I don't like it, but I feel like there's a possibility that something like that could happen.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yes, that's a good point.
I agree. Dallas could trade up to get Robinson.
Yeah.
Well, the other reason you could be right is the further they get away from Parcells, the more they get away from the formula that Parcells basically went down there and taught them, or retaught them, about getting big offensive linemen. And now they're going to get back to the age of specialization, which is what got them in trouble, right before Parcells went down there and changed how they looked at pro personnel. So look, that's an ideal situation. I would love for that to happen.
It's tough to take a running back in the first round, right? He is a special kid. He can catch out of the backfield. He can block. He's a classy kid, Is
he a gold jacket guy?
Who, Bijan?
I'm making fun of Gettleman. Remember what he said about?
Oh yeah, exactly. Or he's the JPP at tight ends.
Yeah.
I don't know, Joe. Like, my question is to you, Joe, is like, what happens? Like, if Addison's on the board, do you want him? Is the like? Let's just talk about what's potentially there. Do you want Addison if he's there?
Yeah, I do.
Do you want Tittman if he's there?
Not as much. I mean, my ideal situation is you see Nolan Smith get down to like 18, and then you move some capital around to try to go get him.
Chris, you think that there's like, now that you're like, there's two QBs, which we knew was going to happen, right? Is Hooker going to go in the in the first top 10?
I don't know. It's going to be close. I think it's
He
going
might.
to. He might.
I almost feel like NFL. They just close their eyes when it comes to quarterbacks. We got one guy's only played a year and a half. One guy's got an ACL, and you're betting your franchise on these guys. I don't get it.
I mean, there was talk he was the best of the bunch before he got hurt. So it depends on what team would take an investment on him.
Especially if they don't need him in year one. They let him just heal and develop.
That was my argument.
Colts need a quarterback. Seahawks need a quarterback.
Every team up top needs a quarterback. They wouldn't.
We can see 5 quarterbacks in round one. We really could.
Yeah, and the Titans have given up on Willis. That's the report that they've kind of.
And Chris, good point. And they will trade up. They will trade up. They said.
Right.
What was that, Adriana?
That they gave up on him already? That's insane. Meanwhile, I'm sure Giants fans would still be like, "Oh, I would have taken him over Jones."
Thank God we didn't take him.
To Adriana's point earlier on, Malik Willis was that hot that hot player coming right down to the draft.
And I
The
kept
first 2
telling
days. It was all Malik
telling you
Willis.
folks that he went to Liberty and he didn't even own that Liberty division. He threw for like 3,000 yards. He couldn't even own his own, small division. He's not an NFL quarterback.
Yep. And I said the same thing about Richardson too. And I think Richardson has the potential, but my biggest argument with Giants fans who wanted Richardson and to get rid of Jones was like, everyone complained about Jones, that he was a project quarterback and had all these issues to fix. Anthony Richardson is not Aaron Rodgers. He's not Tom Brady. He needs some work to get to be an NFL caliber quarterback. And with that is going to come the Giants losing. So all of a sudden, some Giants fans are okay with going from, we finally won a playoff game for the first time in 11 years to, we're just going to lose and tank this next year because we got to get our rookie quarterback to try and figure out the NFL with no weapons or no line.
On top of the fact the last time he started the game, he was a senior in high school, right? The last time he started, he was a senior in high school. Like, he needs experience.
And how about just the Texans just moved up to the 3rd spot again?
That's it. Houston just moved up to the 3rd spot. Traded with Arizona.
They should go get a left tackle.
For who is the question? Who are they going to pick?
I don't know. Will they go for Will Anderson, or could they go for somebody else?
They were smart. They protect the quarterback they just drafted.
Oh, Will Anderson. There you go. You nailed it.
Mm-hmm. Good call. Yep. Smart move.
That's why they call me the truth.
Nice.
Hey, so far it couldn't happen any better. Quarterbacks and a tackle. That's pretty good.
This is good, guys. The least amount of wide receivers and cornerbacks taken is good for us.
Craigie, here's something for you. Who are the receivers out there that are on the trade block that we don't know about?
Or an edge rusher, I mean.
Well, or receiver, go with receiver for the moment, just because we have a 20.
The only guy that ever has the word trade surrounding him has always been Judy. He's the only guy that everybody's trying to move, and for whatever reason, whether it's attitude, money, whatever it is, Judy's always the first guy. I can't tell you anyone on any team that has any merit or value that's like on the block except for Judy.
Yeah, I hate the idea of trading for a receiver at that point, but I have heard that, I was down at that, football camp last week.
Yeah.
There were people talking about that.
Well, about the Giants trading for a receiver?
Yes, and I hate that whole premise.
Again, I think there's a lot of fans who want Hopkins.
There are.
The same people who probably wanted OBJ too.
Yeah.
Like, I guess between the two, Hopkins is better than Judy, right? But I just don't know if Hopkins fits the team in the mode of what they are. I think Judy would fit better, but Hopkins is a way better player.
I don't know if Hopkins is health-wise at this point.
Agreed.
Is he still a dominant player that could create separation, get down the field, run the post and the flag, etc.? I don't know.
And he is sorry, go ahead.
No, up here.
I was just going to say he has a big contract too, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure that's one of the biggest reasons why the Giants didn't bring in OBJ is they both are similar in the sense that they're over 30. They've dealt with some injuries in their career. And one of them, Hopkins had a huge contract, still does, and OBJ wanted a lot of money. Yeah. And I think, if Joe Shane's not going to do it for someone like OBJ, who they met in person, had a great dinner with, have had good communication, blah, 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 why are they going to do it for someone like Hopkins?
I don't think they ever.
I don't know. I don't see it.
No, yeah. Adriana, you just nailed it. I mean, they're giving OBJ $15 million. Hopkins going to want, he set the market.
Right.
He's not going to want
I don't think
15. He's even if they redo his contract, I think he's owed 19 this year. What Hopkins is supposed to get paid.
No, it's a great point, Joe. And those are the only two names, and I wasn't even thinking about Hopkins. Those are the only two names that have some type of rumor. You know what I mean?
Well, I was looking at it from this perspective, Craig. You have teams that need a lot of things. Arizona needs a lot of things at this point.
Technically 31 teams, right?
Yeah, but there's some teams that need a lot of draft capital at this point. So you're looking at certain guys on certain teams that basically that's not a movable contract probably in Arizona. But there's other guys that are out there that, a strong GM is going to look at and say, okay, does this guy fit our system and what we're missing right now? I mean, right now, we have a bunch of 2s and 3s as receivers. I mean, let's be very honest about that.
Yep. By the way, just so I throw it out there, the Texans and the Cardinals trade is the Texans are going to receive, the pick number 3rd pick overall and a 4th round pick, number 105 total. Cardinals receive 1st round pick number 12, a 2nd round pick number 33, and the 2024 1st and 3rd round picks. So the Cardinals like really cashed in on that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, a first round and a 3rd round pick next
that's
year.
what I'm talking about with draft capital.
That's pretty good.
Heck yeah. So, all right, Joe, thanks for hanging out with us, my man. It's always a pleasure. We talk.
Good to finally meet you in person here.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. Me and Joe talk a lot. How's the little one?
Last night was unbelievable. I was up from 11 to 4. You could figure out why.
Oh boy.
And
welcome to being a father, brother.
The little girl was good last night. But, my 3-year-old son was just. Whew. But that's this is what you sign up for when you do this stuff. So
I know, man. Mine are 19 and 15. Come on.
I wouldn't trade.
Yeah, well, I'm old, man. So, all right, Joe.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Always
Joe.
a pleasure, man.
Great
We
meeting
love
you.
you guys. Thanks for
Nice
the
to meet
support.
you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. So let's talk some turkey here. How did you get doing all this cool content that I'm always watching you do? Is it something that you just like? I actually called Nikki today, and I'm just putting this out there. You don't have to respond. You don't even have to make a comment. But we have one of our other team, part of the team is Nikki. She does. So we do Giants Rush on Monday, which is all Giants. And then we do a fantasy show, sports betting show on Wednesday called Rush Hour.
Okay.
I told her to reach out to you about potentially maybe doing some more work with us. Just saying.
Just saying.
I'd love
to.
I love what you do.
Thank you. I follow Nikki too, and you guys, and I love your stuff. And I talked to Dan a lot via DM, and he told me all about what you guys recently did with Isaiah Hodgins.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, it sounds awesome. You guys are killing it. It's great.
Yeah, we've been trying to. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and it takes the right team to get. These guys start doing the content stuff. It allows me to go out and get sponsors and do stuff. And we have fun, right? We have some fun. We always make it. If you're not having fun, it's not worth it. So, and I love what you do. So how did you get involved doing this? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah. So I grew up a Giants fan. I'm from Northern New Jersey. My grandpa had season tickets. Him and my uncle's got stories for days about when Bill Belichick was the coach, the defensive coach, and everything like that. So I'll tell you a quick story. That is hilarious. So they were season ticket holders when they went to the 1987 Super Bowl in Pasadena. Yep. My grandpa and my uncle had a pair of tickets between the two of them. So back then, when it was Giant Stadium, they got offered tickets to go to the Super Bowl at face value, $65. And my grandpa said, it's too expensive. I'm not going. And he also didn't really like to travel. I'm like, Papa, you're killing me. Yeah. So my uncle went, he took one of his friends. They flew out to Pasadena. The night before the Super Bowl, they're at a bar and they see Belichick, some of the other coaches, some of the other players. They go over and he said that he talked to some of the players. Everyone's great, shooting the shit, talking it out, whatever. Belichick has his head down and is writing up plays on a napkin. He said he didn't look up. He didn't say hi, nothing. Everyone else was chill. Belichick zoned in on the game, doesn't care about anyone else. Hilarious. So
dude, writing
kind of like
plays
in my blood.
Writing plays on a napkin the day before the Super Bowl. That's a classic story right there.
Would we expect anything different from
Belichick? Yes, exactly. Like if that doesn't sound like Belichick, I don't know what does.
Right. That's a great story.
All right. How did you do the coach thing with the coach on one side and you on the other side? The video, like you had a video like
you know what's really funny is I work in social media. It's for my day job, so I should be a pro at this, but we don't do fun stuff like this in my regular job. So I actually asked someone else who does podcasts, and I use Canva. And what you have to do is upload the video from StreamYard, put it in Canva in the Instagram Reels format. You have to copy it and paste. So you have you on one screen and then the other person on the other screen, and line it up and then just edit it to fit the 90 seconds that you have on Reels.
That was awesome. Truth, what do you got? You got a pick?
Yeah, Colts at number 4 pick Anthony Richardson.
No,
Perfect.
they didn't.
Perfect.
They bypassed on
Keep them
Levis.
coming. More. Will Levis next. Keep them coming.
Levis is probably going to be 7 now with Raiders.
I was for sure Levis was going to the Colts.
It makes more sense him going to the Colts. This kid now is going to look to be a starter, because who do the Colts have at quarterback right now?
Yeah, how are they going to?
They got rid of Matt Ryan.
Healthy enough to start?
He's what?
Healthy.
Who, Richardson?
Oh, Richard. Sorry. Yeah,
He's a hooker. Yeah.
Not health. Is he going to have the experience, to walk in?
I don't think so. I think this kid would have benefited going like to the Raiders, sit behind Garofalo, and just learn for a good year.
He's only played 12 games in college, so not much experience.
Wow. You got to ask yourself sometimes, like, why? Why do they make these stupid decisions?
Because they're looking 5 years down, thinking he's going to be, and he could be. I don't know, but now
the kid can ball, but like for the next 2 years, like he just doesn't have enough experience. You're throwing him to the wolves.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I mean, he's only, what do you have, a 57% completion rating at Florida?
Yep,
that's insane.
And he ain't going to be able to run around like that in the NFL. He's not running against juniors and sophomores.
A big target. Wow. Did not see that coming.
Wow.
I was for sure it would have been Levis.
Yeah. So now we got number 5 coming up, Seattle. And
I'm going to throw in Mayhem because he's in the back here too. My man's got rocks the crazy beard. I love it.
We might see a defensive player taken here at 5.
Mayhem,
what's up, fellas? And how are we? Shocker. And AR-15 goes to the Colts.
I can't believe Richardson went. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm equally surprised.
Everybody
thought it was going to be Levis. Everyone thought it was going to be Levis.
Yeah, we all did. Yeah.
I guess I just thinking like they needed someone to be able to have the experience to start right out the gate, So I thought maybe Levis was there. Oh, wait, she's back. I thought I lost you for a second there.
My audio just cut out again, and the only way for me to fix it is to reload the page, and then I get booted out. It's a real pain.
No problem.
I often make people speechless. It happens.
I love it. All right, Mayhem, listen, perfect world, no scenarios, none of that funky stuff. All I want to know is who you want. Like, who's the player? Again, I don't care who it is. I don't care the scenario. Who's just the one guy in your wheelhouse you want?
I'm assuming we're talking about at 25. I'm assuming we're talking tonight, right?
Yeah. 25.
All right.
Yeah.
So tonight, perfect world. I want to say, probably Deonte Banks from Maryland, the corner.
That's what I want. Yep.
Yeah, corner. I think in this draft, everybody's talking about it. The corner, this corner class is super deep. The wide receiver classes, there's ups and downs. There's a lot of guys when you're talking about can they do the whole route tree, blah blah blah. I'm a huge Jalen Hyatt fan, but I think 25 might be a little too high for Hyatt. If we could grab him in the second round, that would be great. But yeah, I would say corner because unless they extended Dory this year, he's gone after the season, and Cordell Flott's picking up, but we need more outside depth. We need people on the outside. So
yeah, like we were talking about this before. We could see 2 corners taken by the Giants.
Yeah, I would say either Banks if he's there, or you mean total in this draft? Definitely. I would not be surprised if they took 2 corners in this draft, like one in the first and then one in the 4th or 5th, maybe.
Yep, that's what I had in my mock. I had one in the first, one in the 4th.
Adrienne, I'm going to let you go. But we're going to talk because we got some plans for you.
All right, I can't wait. You guys enjoy the rest of the drafts. I'm at a bar with some other Giants fans. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll talk soon.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Adriana.
Bye, ladies.
All right, Mayhem. So who's the guy that's going to slide? Who's the guy that everybody we all had, you look at Aaron Rodgers slides in 25, Tunsil smoking the bong, he slides. Like who's the guy that's going to slide in this draft?
Let's see. What's funny is when the Texans traded just now, I didn't know if they were going to let's go for broke. We just traded Stroud. Let's grab his number one weapon and get JSN, but they went defense instead.
Yeah.
As far as who slides, I think we might see Will Levis slide. Guy's got. Let's face it. The guy had, his 2021 season was a lot better than his 2022 season, and a lot of people will say they changed the system on him. He lost his best weapon to, Wandell was. That's where I kind of first started watching Will Levis was last year after we drafted Wandell. I went back and watched a bunch of film on him.
And he lit it up.
He's not a great quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if Hendon Hooker got drafted before he did.
Okay.
Boy.
I mean, think about it this way. What if Minnesota takes Hendon Hooker, right? They've got a quarterback now. They can let Hendon, finish his rehab and learn behind Kirk Cousins. That's what you want. You want that mentor guy ahead of your rookie quarterback. And I'm so tired about talking about age, whatnot, and quarterbacks 25 is too old. It's not. These guys are these are the adult in the room now. You have a rookie, but the guy's an older guy. His body's not going to change a ton between his first and second year. They're not going to have that weird weight shift. The guy is locked in. He can learn the playbook. He knows all. He can command the team. He's not a kid. He's in his mid-20s. We're all
especially
old, but,
I was kind of fixated on the fact that the Colts and Levis seemed like a good fit. That just seemed, and when you look at Garoppolo maybe as a mentor, there's places for Richardson and Hooker to go. I thought Levis was a good spot for Indianapolis. I thought, and you're right, he could slide. He could slide to, the Raiders.
If anything, Frank Reich. No, he's not the coach there anymore.
No,
that's right.
No,
he's in Carolina now. He's in Carolina now. But I was going to say, those guys, they, and here's the other thing too is you've got all these mock draft analysts and the talking heads. They all do their thing and blah blah blah. These teams do their due diligence on these guys for months and months, if not years, because you're thinking your area scouts are going to these college games. They're watching players who are coming out this year, but they're also watching guys who are going to come out the year after and the year after. They've got notes and notes and notes on all of these guys. They watch this stuff. They know who's the real deal and who,
Here comes the pick.
Yep.
It's in.
Yep.
Pick is in.
I was surprised.
Ron Witherspoon.
I'm actually not surprised at that one at all.
No, you're not. Yeah.
No.
I knew they'd go defense. I knew
they would go. I knew that not only would they go defense, but I knew they'd go corner. So I thought it was either going to be Witherspoon or Gonzalez at 5.
All right, so that's
Seattle.
the first corner off the
Carter
board.
was going to come off. Okay.
Yeah, I honestly thought it would have been Gonzalez.
The next corner could be the next pick now. It could happen with Detroit.
Yeah,
What,
Detroit
do
could.
you think they take Banks?
No, I think they'll take Gonzalez.
I think they'll take Gonzalez. I wouldn't be surprised if they're running the card to the podium.
They take Gonzalez, or they may take Wilson out of Texas Tech.
So there's a shot, Chris, that Porter Banks makes it, baby.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
They,
They're definitely going to go defense.
It's fallen pretty well so far. It really is.
So Mayhem, if If Addison is on the board at 25, do you want him?
I like Jordan Addison. I just think that we could probably get a decent receiver in the second or third round. Like, I honestly think the way this is going to shake out, we could now see a run on corners, which I wouldn't be surprised at. And then, we'll see what happens. Honestly, here's kind of where I'm at, and this is where I've been for the past couple of weeks as far as, because I'm tired of mock drafts. I'm so glad it's draft weekend.
Yes.
I can't read or another mock draft or do another mock draft. As a matter of fact, on our show, like 2 weeks ago, we just did a top 12 mock draft, and in order to get drafted, you had to have some kind of wild name. So we're making a joke out of it. This is to the point where we're done. We're making jokes now. So I would say I would not be disappointed with pretty much any pick, aside from, let's get weird and they draft a quarterback just out of left field or running back.
Okay.
I think we get running back in the fourth. There's a couple guys I'm really excited to see where they wind up at fourth, but I honestly, like, anything that they draft tonight, I'm all for it.
I'm not excited about Branch. I'm just not excited about a safety. Like, we need an inside linebacker, we need edge, we need corners. I'm not excited about putting a safety on the team.
Well, see, the thing is this too, is if they were to go safety, and it is Branch, I'm not super. I'm like, am I like, screaming from the mountaintops? Am I popping the champagne? No. Is it going to be a solid pick? Probably.
Yeah.
Is it a sexy pick? No. They don't all have to be. You know what? I just want the team to be better on Monday than they were today.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's what I was talking to Truth and Chris about earlier, was like, how much better, and maybe it's just me, I played strong safety, in college, like, how much better is the team with a first-round corner or a first-round safety or a first-round, inside linebacker or a first-round safety? Like, I just don't feel the impact. I don't feel there's anybody winning the game from that safety spot.
So
I'd be shocked.
I will say this: they don't update Super Bowl props the week after the draft. Like, nothing's moving the needle one way or the other all that much. Like, if they draft defensive line tonight, am I going to be super upset? Not at all. Or if they draft an edge rusher, like if Nolan Smith drops to 25,
that'd be awesome.
We snag him. I'm all for it, man. I love my Georgia.
Ness, I
love Georgia Bulldogs.
And
Craig, all of the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
I mean, as far and like, get me something in round one that makes me excited, right? Round two, same thing. Get me something that gets me excited. Get Luke Whippler out of Wisconsin, or is that Wisconsin? Is he? No.
Ohio State.
Ohio State. No,
Tippmann.
Him.
Tippmann's
or like Olawatimi in round 3 from Michigan.
They're close.
One of those guys. I'm not banging the table for any one guy, but I'm also not going to be like, you're not going to get a Daniel Jones reaction video out of me with pretty much anybody they pick.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're not going to get the because I can't wait. I can't wait till the Giants make a pick, because they're going to cut to LPG because Joe's there. I'm not going to get the Entertainer's not going to be throwing his headset. We're all good, right? Because we're trusting in the process, because we have people in the building now who know how to run a football team.
And that's the first time in a long time we've been able to say that.
And Craig, to ease your worries, if they were to take a guy like Branch, that tells me they're not going to re-sign McKinney. You got Branch on a rookie contract for 5 years.
That doesn't necessarily, no, because they just lost Julian Love. they pair Branch and McKinney together.
But they're not going to pay McKinney 15, 16 million when they draft a safety at 1 in the first round.
Remember,
I don't know about that.
Right when free agency
I
started.
agree with Chris on that one.
Okay, I'm seeing different things. I'm seeing Arizona traded, and I'm seeing a pick is in. I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
I think you're
Arizona,
like
no. Did Arizona trade back up?
Trade pick to Cardinals.
Yes.
The Cardinals have come back to 6 from 11, right?
Yeah,
from 12. They got 12
from 12 right.
from the Houston.
So who are the Cardinals going to pick, boys? Are they going defense or are they going offense?
Oh man.
Are they going best player available? That would be Carter, wouldn't it?
They got to get Murray a receiver.
What about Jalen Carter?
If Hopkins is leaving, they need a receiver.
You don't think that's too soon to get a receiver?
Yeah, it's a lot to give up.
I would not have gone. I wouldn't have gone back up to 6 for a receiver. Not
agreed. Yeah.
Unless it's JSN.
Not from
unless they're trying to jump.
I think it might be Carter.
Unless they're getting
it might be Carter.
Could be.
I was thinking JSN.
Yeah. Do they get? Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out in about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
A lot of trades so far, guys. We haven't got.
I know this has been a little.
Did you see this?
Third trade so far, and 6 pick.
2023 6th overall pick. The Lions get the 12th overall pick, and then and pick number 34. That's
a
first
robbery.
and second round pick.
Well, that's because they got 33 from Houston.
Here it is.
So they
Paris
didn't
Johnson.
need 34.
What is it?
Paris Johnson.
They went off.
That was a tackle.
No.
That's a smart move. That's a smart move
in the draft. Tackle.
They got the best offensive tackle in the draft.
I did not see that coming.
They're gonna. That's their Kyler Murray insurance policy.
There you go.
Paris Johnson is a day one. He's the guy that you put out on the island, and you don't have to worry about that side.
Unfortunately, Kyler Murray runs out of the pocket. He's going to get registered for giving up sacks. He's got to stay in the pocket, right?
That's a great suit too. Look at that suit.
Yeah, I have one like that.
Yo, that's a big boy.
I'll fill that suit out like that, though.
All right. That's good, though. That's good that it was a tackle going.
Oh, that's great. It's really good for the Giants. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Moving everybody back.
Right.
You know what I love about
this is interesting.
I love the fact that everybody's wrong.
All right, here we go. The Raiders. The Raiders, are they going to go with a quarterback? No, or are they going to go with offensive help?
Oh, what if the Raiders grab Levis?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's what I thought they'd do.
See, and this the thing is with I thought since if Indy was going to take Levis, then the Raiders would be the perfect spot for Richardson because he can sit behind Jimmy G for at least a year.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders go Levis.
McDaniels is a tough guy to play for.
Don't I know it? And see, the thing is I also joked that the Raiders were going to pick AR because McDaniels loves his Florida State running quarterbacks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I live in Colorado, so I live in Colorado, so I was here when they drafted Tim Tebow, which was hysterical.
And listen, Tebow is just a wild athlete. He's just not an NFL quarterback. But he
should have been a tight end right off the bat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He could have been an NFL. He could have been the next Gronkowski if he just, could catch the ball instead of throwing. So, Mayhem, how do you get to Colorado?
I drove.
No.
My wife's family lives out here.
Okay.
So after years and years and years of kicking around the whole East Coast, I ended up moving out here to the mountains because it's amazing.
Sweet. That's awesome. All right, so let me ask you this, Mayhem.
Sure.
If you had a choice between at 25, Addison or Banks, who you going with?
I would probably go Banks and then Cedric Tillman in round 2.
Okay. I was
Like,
saying.
I have a feeling that would be the flip. I think if they go corner tonight, it's wide receiver tomorrow, or if they go wide receiver tonight, it's corner tomorrow.
All right. Well, let me challenge you then. This Banks is up. Banks is there. Addison's there, and Campbell's there. Do you go? Can you go Campbell? Or is it too early?
I go Banks.
You mean Jack Campbell, the linebacker?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd probably still go Banks. Campbell's like the only true linebacker in this whole draft. It's just the way the way they're growing linebackers now in college is not.
He is literally Urlacher.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
inside prototypical.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I really like Sanders and I really like Simpson, but Simpson's too.
Yeah.
Simpson's too much of a tweener for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Those guys are fun and exciting to watch, but Jack Campbell's going to be like that dog in the middle.
Oh yeah, he's a 10-year multi-Pro Bowl guy.
Oh yeah.
And here's one for you, Mayhem. And I don't know if you'll subscribe or not, but when I watch Banks play, he reminds me of Terrell Thomas. You remember Terrell Thomas?
Yep.
Same type of player, a lot of dog in him, tough. Can play man or zone. He just reminds me a lot of Terrell Thomas.
Yeah, and I didn't actually start watching him until after I saw him in the combine, because I'm like, where the hell are all these Maryland guys coming from? Because it was a bunch of Maryland corners and a bunch of Maryland wide receivers.
Yeah,
these guys just fly around.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm like, I gotta get into more Terps football, man. I gotta.
What's his name under contract still? Chris, the running back for the Raiders.
Jacobs.
He's a franchise tag, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, they tagged him and he signed his tender.
Oh, he did sign it. Okay, because I was saying there might be a spot for Bijan there, but he signed it already.
Yeah.
No, I'll sign him long term. They're going to give him, because he really, like last year was his big breakout year. You know, that's when he really kind of flashed. They want to see him do it again, and then they might sign him, or they might franchise tag him again. Which, if you think about it, the way the money works out, it's $24 million guaranteed over 2 years. You know.
By the way, I don't mean to sidetrack our stuff. I got Mage in the back. I see him back there. I'm gonna pop him in a second. The Raiders have the Cardinals have the worst logo in all of sports. It's just a bird head and it's boring.
It's classic for them. Going back to St. Louis, right?
It is. It's
never changed.
Old St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
But it sucks. No, it sucks.
It reminds me of Neil Lomax, Roy Green, all those.
Yeah,
guys.
but the logo still sucks.
It's not intimidating.
No. It's not mean enough. They need to make the bird mean.
Put some bangs on them. Just put a couple of bangs.
What's so intimidating about a Seahawk?
There you go.
Yeah, but it looks intimidating. It's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the Cleveland Browns. Their helmet is just brown. It's not even brown.
Yeah, the Eagles just have feathers.
That's a
tradition. Feathers.
Yeah, the Browns are the worst. But we knew that already.
Craig, the Eagles have feathers. Big deal.
So,
I rewatched Draft Day yesterday, like I always do the night before the draft starts. And I love that movie so much. So every time they talk about the Browns helmets, I'm like, he's like, you're the owner, Anthony. If you want to change the helmet, you can change the helmet.
Oh yeah. What's Dennis Quaid?
No.
Costner.
Costner.
Yeah, Costner. Sorry, my bad. Some reason Dennis Quaid popped in my head. Pick is in. Raiders pick is in.
They're always a wild card, these Raiders.
They are going to draft Jalen Carter because he's already got a record. It's a little on the nose, the racing thing. The racing thing and the criminal record, that's a little on the nose.
That's a Raider. That's Raider right there.
Raider thing.
Madge, where you at, buddy? Where are you, Madge?
Yo.
I can't see you. I can only hear you.
Yeah, I'm out right now, so.
He doesn't go on camera.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's a good-looking guy. Mage, Raiders are on the clock.
watching. I got a stream on. I got the Devils Rangers going on one game.
What's the score to
I got
Ranger
the
game?
Rams on another.
3-0 Devils.
Wow,
Oh, come on. Are you
jeez.
kidding me?
No.
Ouch.
How did they hold their
Tyree
10?
Wilson.
They
Oh.
scored 11 goals in the first 2 games and then 2 since.
Yep.
Cry me a river.
Oh, wait, man, you're a Devils fan?
Cry me
Hey,
a
I told. Hey, Tyree Wilson.
Tyree
Yep.
Wilson.
Madge, what do you want at 25?
Honestly, right now I don't know if he's going to be available. We'll see what happens, but I would like to go and get one of these 2 guards. I don't think Peter Skoronsky falls to us, but if Osiris Torrance is there, he's the guy that I've been beating the drum for.
At
Osiris
25?
Torrance is not going to be
At
there.
25.
And
So you're thinking going guard
Yeah.
at 25, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, I would, honestly, because when you look at this situation with the Giants' offensive line, you got Andrew Thomas, who you're going to lock in probably long-term at left tackle. Osiris Torrance would be your left guard. If you go and you look at a guy like Joe Tippmann in the second round or Olawatini a little bit later on, you secure your center. Mark Lewinsky's probably not going to be here next year. So you move on from Mark Lewinsky. If you want, you could start Josh Azudu at right guard. And then you had Evan Neal at right tackle. Honestly,
also got
that's your
McKeithen.
offensive line for at least the next 3 years.
Didn't
So
Torrance play right guard this year?
the guy's a beast. He's immovable. My only thing is I don't think he's going to be a Giants pick because the Giants seem to favor more of the athletic offensive lineman. This guy's just an immovable object, so I'm not sure he even fits what the Giants are looking for in the offensive line position.
correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've got 11 or 13 interior offensive linemen under contract currently.
Right now?
Yes,
You
we
could
have
be right,
double,
but
we
honestly,
have double
I'm not-
digit offensive linemen.
Yeah, you're counting like Jack Anderson, Matt Pert, Azudu.
Well, that's
Yeah,
who they're
none of
counting.
those guys
That's
are
who
going
they're
to
counting.
stop me
I'm not.
from drafting.
J.C. Hausenhauser. Yeah. They're up
None
Well,
of those
JC's
guys
the
are going
backup
to stop me
center.
from taking an
Right,
offensive
he is.
lineman at
Yep.
25.
JC's going to be the
You know,
backup
Matt-
center.
Good depth, though. I like it.
Yeah.
From off the bench.
But,
Madge,
like-
you know what I was going to say about guard was I think a lot of us are like hard on Glowinski, but here's something you got to remember. He played with, 2 different centers and 3 different right tackles. Like, I don't know how good the guy could be when he's got a revolving door on either side of him. And, Barkley did have 1,300 yards rushing. So, his pass pro needs work. But as far as like being a road grader, I mean, he was part of the reason why Barkley had such a good year. And 2, like I said, you're playing with Bredesen, you're playing with what's his name who left for San Francisco, Feliciano. Yeah, you got Anderson, you got Neal, he played with a revolving door on both sides of him. So I can't quite kill the guy.
And I would agree with you, Craig, but at the same time, I'm not talking about replacing Glowinski. I'm talking about a starting left guard here. So, and looking forward towards the future, I don't think Mark Glowinski is going to be in the Giants' long-term plans.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
that makes sense.
I agree with that totally. But you have to remember too, they drafted 2 offensive linemen in the third round last year, or was it a 3rd and 4th? It was
It's a 3rd and 5th.
Zidu and McKeithen.
You're going to get him back, McKeithen. Yeah.
And McKeithen is going to be back because he got tore ACL or MCL or whatever. He jacked his knee up and he was gone for the season. I think it's going to be real interesting to see what kind of production we get out of all of the players that we drafted last year who missed the entire season due to injury. Darian Beavers. I know there was at least 1 or 2 other ones who just were gone for the whole year. But, they have a lot of faith in those guys. We'll see what Azudu looks like when he's coming back from his neck injury. They know a lot more about the medicals on these guys than we do. That's the thing that I always have to remember.
I understand that, Mayhem, but the other thing you talked about, though, is you talked about a guard that was taken in the 3rd round and a guard that was taken in the 5th round. We're talking about somebody, a first-round talent.
Why do you have to waste a first-round pick on a guard? Think about it. Think about when we went to the Super Bowl.
Craig asked me what I would like at 25. That's my opinion.
I'm not saying
you don't have
you're
to
wrong.
agree with it. That's fine.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
like I said, like in a perfect world, right?
I'm not picking a fight with you, Mage. I'm a fan.
You know, I'm like, I can't listen. I can't see Chris. I mean, we're not talking about Chris Snee here. He was a second round pick.
Yeah.
So it is a little hard, Chris, to swallow a guard in the first round. You know, like
yeah, but you're picking at 25 though.
Yeah, it's late first round, so it's like we could pick just about anything and nobody's going to say
this
it.
This isn't aimed at you. I had a disagreement with a guy yesterday. He's like, 25 is like the second round. I'm like, well, if it was the second round, they'd call it the second round.
Well, you know what, Craig, to your point, Bill Polian said yesterday amongst GMs the NFL, they look on average that 18th spot seems to where it changes from those grade A round one, draft.
Think about it this way.
Chris, let's
think about it this
25,
way. If we had drafted Saquon Barkley at 20 and not 2, nobody would have batted an eyelash.
No.
We got a great running back, fitted for a gold jacket, touched by the hand of God, whatever you want to talk about. But if we drafted him at 20 instead of 2, nobody would have said a word.
Hey, Chris, you know what? To your point too about the talent somewhat being diluted after the 18th pick. Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm also looking at with this as well is how far is the drop off at the position after a certain draft pick, right? So I know a lot of people want to force the wide receiver position or the cornerback position. Let's assume that the top 4 guys are gone, right? So you're not getting a shot, obviously, where the spoon's been drafted, Gonzalez, Porter, or Banks, right? So then you're looking at guys like Emmanuel Forbes, who I do like, especially for a Giants team that was tied for last in turnovers. So I do like Emmanuel Forbes. I like the things that he brings to the table, but at a certain point though, too, you can't reach for need. Does BPA match need? Right? That should be the first thing. Is this the best player available here? Does it fit a need for us? Then under that, the hierarchy is probably best player available before you reach for need. If Osiris Torrance is on the board at 25, aside from maybe the wide receivers, if a Jordan Addison is there or something, he might be the best player available for the Giants.
You like Addison, mate?
And he might be, and he might not be.
It's what is Shane's board. I mean, if he's being honest, then he's going to go the best player on that board. Maybe
that's another great point too, Chris.
And we don't know what this board looks like. We're assuming what we know.
I actually tweeted out,
and he stays true to the board.
Falcons pick.
I actually tweeted out today too, Chris. I said, don't let your mock drafts, kind of dictate where you think players are going to go, right? Just because a player was available in the 4th round in your mock drafts doesn't mean he's going to be a 4th round player or teams are going to have a 4th round grade on him.
Yeah, right on. No, I agree with you. Yep.
Mayhem, you sizing me up for that jersey still, huh?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to just send me the DM asking for my address.
Oh boy, this is getting.
Pick is in. Falcons. You're announcing it right about now.
It's Bijan.
It's Bijan Robinson.
Oh yeah, Bijan Robinson. Wow.
Is everybody ready for Jalen Carter to be the new Fletcher Cox for the Eagles?
Oh my goodness! Pair him up with the other guy from Georgia.
Fletcher Cox is done after this year. He's going to slide right in. I can see it already.
Oh boy!
Come on, Bears.
Just waiting for the Falcons to ruin another skill position player.
Who's picking next? Chicago. Chicago next. They're going to take Carter.
I hope so.
Chicago's going to take Carter.
I hope so.
If I'm Chicago, I'm probably looking at the offensive line.
I'm trying not to look at my Twitter right now, guys.
Oh, my God. Here it is. The Bears just traded the pick to the Eagles. Goodbye, Jalen Carter.
No!
Goodbye, Jalen Carter.
Unbelievable.
All right, everybody, in case you're not paying attention, the Eagles and the Bears just made a trade.
Are you kidding me? The Eagles. Do they ever stop? Can it ever end?
Don't.
Well, you know
what? You know when it'll end? You know when it'll end is when Howie Roseman retires.
I mean,
you know what?
Thought this was it, and they
statue to any Philly, it needs to be Howie Roseman. That guy needs a statue.
Unbelievable.
So they traded their 10th to go down to 9.
Would he give up a 6th rounder to move up a spot?
Probably something crazy like that.
Oh my goodness! All right, Jalen Carter.
This is why Shane needs to do something big.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Boy, you team up Carter with the other kid? Oh my lord.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Jordan Davis.
Yeah, the other Georgia,
Right.
the other kid from Georgia that they drafted last year.
Right. Man.
Well, it's funny. It's going to be funny to watch Atlanta ruin Bijan Robinson like they ruined Kyle Pitts.
The pick is in already with the Eagles. You don't
Of course it is. Of course it is. It was handed to them on a silver platter.
Oh, God.
Howie Roseman called Ryan Poles and he goes, "I've got the photos. Give me the pick." Howie Roseman has dirt on every other GM in the NFL, and you can't tell me differently. This guy robs people blind, and they just let it happen.
The thing about it is, though, they can't draft wide receivers to save their life, but they get offensive.
Fine, I'm all right with that. You
Yeah.
can't say that entirely because they got Devontae Smith from us.
Yeah. Well, that was the first time in a long time, but yeah.
They jumped us with the Cowboys.
So the Eagles took the
Smith
10th
because Dave Gettleman couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
Teams with multiple first-round picks: Eagles, Lions, Seahawks, Texans. The Eagles have 2 because they have a 10th. They have a 10th round, a 10th pick from New Orleans, and the 30th. So the Eagles have 2 picks.
Yeah, they had the 30th pick too. Yeah,
but I don't think
10 and 13.
I don't think they gave up pick 30 for this.
No, you think so? No.
Well, it said it had 2.
No,
it has 2
they
first-round
probably-
picks.
I know, but they probably didn't have to give up much to move up one spot.
They traded their 10 and a 4th round pick next year.
See? Next year. They didn't even give a pick.
Why would Chicago want to make that trade? To go one spot back?
Because
Chicago
you know what it
has nothing
is?
to lose by trading one spot back.
Chicago has like a stupid amount of cap space. And here's the other thing is the contracts go down like systematically from like as you go up to the top towards, it's a lower contract. And then they just announced it on TV.
If I'm
While
Chicago,
we're all drowning our sorrows around the
It's
NFL
sick.
draft, I want to thank everybody in the room. I see a lot of you guys, like Cold and Joe. I see all you guys, independent. I see all you guys, in the chat room. Thanks for hanging out with us. For basically, it's like fan appreciation night for us. We're bringing on 60 people over the next 2 days, hanging out with us, just talking football. So appreciate everybody just jumping on, having a little bit of fun. I'm toasting with a Cape May IPA right there, having a beer. Truth has got his. I don't know what Mayhem's got, but it looks good.
I got my local brew in my Giants
Oh
glass.
yeah, man, it's got a little LT.
like the
on
LT
there.
there.
So-
Got LT,
Thanks for
it's
hanging
got
out.
Eli, and the helmet catch.
Kyrie. Yep.
I just want to remind everybody: Wednesday nights at 7:00 is Rush Hour with Nikki Six. Fantasy football and of course sports betting every single Wednesday. We're gonna have 3 leagues this year. We have the Ballers League, which is a paid league, the Rookie League, which is free, and then an all-female fantasy football league. So just to let everybody know, that's what's coming up on Wednesdays with Nikki. I hope you guys got a chance to check out the Isaiah Hodgins interview that we did. He was such a cool cat. And for all you folks that were not listening, we had Brian Rascona on from WFAN, and we were talking Barkley, guys. And I said right in the middle of Isaiah Hodgins' camp, when they were all together taking pictures, Saquon FaceTimed into the camp with all the kids. And I got to tell you, Barkley wants to be a Giant. He's going to be a Giant. I firmly believe that.
So just to backtrack on this trade, for Chicago to trade back one, they didn't really want Carter then.
No,
we'll see exactly who they wanted.
Well,
If I'm the Bears, I was
minute.
probably looking at offensive line anyway.
At number 9, okay.
I know Paris Johnson went, but
I got to get
Peter
Sarah here.
Skoronski's still on the board here.
All right, Mayhem. I'm letting you go, big dog.
All right, guys, have fun. I'll be
Thanks for
following.
coming
Thanks,
on,
man.
man.
Take care, Mayhem.
Mayhem, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
There it is.
Take it easy, fellas.
I'm bringing in our affiliate across the pond. Sari, how are you, man?
It's scary, mate. But yeah, I'm
Nobody
good.
is scary.
Yeah,
How
it's
are
scary. I'm good. Yeah.
Gary.
So have you been
What's
watching
up?
this? Like, have you been watching this crazy amount of trades?
I have. I was really hoping that the Bears were going to take Jalen Carter so we don't have to block him.
Well,
Well, now we do. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Now, the good thing is, obviously, with the way that he's been acting in the offseason,
Right.
he may be out of football by the time we need to worry about him too much.
Especially if he's going to Philadelphia. You know he's going to be looking for some trouble.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
yeah,
might not make
absolutely.
the Training camp.
Yeah.
Hey, Craig, I'm going to bounce. I just wanted to say thank you for having me on. I really appreciate all you guys. Appreciate what Rush does. Go Big Blue.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mark.
Madge,
Thank
always
you.
a pleasure, man. Like I told you, we got to do some more collaboration this season.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Have a good show.
All right, Madge.
man.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
All right, there we go. Whoa, there he is. All
There
right,
you go.
Gary, I want to know, especially the draft's falling a little bit weird with all these trades. Who was Kerry? Who's the guy you really wanted? Like, who do you want at 25?
Well, I have a draft board out there on Twitter, and I was kind of realistic about it. So I only put people in that I thought would actually make it past like the 20s.
Okay.
But I am hoping that Joey Porter Jr., who wasn't on my board because I thought he'd go by 17, basically he lasts. Even out, or we trade up a few spots and get him.
All right.
But
so
yeah,
Porter's
I take
Porter's
Porter
the guy.
Jr. over Banks and over Forbes. So yeah, that'd be ideal. I could see Addison. Addison's probably the best fit as a wide receiver.
So if you had to go, Addison's there and Porter's there. Who you going, Porter?
Or yeah, for sure. There's more receivers in this draft than there are corners, in terms of what fits us. But at the same time, it's like there's a long gap to the end of it at the end of the second round before we have to get to our next pick. That's a bit worrisome. Our cornerbacks are terrible. We got one corner.
I've been saying that all day long. That's why I keep telling people, do not draft Branch if he falls. We don't need a safety. We need a corner.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And the idea of he can cover it as a slot safety. Well, you're basically saying that Cordell Flott is going to start at outside corner.
Which we know at 175 pounds, he ain't hitting nobody.
Well, there is that. There's also the fact that he missed 5 games last year. So, it's like...
Yeah, most of our rookies missed a lot of games.
I know they did, but if you're going to bet on it, it's going to be like the skinny guys going to miss games, right? I mean, they got to get banged up.
Well, Chris, what did we say about Flott? He came up real big in the playoff game, right?
He did. He made a great play. He was hurt, but he played well. But I don't, you're gonna put all the trust in him second year, and he hasn't really had a lot of experience. So once again, you got to think long term. You're going to sign Adoree next year, right? He's $11 million this year. He might not be around next year, so you have to. These GMs prepare a year in advance. So
I don't think he will be.
Gary,
Yeah,
Ali wants to know. Hanley, let me throw this on the screen. Ali says, "I have this on in the background." Kerry, what is it? 3:21 a.m.
224.
Wow, look at you.
I love it.
I'm used to this, but by like Saturday or Sunday morning, I'm going to be like hanging. I tell you, it feels like jet lag. You do this for more than like one night going.
I love it. That's awesome. Good for you, man.
I hope you have a
awesome.
pint of something next to you.
Surprisingly, I do.
There you go. Hey. Love it.
There's no such thing as NFL and no beer. It just doesn't work for me.
All right, so who, Kerry, if there's someone that's going to slide, we were making jokes earlier about, Aaron Rodgers sliding or Larry Tunsil with the bong sliding. Is there anyone in this draft you think that has a potential to drop?
Well, I think Will Levis is going to drop a mile. But then I thought that while they were talking crap about the fact that he was going to go at 4 to Indianapolis. It's just like, he had a bad year. Yeah. And who wants to take a quarterback with a bad year that has mayo in his coffee? I mean, it's ridiculous, right?
The mayo in the coffee is
the mayo in his coffee is like that's a deal breaker before we start.
And what about eating a banana peel with the?
Oh yeah, well
that one doesn't bother me as much because I've seen people eat skins of all sorts of things, but the mayonnaise, the mayo in the coffee that just doesn't work.
yeah. Well, I can't stand bananas, so the fact that he eats them full stop to me is like that's disgusting to start with. But really, it's just basically a case of what you're reading about him and like interviews, and when you actually see him on screen, his demeanor, he doesn't seem like he's leader of a team. So I don't know. I don't know who's going to draft him.
He can throw though. He's got a good arm.
He does, but equally he throws a lot of interceptions.
Yeah, he's not accurate, right?
Yeah. So
I understand what you guys are saying, but he did play against the toughest of it, competition. Didn't have a great team. I don't know. I think he's been what everybody thinks he is.
Mm-hmm. I think he's truth. When I look at like Levis, not from an arm standard, because he does have a cannon. He can get rid of the ball fast. He snaps it off very fast. But like he's a Kirk Cousins to me. Like he's good, but not great. He can only get you to the Super Bowl if he has a good team around him, which again isn't bad either. But like, he's not as good as Carr, but I think he's just as good as Cousins. He's better. He's just as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. Like he can play in this league depending on the scheme and the team he goes to. I don't know where he, as Kerry just said, I don't know where he fits right now. Like, does he go to the Raiders with McDaniels? Like, does he?
Well, not now.
Not now. No, he's very past that. So the Bears obviously they decided to keep with the guy they drafted a couple of years ago. So that one's gone. They just took Darnell Wright.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I like him. He's a good right tackle.
Yeah, his stock has gone up big time. He's second tackle off the board.
Yeah.
And guys, not one receiver's gone off the board. We've only had one corner come off the board. So
yeah, but you know what, Chris? I think we're going to see that from like
Gonzalez next. You think Gonzalez?
Yeah, we're going to see like from 12 to like 22. A lot of wide receivers and corners.
I think so. And the tight ends.
I definitely agree with that. I can't see Detroit passing up on a corner.
At 18, right? At 18.
No, at 12. I mean, 18 might be fun, but at 12, I don't think they're going to pass up.
And we were just, especially because they traded Okudah this week. So that
so Dallas is going to go to Detroit probably.
I think so. No, actually, I'm not sure that he fits there. I mean, the whole knee biting thing, and when you're looking at the way that they want to play defense, I'm not sure he fits the style, but he certainly got the skills.
We definitely need the Raiders to do something stupid. I mean, not the Raiders.
They already have.
No,
they took a guy with a broke foot.
I meant to stop myself. We need someone after the Raiders to do something stupid to kind of, push those players down a little bit further. Because right now you're on the cusp where the player that you want, whether it's Banks or Porter or Addison, they're all going to go 21, 22, 23 right before you go. You need one wild card in here to do something stupid.
I'm hoping that's Minnesota. I think Minnesota stands a chance of being Levis's drop spot.
I agree with Kerry because there was a report today that Cousins wanted an extension. The Vikings will not do an extension with him, so that's going to possibly open up the door for a quarterback.
Because they really can use cornerbacks, that team.
Yeah, well, it's even out of Hendon Hooker. Either way, I can see two quarterbacks going before 25. Another two quarterbacks going before 25, in fact. So 5 before 25.
That's awesome. Can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, we need to run an offensive lineman. That's what we need. A bunch of tackles going.
Well,
a bunch of tight ends. Even better. Get tight ends off there. Get the guys off there too. Number three tight ends. 4 tackles,
Yeah.
We'll be okay.
Who's on the clock now, Truth?
Titans. The pick is in, though. So there's a commercial.
What do you guys think? What do you think on the Titans pick here?
Well, hopefully they're going to go mad and draft Levis. Somebody needs to go mad and draft Levis.
Maybe they go Hooker, from Tennessee, right? Tennessee
Oh,
Titans.
they could. They could go for the hometown guy. If they got, did they get a second first rounder later on, or not outlets so far?
Do they have 2 first-round
Wait a minute.
picks?
They
don't
traded
know if they
AJ
do.
Brown, so they may need it. They may need a receiver too. They may go Smith here.
Yeah, they could.
I don't know about Smith.
Oh, Johnson.
It worries me they could go Addison or something though. So you never know.
Oh, you don't get some-
I'm not sure who they'll take. I mean, they could take a
You know,
corner.
they've given up on all accounts. They've given up on Malik Willis. They're
That's
not going
right.
to.
And they're not too happy with Tannehill, right?
So I
Well,
you
no,
might be right
no,
with
no.
Levis.
Yeah. I mean, there were reports Tannehill was going to either get released or traded if they could find someone.
30
But,
million.
but Malik
Well,
Willis was
there.
never any good at Auburn. I never got the idea that, oh, he was better at Liberty. It's like, well, where's that?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been
Hope
saying that
it's
for
there.
years. Nobody buy in. I'm like, the guy didn't even rip it up at Liberty. I mean, you know, if he moved from a big school to a small school and he didn't do any better. I never understood the whole Willis thing.
Yeah, it's different. So who do you guys reckon the Titans going to take?
They could go quarterback.
I was saying that they could go Levis right here. Yeah.
Or Hooker.
I don't know about Hooker.
Didn't they release the left tackle as well?
Oh, yeah. Earlier in the what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank?
Yeah, he was always hurt.
Yeah, the Michigan guy.
He didn't play
Yeah.
much.
Hey, somebody
Right,
throw maybe Mark Thompson. He knows everything. Mark, who did the Titans let go? Their left tackle earlier in the year.
Lewin, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Taylor
Tyler Luan.
Taylor Luan, that's
Luan.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never know. They could decide maybe they need a new left tackle because I don't think they got one. I can't remember them getting one in free agency. So yeah.
So I guess
Skoronski could be a Skoronski here.
Yeah, I guess he'll go either way. Yeah, let's see. So far, so good.
Chris, you think Skorinsky here?
I think Kerry and somebody made a good point. Without Luan, I mean, that could be a spot, and his stock really rose the past.
They like
couple
him,
weeks.
yeah. They like he's a good offensive tackle.
I was just wondering if they, since AJ Brown was gone, if they needed a number one threat.
They drafted Traylon Burks last year in the first round after they traded AJ. So at least they tried something with it.
Good
But
point.
yeah, they kind of need a left tackle. I'm thinking maybe Broderick Jones here.
He's a possibility, Jones. He's a possibility.
I mean, Skorinsky's got a higher rating.
Yeah, he does. But then there's the worry that if he's a better guard, it's like, okay, so you drafted a tackle or play guard.
Move him, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not sure they want to do that.
Nikki's prediction is in that the Giants are going Addison.
Yeah, if he's there.
Yeah.
I believe that. That makes some sense.
I'd be fine with that if he's there and like a Banks is gone, or I just like that.
Skoronski. There you go. Picked in.
All right. Good.
I got one right.
There you go. Left tackle.
See
So
that now? Look, 11 picks in. We have 3 of the tackles off the board already.
And only one cornerback.
Right. And only one.
No receivers.
I think Detroit would probably take a cornerback. But you never know. I mean, as I say, there were rumors they didn't like. They obviously wanted Witherspoon, and I can't blame them. I mean, he's like a slightly smaller Mark Collins.
And their offense scored a lot of points, so I could see them more going defense because that's where they got beat up last year.
See, with the Okuda trade, it's a Gonzalez.
I got Cold. Cold says, now we have to face Carter twice a year. Shaking my head along with Jordan Davis. It's true, man. It's like the Eagles just keep putting it on, man. Just keep putting it on.
Yeah, they do. You gotta hate them, right?
Yeah, I do.
And then probably with the 30th pick, they'll probably get the Alabama running back.
Oh, don't.
Son of a bit. Why you got to go there, Truth? Why you got to do that? We're trying to have
you jinxed it now, man. Come on.
Yeah, you know what? Because you said that, I'm going to get a beer now.
You know what would really be great? If they really wanted the Alabama running back, and then we could trade back just for somebody to draft him in front of him. Just make sure you're not having him. It's fine. Same with Dallas. Dallas is worrying me actually for 26 taking Gibbs.
They could, yes, they could. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Cincinnati or Kansas City would like to throw us a bone or something if we get that far down and we've still got like multiple choices on the board.
We talked about that earlier. Trading back.
Yeah, trade back and then trade up in 2 and 3 and 4 and whatever. We're not going to draft like 11 rookies. There's no way.
Lions pick is in.
Already?
Said, why would Detroit go running back?
Wow.
Yeah, did they take Gibbs? No.
Lions pick is in. I don't have the pick yet, though.
No, the pick's not up yet.
Gibbs is too early at 12.
But Levis definitely looks like a man that hasn't been picked yet.
You don't think the Lions would go Levis, do you? Like because they don't love Goff, but Goff had a great year.
He did have a great year, But at the end of the day, it's like Goff's still Goff, right? You see him play. Apart from against us, he looked good, but then we were lousy that week.
Well, they got 2 picks, right? Detroit.
Yeah, 12 and 18.
Yeah.
No, Skorinsky's going to
be. They still get a good corner at number 18 as well.
They could. Oh my God, Jemiah Gibbs. They took Gibbs.
They did take Gibbs. Wow. And they have a great running back.
On?
Holy shit!
I did not see that.
These are the kind of things that happen on draft night.
Wow.
And the other guy.
Hey, so the idea that like running backs are overvalued, no one's taking them in round 1. Here they go at what, 9 and 12 or 8 and 12?
Yeah. And by the way, that is perfect for the Giants.
Yeah, that really is. It's like just keep pouring it on, guys. We want offensive linemen and tight ends, and all the positions that we don't want. Keep coming, and then we're getting what we want.
Green Bay picking, right?
Green Bay is up next. Yes, I'm gonna go for either tight end or they're going Jackson Smith and Jigbeer.
Okay, so you're looking at tight end or wide receiver.
Yeah, tight end and wide receiver.
Okay, because they lost their wide receiver in free agency, didn't they?
Yeah, it's mainly just to stick their thumbs up at the quarterback. We never drafted you a single wide receiver in round 1. Now we're going to do it because you left.
Because he left.
It's not like they're vindictive, but they are, I'm sure.
Packers on the clock. I don't know. I mean, all right. So again, talk about craziness. How much do they love?
Jordan Love?
Yeah.
They love him more than Levis because there's nobody else left.
I
think they're committed to him. I think they're committed to him.
Yeah.
Well, he played okay last year.
Yeah. He did.
He didn't do badly, and it's just a case of it's his time. You got to find out first before you throw him under the bus, So
I know the same thing about Fields, but like he just wants to run the ball. He never throws the ball.
So really quick, that looks like they're happy. Green Bay, they're all high-fiving here.
Yep. Going to be Jackson Smith and JPO, followed by they're gonna cut away, and they're actually going to FaceTime with the quarterback. They let go.
So let me ask you a question, guys. We've had 12 picks so far. How many of those picks were best player on the board? Out of the 12, probably a couple.
Yeah, I mean,
it was mostly
quite a few.
Nah, it was Will Anderson. It was Carter.
Yeah, BJ's worth the pick, man. BJ's well worth a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I do. I think
that's 3 guys out of 12 picks were probably best player available.
Yeah.
Who are you missing right now that you don't think was top 10? Carter?
You talking about me?
I'm just saying, like, who do you think like got skipped over? That's not
Gonzalez, basically. Gonzalez for sure.
Because they all look like to me best player available. Give or take a slot or two.
I don't think this guy. I don't think the kid Gibbs was the best player available.
No, I don't think that.
No,
they went for need.
That's a draft out of need. Yeah.
Yeah.
So was it all offensive linemen's picks were all out of
No,
need.
Skorinsky was.
He wasn't best. He's not the best player on the board right now.
He's the
Yeah, I
best.
agree with
He's the
Mike.
best. He's the best tackle on the board.
That was neat. Yeah, it was a neat pick.
Yeah, it was a need pick. So right now the needs are dominating right now.
Oh yeah.
All right, pick is in. Pick is in.
Setting up
Makes
nice for the
sense.
Giants. Really
It
is
seems
halfway
like-
there.
It seems like Siri, you're getting the results quicker than we are. 'Cause,
Yeah, well, I'm just getting the graphics that says the pick is in.
Okay, well, I'm on adverts at the moment, so I have no idea what the hell's happening. But you know, I mean, Sky. I'm watching it on Sky TV over here, and yeah, they're picking up the feed from NFL Network.
oh, it's quicker than ESPN, though. I can tell you that.
Let me bring in my main man. Let me bring in my main man Jim in here because he's in the back. Let me bring him in too. Jim, where'd he go? I lost him.
Yeah, that happens.
So Jim and I, Jim donated some money last year, and we sponsored the Chase Blackburn golf outing.
Oh, that's good.
Cool.
Jim,
There he is.
how are
What's
you,
going
my
on,
friend?
guys?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Listen. I hope my audio is okay. I'm actually sitting at the Molly Pritchard service station. I was at the stadium tonight for the draft party for a little bit, and I had to pull off so I could be part of this distinguished broadcast, this draft party, this draft analysis.
Love it. I love it, man. Jim is the man. Jim, how was the draft party?
How was the draft party? Listen, I love my Giants. I love Big Blue. It just wasn't the best event they could put on. Yeah, they split the stadium with the Jets, and it was just not a good atmosphere. I would love to have stuck around for the Giants pick, but I figured let me get out of here, see if I can get home, get comfortable, and try to enjoy the draft for a little bit.
Yeah, I got you. Sometimes those things they put on are overrated.
Craig, hold on. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Let me see if I can increase the audio here.
Yeah, no problem. What do we got here?
See here.
I still have the same graphic.
So go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
These commercials.
I was saying that sometimes the Giants, they put stuff on that isn't the best. So it happens, right?
I'm not hearing anything. You guys, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We hear you. I hear you fine. I guess he can't hear us, though.
No.
I can also probably type them in the chat, too.
So while you're doing that, Joe.
There we go. Sorry about that, gentlemen.
That's okay. Can you hear us?
We hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm sorry about that, guys.
Oh. I was just basically saying sometimes the Giants, they produce these events that you think are going to be great, and they aren't that great.
No, I was talking with my buddy who we went up, and we were both there back in 2003 when the Giants drafted Eli, and that was a great event. And I went so many years after with my kids. Back in 2018, we were there, and I was there with my two boys, and we got to meet Saquon. They brought us back to meet Saquon and everything, and that was such an experience. But this year, it just didn't feel the same. I mean, it was just overcrowded, commercialized, and I kind of wish, I had just stayed home for it. But
Are you paying
move on.
attention as your draft party goes on? Like there's been
Lucas
like 4
Van Ness.
trades.
I'm sorry.
There's been like 4 trades. The board is falling in the Giants' favor right now.
Yes, it is. I'm looking for. Listen, Craig, I've been listening to some of what you've been talking about since I left the stadium, and I'm with you. I think we need a cornerback. I don't want us to reach for any of these wide receivers. I'm not in love with any of them. I look at Addison from USC. I don't like any USC players. I've always had a disdain for them, I guess, after the Bush push. I'm a big Notre Dame fan, so I don't think there's anybody to come there. I think we need a lockdown corner, especially when you look at the rest of the division with the receivers they have.
So the Packers take Van Ness?
Yeah, Van Ness off the board.
Yep.
So we're more than halfway there, and only 1 corner is off the board. So that's
And by the way,
guys.
here's the thing about Van Ness. All I wanted Van Ness to do is not go to the Eagles.
Yeah. That fits.
Instead they get Carter.
Yeah, well, again, though, he's still injured, right? So we don't know what's going to happen there.
What do you mean he's injured?
He had the bad foot.
No, that's Wilson.
Oh, that's right. That was Wilson. I'm sorry.
He's got the legal trouble. Yeah,
Yeah. Sorry, I got those two backwards. One legal, one with a bad foot.
Yeah.
I would be pretty happy if I was the Packers here.
Oh, guys, we got a trade at 14.
14. Yep.
Pittsburgh's going up.
Oh, they want Porter.
Are they going for?
No, they're going for Gonzalez, surely.
No, they got to take Porter Jr. They gotta.
Over Gonzalez?
Well, Joey Porter's probably telling him, pick my son. Pick
The
my
fan base
son.
will kill him.
They're going to go heritage right here.
It could be Banks because Tomlin's son's at Maryland.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Hey, Jim, you remember Terrell Thomas?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
I think Banks from Maryland plays just like Terrell Thomas. Every time I see him, I'm like, that cat is what was his nickname, Chris? T2?
Look at Joey Porter in the background.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Craig.
Yeah.
T2 and 2 ACLs, unfortunately.
Yeah, listen, but kind of like Dominic Hickson, and we've interviewed him, right? Those guys both of them came back from 2 ACLs. That's not an easy thing to do.
He was ready to be a Pro Bowler, like almost all pro. When he got
Terrell
hit.
Thomas.
Terrell Thomas. Yeah, he was getting right there to be.
Yep, by far. Yep.
I like the Van Ness to pick. I do. I know you were saying, Chris, that he kind of caught on late and, he got to loan him. But I think he's got a high ceiling. I think he's almost a little bit.
Yeah,
I like that pick too.
Well, it just shows you that Iowa defense, right? I mean, it was hard for him to get on the field.
Well, that's why I took not that I took offense to it, but everybody is yelling at me about Branch and that Belton can't do the job. I'm like, why can't he? No one knows what he can do. Like, we only had him on for 1 year. He had 2 interceptions. Yeah, okay, he got in the doghouse for a game, but I have full faith that Dane Belton and Bennett can do the
Well, the fact they let Love walk tells you right there they have faith in him, and then they brought in McCann.
I don't think we're preaching Branch. I think it was only if all the other options were off the board.
Well, everybody was just telling me how he can play corner, he can play safety. I'm like, I don't give a shit. He can't play corner and safety at the same time.
He can play nickel corner, but if we're looking for an outside guy, who cares?
Kerry, if we draft a nickel corner in the first round, I'm jumping.
Oh, you'll die, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if we draft Brian Bressy, I'm never coming back.
There you go. Kerry,
Craig, I only think that happens if Jerry Reese is taking over the draft board this year.
Oh, man. Why you got to do that, Jim? Why you got to do that? It's kind of like Fight Club. We don't talk about Jerry Reese on draft day.
I mean, we don't talk about the panic pick of Eli Apple that year,
or the JPP at tight ends. No, we don't. Kerry, I'm going to let you go, man.
All right, guys, love you and leave you.
Yo,
Thanks, Kerry.
Take care.
Bye. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for supporting the crew. We love you. I'm gonna bring in Smooth, my man Mark. Bow, bow. What's up?
What
Smooth?
up? How we doing?
What's going on?
What's going on, big dog?
How you doing,
Big
guys?
Smooth.
Hey,
How
Smooth.
you doing?
Tell me you're paying attention to this mayhem of draft. Yeah.
Oh God,
exactly.
listen. I don't know if everyone knows, but my wife is a Cowboys fan, so we have one rule in the house: fuck Philly. That's the one rule. That's the one.
When are you
thing
gonna
we
agree on?
So of course we're sitting there because we're both in SEC country and we watch a lot of SEC football. She's a UT gal, and she looked at me and went, "The Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter, aren't they?" And I went, "Yep." And that's exactly what happened. And we both were sitting there like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah. Yeah,
so they lose Jordan Hargrave, or what's his name?
Yeah, you're right. Hargraves, right?
Hargraves, and now they have Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter for the next fucking 10 years.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Fletcher Cox will be gone. Brendan Graham will be gone, and we'll have these two guys to deal with.
Oh.
And with the 30th pick, they're going to get Nolan Smith.
Yeah, this whole draft's been just insane. The only thing I could say, Mark, is that and Jim and Chris, we were just talking about it. Like, you couldn't ask it to fall a better way.
Yeah, another tackle.
Yep. No, I agree. It's one thing I said. Like,
that's awesome.
Yes.
Earlier is that it is falling, and I know Tom. I have to give my boy Tommy G from Tommy's Takes some love too. He tweeted the exact same thing. He was like, even though we're not happy with the Jalen Carter pick, it really couldn't have fallen better for the Giants. There's a run of tackles. There's a run of, defensive players. Listen, people are going to make fun of the Lions. I honestly think the Lions were like, listen, we have 5 of the next 43 picks. We're taking our running back that is going to catch the ball and be an absolute monster in Jahmyr Gibbs. My absolute favorite player in this draft at 12. Maybe it's high, but then now they have all these value picks in the next 4. Yeah. So I actually think it was smart, but that's me.
And here's the Jets at 15, probably going to look for a tackle too if it's high enough on the board because
who's left?
Yeah.
Who's left right now?
Jim.
Could they go tight end here?
Who did you want, Jim? Who did you want the Giants to pick at 25?
Who do I want?
Yeah, who did you want at 25?
I mean, I'm fine with any one of the cornerbacks, like Banks, I think would be there. You know, I'm not, like I said, I'm not very high on any of the wide receivers. So I'd go cornerback. I'm defensive player at heart. So Banks would be good. I'd take if Porter Jr.'s there. I mean, again, I'm reaching, but at 25, I think, especially this year, you got to take best player available.
Yeah. Well, right now that's what Mark was just saying. Like, it is falling in the Giants' favor that Banks, Porter, Addison. Like, there's a chance that one of them are there, which is, again, anything could happen, right? But you still got a tackle on the board. You still got Levis on the board.
Right. Who do you think the Commanders go with? I know the Jets are on the clock, but think about division wise.
Commanders could go cornerback too.
Yeah, right up. I think so too. Keep an eye on Torrance here.
Actually, wait a second. I know this is going to be a wild card here, guys, but am I crazy to say the Commanders could go Levis?
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Craig. I could see that.
I thought the Patriots might go because, I mean, listen, I know Mac Jones was a quarterback a couple years back, but he leaves a lot to be desired from his arm, from his his antics. I know they were stuck with Judge.
They need better offensive coordinator for him.
I get it, but I just feel like the talent around it's not like an Anthony Richardson situation where this guy has all the talent in the world. You need to mold him. Mac Jones needs to I don't know, maybe thank his lucky stars that he's actually had Nick Saban and Bill Belichick as his two coaches, and not been with I don't know a shitty college coach because he wouldn't have been drafted. You know what I mean? He's a product of his environment, in my opinion.
He could, again, kind of like Brady, Mac Jones could develop into something, but I don't see it. You know what I mean?
No.
I don't see that hunger in him.
I don't see the arm strength. Forget about, I think he's got the type of mentality, but
the makeup.
I mean, yeah, in this league, man, you have to have, there's not a lot of Drew Breeses in the world. I think that's one out of, I don't know, the last 20 years of a guy who has no arm but can anticipate and do the things that everyone says. That's just not, you're not going to see that every year. It's just, we try to recreate it, but it's not going to happen.
Well, that's what I said about what do you call it? Drafting a 5'11" quarterback at the first pick in the draft. I don't care. Listen, Mark, you and I have talked ball. I've talked Jim. I've talked all you guys. At the end of the day, history is history, and you can go Doug Flutie, and you can go Drew Brees. 5'11" quarterbacks don't make it in the NFL.
They don't.
And I'm thinking I don't care if the guy is Einstein. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know he's a cerebral cat, but he's 5'11". He's gonna get banged around. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I'm with you there. God, I think what's going to happen, I think that, I don't know, the Jets on the clock, they're taking their time here.
They are
with
taking
best
their time.
available.
They wanted that tackle for Jones.
They could,
hey, guys, do you think the Jets take another corner to complement Sauce?
They could. If you take
Gonzalez, right?
Yeah.
Gonzalez is there. Yep. Oh, yeah, that's right. He is there. He's positionally, he's 8th overall.
The question is that franchise is going to, couch out to Rodgers. So what does Rodgers need?
I mean, wait, hold on. So Rodgers got what he needs. He's got Lazard. They signed McCart Holdman, right?
Yep.
Hardman.
He's got his OC and Hackett.
Get his OC. He's got
offensive
Garrett
line.
Wilson. He's got
Yeah, but
CJ
what do you call it? It's a
Uzomah.
bust. Isn't he a tackle?
Becton, he's coming back. Supposedly he's supposed to be ready for training camp, but that's a crapshoot, right? So do they reach and go for a guard here? Maybe like Osiris Torrance.
No, man,
Which
that
would be a reach at that number.
Yeah, that would be a reach.
You're
right.
They need help on that line.
Well,
I think
who's to
Jim's
say we
right.
don't trade back, guys?
I think Jim's right. You really could go corner here, and it'd be a good pick. I mean, Gonzalez probably thought he was going to go right around here anyway, right? So Gonzalez could be the pick.
I know they have a good.
I see the war room here. Douglas is on the phone, so this could be a trade.
Could move back now. That
I wouldn't be surprised if they trade back, considering that they don't have like a favorable board for what they need.
Mark, what did you want? Like putting it all aside, what did you want? Like, what was you going? I want regardless of scenario. Did you want receiver, DB? What did you want out of the pipe?
I've literally, Craig, I've made fun. Everybody that's asked me this, and I won't do it to you, but everyone's asked me, they're like, "What's your list?" And you know what the number one pick is? I've always been like, "Who do you want?" I'd be like, "Your mom." No, I'm kidding. I literally have said, no, I've literally said to everybody, like, I don't have a favorite because the wide receiver position is great, but it's not a really. There's no stud. There's no Jamar Chase. There's no. Quentin Johnson's the best body type, but I don't know if his route tree is there. Like, if you look at this board, you got Jackson Smith and Jigba is probably the most all-around player, but he's a small guy. You got Zay Flowers. Love Zay.
Too small.
Again, small. They're all small, though. Who's the biggest guy in the draft?
And that's the thing. We have plenty of small guys in our receiver room. We don't need another slot type receiver.
I know.
You know, we need big body.
I wouldn't be opposed if they went cornerback, picked up one of the small guys later, or if Quentin Johnson was to drop into the second round, picking him. I love Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman. Those are my Tennessee boys. I feel like they're good possession receivers. Jalen Hyatt take the top off the defense. We definitely don't have that. You know, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have a like. There's no position that I was like, I'm dying to get.
Well, what about reverse? What would upset you if they picked it?
Oh God, if they went Will Levis at 25, that would be stupid.
Well, we know that's not going to happen. But what else would upset?
Yeah, you asked them.
I know.
I would be pissed if they went a conservative tight end. If they went Michael Mayer or Mayer, that would piss me off too, because it's unnecessary. If you're going to go tight end, you go Darnell Washington or you go Dalton Kincaid, because these guys are fucking monsters.
Kincaid,
Don't give me a 4.7 40 tight end that's just a blocking tight end who's a good receiver. It's basically
he's a Jason Witten clone, which is good, but not.
No, I'm telling you guys, I've done. You know, truth will tell you. I know my tight ends, man. I spend a shit ton of time on the tight ends. Mayer is slow. He's got no explosiveness. Yes. People don't realize it because at Notre Dame, he runs people over. He's so slow out of his stance. He is not an explosive receiver at all. He's got the size, right? He's not going to be that guy at the next level. Just tell me.
But he's also, and you're right, he's also not, like, as big as he is, he's not that much of an impact blocker. Like, that's the whole point. He's going to get drafted and he's going to struggle until he kind of gets a little lighter on his feet, which is fine. I really wouldn't be mad if Nolan Smith dropped all the way to us. Take him.
Yeah.
I'm a defensive guy. I love edge rushers. Fucking give me as many edge rushers as possible. Yeah. Give me that old school NASCAR package. Even more old school when I was a kid. Give me the LT Carl Banks. Like, just get after it. You could never go wrong with an edge rusher.
You're sounding like Ernie Accorsi right there. Never have too many edge rushers, you know?
Well, that's what they thought about Cedric Jones.
Right, Don't pick up the one time.
They went in with Tuck, JPP, OCU Manura, Kiwanuka. Like, they ran it like one right after another. Yeah, Cedric Jones was the blip, but for a good decade, they didn't miss on a D end in a long time. I mean, I know that was running a 4-3 defense, but they didn't miss on those guys.
Let me tell you something. I know I'm kind of coming up against it with you guys having other people on, but Will McDonald IV he's the 25th overall kind of rated player in this draft. If he's there and they don't like any of the receivers and they're not enamored with the cornerback, at 6'4", 240, guy is a fucking demon. I know he played in the Big 12, so that's always an issue with, playing at Iowa State, but he's unblockable. if he's in the right situation, you put him in Wink's defense. That's my sleeper pick. I'd love to see him get drafted.
I love it. Man, the Jets are milking this thing.
They're making an announcement right now.
They picked him.
I got Dave. I see you in the background. I'm going to get you in a sec.
Will McDonald.
They got him.
Wait, they did?
Jets fans.
Wow.
Will McDonald.
I didn't see that.
That's a little early for him, but that's good.
Hey, make sure you clip this shit because that's who I wanted.
Oh, really?
I just said it. I was like, if he's there, take him. He's a monster.
Good call. Good call.
It's a little early, though.
Nice call.
Yeah, but if you like a guy, listen, I feel like the Jets on defense, they have a great defense already. They were like, let's stack another. That's the Eagles thing right now. Let's get another position of strength and dominate that position. Do it.
I'm all for it.
How is he against the run?
You know what? He's not great, but at the same time, like if you're in college, you're an outside linebacker and you're getting 10, 12 sacks a year, you're a draft pick. Like that's what he made his money off of right there. And he went higher than what people thought, I guarantee you.
Iowa State,
how that translates.
you damn right he went higher than you thought. Ohio State.
But all I'm saying is that's funny as I mention him and then he gets picked.
Dude, that was a little weird, Mark. You just said it. Oh wait, he comes out of a 4-point stance too.
Yeah,
he does both.
Man, like, listen,
you don't stand up.
No, he does. He did both.
Yeah, he's versatile. I listen. Iowa State's not like your typical Big 12 team too. Like they're kind of a grinded, hang 'em and bang 'em team. Like they're not like a shitty defense that just gives up a million points. It's not like Oklahoma.
I'm watching his highlights, and he's always down 3 or a 4-point stance. He gets after it though. Hey Jim, I'm gonna let you go, but thanks for hanging out, dude.
Thanks for having me, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Go Big Blue. Talk to you soon.
And what we were talking about earlier, I'll hit you up on something. So Blackburn, when he moved, I literally called him and he's like, "How far away are you from Carolina? I could use an extra set of hands." I was like, "Dude, I am not helping you move, man."
No, man.
Dude, tell it. Yo,
listen. I'll send the check, but I won't do that. And then Craig, I'm working on the other guest for you too. I should have some information next couple of weeks. Okay.
Just so you know, I want to give props. Like Jim stepped up and donated some money to when we had Chase Blackburn's golf outing last spring. Jim stepped up for a donation. Him and I split it, and we donated the money for the beer cart at Chase Blackburn's outing. Which Jim, I give you a little pound because that was amazing of you to do. Appreciate your friendship. I think the golf outing is going to be put off again because he's moving, new team, right? So he's a little bit out of his element. He's not that Tennessee Carolina thing no more. So I'll ping him, but I know when he did say literally when I hit him up, he was like, "I'm literally moving." He goes, "Unless you can get over here and move some furniture." And I thought it was funny because I was like, "Come on, man!" I was like, "You make more in a month than I make in a year." I'm like, "I'm sure you can afford some movers." He's got like 4 boys. I'm like, put him to work.
Right. I hear you.
But Jim, I'll find something we could do.
All right, I appreciate it, Craig. Keep up the good work, guys. Really appreciate everything. Bye.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring in Dave, and he's hanging out in the back. Boat. Dave.
How y'all doing?
What's going on, man?
Well,
Washington picked in already, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, this draft's crazy, Dave. It's crazy.
I think I told you guys when Bellinger got picked last year that I was going to get his 45 jersey, and there it is right there.
I know. I was like, "Whoa, Craig, stand up one more time. Do it again." Chris, you see this? Look.
I did. It's a classic already.
It is a classic already.
I swear to God, if the one thing that I don't want to see is the Giants do something crazy and pick Luke Musgrave or something nuts. I'm like, yeah. I mean,
although the one thing that people will say about Luke Musgrave is that he is the closest thing to Travis Kelce that this draft has seen.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Like I said that to the guys
man.
before you. I've said that to you guys before you guys got on, or you got on, buddy. I was like, if they pick a tight end, it just can't be Meyer. That's the only. That's the only one that I'll be pissed about because if you pick the other guys,
Mark, we do the draft show on Thursday. Truth and Spartan Mike do the draft show, and they only let me on for one position, and it's the tight ends, and that's always like my spot, my jam. And I'm the only one. I'm on that skinny branch. I'm like, the guy is not explosive. Mayer is so slow out of his stance. He's not going to be the same guy he was in the pros.
I swear. Listen, I love Darren Waller. I was thrilled when they picked Darren Waller, but if they pick another tight end,
well, this early, crazy.
Yeah. You want to go a 3 tight end set? Let's go nuts.
Let's do it. I feel like the Redskins might pick Dalton, or Commanders may pick Dalton Kincaid. That's my pick.
Kincaid is the thing about Kincaid is that he's already 25.
He's a monster. Well, he played at Utah. Awesome. What do you expect? There's nobody leaving early at Utah.
Yeah.
That's Mormon country, right?
That's right. Because he's already got a wife and 4 kids.
Yeah. He literally.
You mean 2 wives and 4 kids?
Because he transferred. Yeah. Right. By the way, Dave, if you're at all interested, it's completely up to you. You send me that jersey that you're wearing, I'll get Bellinger to sign it.
Awesome. That would be great.
I got really tight with his dad, So long story short is after Bellinger gets drafted, the night before he came to the Giants for camp, we interviewed him that night. And Chris, were you on there with me?
Yeah, I was. Yes.
Paul, was it Dunleavy? So Dunleavy Dunleavy is on the phone with his dad in the other room, and he's like, I thought your son was going out. He's like, I don't know. He's just talking ball with these rush guys, and Daniel hung out with us for like an hour talking shop. Turns out that his grandfather, was the very first plane off the boat during for the World War II bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Right.
Yeah. Like his grandfather, died in the war. Like he was like literally like when we launched our planes, like Bellinger Sr. was one of the first planes off the boat.
Yeah.
And they've got like years of history of military folks.
Wow.
And they were on the West Coast because of the whole military. So they were kind of excited to come back to the East Coast. His dad, Frank, awesome guy. So I give you, if you want it, I'll ask Frank if we could get it signed for you. I'll even have you just ship it right to Frank, and I'm sure he can get Daniel to sign it for you.
Hey, that would be fantastic. That kid, I mean, him and unfortunately Gates left, but those are my 2 guys that I really root for.
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean, yeah, of course, you have Thibodeau, and you have, Andrew Thomas, and you have Sexy Dexy and all those guys. But the blue collar guys, I mean, I'm a postal worker. I work, graveyard shift, hardcore. I had to take 2 days off. I got my honey jack underneath, and I'm hanging out. So, and I took 2 days off of this. I'm a union rep. I'm blue collar. So, let's go blue collar guys.
That's Giant football. Old school.
That is Giants football, yeah.
Flashy guy.
And by the way, Washington just took Forbes, so good. Yep. Take him. I want to see the Giants run right at him.
Why are all these Cowboy fans sleeping?
I have to say, Forbes scared the hell out of me. Everybody was saying, "Oh, let's take Forbes." No, he's too wily, as they say.
He makes Cordell Flott looks like he's about 205.
These guys, I don't understand. Though. These guys stink.
9 picks.
Yeah, you know what though, guys? When it comes to Forbes and Christian Gonzalez just went to the Pats. The thing with listen, if you can handle the SEC, you are a ball player. That's the one thing about when it listen, we joke around about how many people do mock drafts and people don't know anything about mock drafts. But guess what? If you don't know anything about mock drafts and you just fill it with SEC players, you're going to be pretty good. Like you'll be fine.
Yeah. So here you go, Mark. This one's for you. So Leonard Marshall, who went to LSU, spends a lot of time, down there on the sideline for games. And he told me that, Stingley gets all the press, but he said that Flott was not as good as Stingley. But if Stingley wasn't there, Flott would be the number 1. He doesn't get the press, and he moves inside and outside from slot to outside. They said Leonard said he actually has a lot of talent. He's just going to take actually a little bit of time to groom him, because he just didn't get thrown at. He wasn't the focal point of the defense. And then on the other side is he needs to put some weight on. He's got to get up to 185 to play it, in the NFL.
Well, the funny thing is you have three guys that they picked up last year. You have Dane Belton, you have Cordell Flott, and you have Wandale. Wandale got lit up by Dane Belton a couple of times, and I saw him torch Cordell.
So Dave, I know this is a shameless plug, and I'm apologizing in advance for the shameless plug, but we interviewed Belton and Bellinger. It's on the YouTube channel. And Belton was a really, really cool dude. Yep. And I'm rooting for him. Because like I said, I saw Belton laying out Robinson on numerous occasions.
Right.
I think he's kind of, he's got a good chip on his shoulder. He's a good kid. I'd like to see him get a chance. Yeah. Okay. He got in the doghouse for a game, but I'd like to see Belton get a shot at it. I would.
Well, I have to say too that, so the Giants say this whole thing about smart, tough, dependable.
Mm-hmm.
And then their entire draft class got hurt basically. The best offseason pickup was the field. Hopefully, let's see if these guys can stay healthy. I love Belton. I think he's going to develop into a guy.
Well, I like Iowa football players, right?
Yeah. Right, of course.
Yeah, Iowa, sure.
Guys, this is the picks now where the wide receivers and the rest of the corners are going to go probably.
So Lions.
Right. The Lions are going to pick up
Gonzalez. So what's that? 2 corners off the board or 3?
2.
That's 2.
Three.
Is it 3? Witherspoon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
4.
Gonzalez and 4.
Gonzalez.
Witherspoon.
Joey Porter's still there.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to go.
Oh yeah. I'm actually surprised.
Mark, I'm going to let you go, big dog.
Yep.
Have a good rest of your night.
But listen, hey, look, you and I, we talk. Thanks for, always supporting what we do and stuff. And, I love what you're doing. I know you're you're rocking the new biz. So good luck with that.
Real quick, let me just tell you, just so you know, if anyone watches this, if you have a business and you need someone to recruit for you, the name of the business is going to start May 15th. It's going to be called Recruiting Giants. Just so you know. So
love it.
Let's go.
Yeah, listen. So guys. So Mark and I, we've been talking, for a good year. We've become pretty friendly. If you honestly, we try to keep the community to look out for each other.
Absolutely.
If you need some bodies in your building, if you own a business,
yep.
At least call. If you need a referral, like I said, I'll hook you up with Mark. But if you own a business or
there's
someone,
my big board.
Give him a
there's
chance.
My war room. Right here. This is my big board.
Awesome. So anyway, he's a good
Gettleman's.
He's a good guy.
That's right.
I always refer to him because he played ball. I played ball. We talk about being a washed-up athlete, so we have some fun with it. So we always got along. But again, Smooth, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting everything we do at Rush, man. And we'll do some collaborating during the season.
Have a good one.
Later, Smooth.
I gotta say, I never played ball. I was kind of nerdy. If Peter Brandt from Moneyball was into football, I'd be more into that because I have an education background and I'm also a union rep. So the contract stuff fascinates me as well as the development of the players and all of that.
I can't do it, Dave. I can't do it. You know why? You know why I can't do it? I'm this guy. Chris and Truth will tell you. I'm like, it ain't my money, so I don't care.
Right.
They spend so much time ripping apart cap and who can afford this and this guy's signing bonus. I'm like this.
Yeah, it fascinates me because of the union tie. But what I'll say is, Branch is off the board at this point for the Giants. I think because somebody's going to drop them, whether it be Nolan Smith or whoever.
We're close, though. We're close, Dave.
Yeah. I took a look at their 30 visits. I know Brian Bazea was on there. I know somebody mentioned Will McDonald.
Alex in the background too. Let me bring Alex in while we're talking. Go ahead, keep going, Dave.
I know
Alex.
Will McDonald was mentioned, but who else? I don't think John Jacob Jingle, Michael Smith is gonna get picked at 25. I think that they would draft back if they don't like anybody, which I would be shocked at, because how many wide receivers have been drafted yet? I mean, there's got to be somebody.
Nobody.
That they
Nobody.
pick.
Not one yet.
All four top guys are Addison, Flowers,
Right.
Smith.
Johnson.
They're still on the board.
Yeah.
Najigba, I mean, if Najigba, can you imagine Twitter? Twitter's going to shut down.
Yo, tomorrow's going to be a good day, baby. What's up, Alex? How are you?
What's going on? How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
No, dude, come on, man. Listen. So guys, in case you guys don't know, Alex did a guest spot on with Nikki. You know, we wanted to throw him to the Wolves and see how that went. You know, I'm trying to get Alex. Where are you? You're down south. Where are you?
I'm down here in Houston.
All right, so he's a Southern guy too. I don't know how he got out there, but it's okay because I'm trying to work Alex over a little bit. You know, to get him to come over and do some work with us because I don't know, like we do cool shit at Rush. I mean, look, what did we do this last month, Chris? We streamed live from Nick Gates's camp. We streamed live from Isaiah Hodgins' camp. We interviewed Jack Anderson. Right. What else did we do? We had Brian on from WFAN last week. We do cool shit. Yeah. So I said, Alex, we got to talk. We got to talk about some stuff. So his response was, well, what would that entail? I said, all right, well, we got to get together because you only went on Nikki's show. You weren't actually on the Big Dog show.
Yeah.
So, you know, well,
I got a busy schedule. I was just trying to see, like, all right, like what would it look like? What days would we be doing this?
No,
I'm down.
I'll make it look good. Everything we do looks good.
There we go.
Well, not everything. I follow along. Look at my room. Look at the lighting.
Alex, they don't call me King Rush for nothing, bro. Come on.
That's true.
Well, call you other things, but we can't say it on
air. We're ripping through like 30 guests tonight, 30 guests tomorrow. So I asked everybody the same question. In a perfect world, past the scenarios and what's gone on, who did you just want? Who was the guy you were like, man, I'm going to feel good if the Giants draft this guy? Who's that guy for you?
Man, I don't know. This was the first year. Like I usually get all worked up about the draft and I do all my research and everything. And this, like, I was so happy, like off the high of last season. I was just kind of like, I hope we get whoever Shane and Dabes think is the best fit. And I'm just going to be like future Hall of Famer immediately. Like I'm buying into this coaching staff and the GM, whoever we take is going to be a Hall of Famer. They're going to be a stud. They're going to be awesome. Just ride with who we got. I don't know if I had to pick, like, I know that you were saying Branch probably won't fall to him, but like, yeah, like that would be ideal right now, right?
No, we don't. Alex, if we draft the safety, I'm walking off. I'm walking out into the front yard, and I'm going to let a bus hit me.
I mean, you just got to go best available. Who do you think would be best available at that? It all
at this point right now. We're at picking.
Well, Jack Campbell just came off the board, so that's
wow. No,
early too.
That high?
Dude.
Yeah, early.
See, that just goes to show you guys what other teams, how their board is, because we think it's early, but they think it's perfect.
Yeah, what the hell we know? We started looking 3 months ago.
Exactly.
Hey, Truth, guess what?
Except for Truth. Truth's been doing this for years.
No, Truth does this stuff in his sleep. Truth, here's the thing, and all of us, tomorrow, tonight, whatever it is, moving forward, we can all do one of these things to the best player available. Everyone drafted for need this year.
What did I say in the beginning of the show, Chris? I think tonight we'll see more need picks.
More need. Yeah, we're seeing it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because listen, Jack Campbell. I mean, this guy literally is going to have this
20s.
is Brian Urlacher. This is the new Brian Urlacher. This kid's a stud. But at the same time, he should have been picked like 27 through 30. But
pick is in already for Tampa now. It's going to fly now. Watch.
It's getting crazy.
And you know Dan Campbell, he loves those kind of guys. That fits a Dan Campbell mold right there.
As far as the Lions go, he's the next Rick Spielman or what, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he's old school and he could run.
I mean, how many pass rushers are left? viable,
Two,
first round
two
draft.
are off, two went off the board. The one
Yeah, so yeah, Miles Murphy's still on the board.
Nolan Smith's out there.
Smith, yeah. I wouldn't mind getting Smith.
Carter
Khalid
and Van
Chancey,
Ness
Pittsburgh.
went.
Well,
Carter
who
and
does
Van Ness are
who
gone.
does Tampa pick here, guys? That pick is in.
They need everything, don't they?
Did they go for a wide
Yeah.
receiver?
No, they're going to go Levis.
No.
You think
Really?
so? That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Who's the quarterback?
Did they go Hooker?
What's his name?
Didn't they say Baker?
They took
If they
Baker.
go Hendon Hooker,
They're
I'm
going to
gonna,
go Levis right here, dude. I'm telling you, I'm calling a shot.
if they go Hooker or Levis, I'm going to take a shot.
Dude,
Right on camera.
Levis
Yeah,
seems
nice.
like a Tampa guy
I'll
too,
celebrate
Yes,
right?
he does.
You don't
Yeah,
Well,
you hear that? That
Get, get
turn-
that bottle out. Get that bottle out.
No,
'cause-
Right
Alex
here.
had great analysis right there. He said Levis is a Tampa guy. He's totally right.
Like,
Go
you know, like
Levis.
Jameis just fit Tampa when he went there. Like, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I know he was like a first overall, but like Levis, it's like that guy would party in Tampa all the time. Like he would just be a vibes guy.
They need
And by the
defense,
way,
though.
the Texans, what were they drink? Were they drinking too much caffeine today? Oh my god!
I don't. I
Yeah,
honestly
the Cardinals-
didn't hate what those moves were. I mean, like
No,
like,
they rocked it.
the D'Amico Ryans, like living in Houston here, like it's like an entirely different feel. It's almost, it reminds me a lot of when Dable and Shane kind of took over, where you're like there was just so much just nothing that they had to look forward to, and finally it was like, oh, this is a breath of fresh air. Everybody loved D'Amico when he was here in Houston,
Right. Mhm.
and like
So-
everybody's just kind of like whatever he does, we're in on, and I'm
So in Texas,
I'm for it.
in
That's
Texas,
cool.
you wake up, you eat your cereal. They're all little footballs. You open the you
Mhm.
open your cabinet. The little handles are footballs. I mean, is that basically the life in Texas, that everything is football?
Yeah, it is. It's one of my like I love it. I love it. It's definitely
Yeah.
my favorite thing about Texas.
Whoa.
It's just like football
Yeah.
all the time.
Oh, there's a whoa
Yeah.
moment. What
Can't
happened?
see.
Khalid
Clancy,
Chancey-
Pittsburgh, yeah.
What
Can't
happened?
Khalid, Chancey
Can't
got
see.
Okay,
wow.
Can't see.
I could. Yeah,
Yeah, Khalid.
Truth,
that's
say
the
it
name?
again. What happened?
So he's Aaron Donald, basically, according to what I'm seeing on the screen. I always love that, like the immediate comparison to somebody else. I know that like that's all you have.
Way
It's
to
like,
put pressure on the kid.
And meanwhile, Alex, you find the best guy in the game to compare
Right.
him to.
Yeah.
well, that's
King
what they
Rush,
threw him right
whoever-
there. Yeah.
no, he's the next LT. Everybody's the next LT. Everybody.
That should just be like a running bit. Just pick somebody and be like every linebacker. He looks like the next LT to me.
Well,
Just
no,
every year,
Will
I'm just
Levis
gonna
is
be
the
my
next
favorite.
Alex,
LT.
I hate to tell
Everybody's the
you,
next LT.
Alex, before you were born, that's all they did through the 80s and the 90s. It's the next Andre Tippett, next LT. Cornelius Bennett, the next LT.
Andre
They did it-
Bruce.
They
Andre
did it for
Bruce, the
10
next
years,
LT.
and then when he
Yep.
retired, they just went like this. There'll never be another LT.
So we're still looking good. We got
yeah.
we got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yo.
5 picks.
Yo.
Still,
The Giants are drafting Banks or Porter.
I think you're
It
right.
is,
well,
it
we
is-
I
still
mean,
got,
if
We're there.
Najigba
We're
falls,
there.
you think they're not going to pick Najigba?
no, I don't think so.
I don't think so
I mean,
either,
wait a
actually.
minute. Wait a minute. So who's on the clock after Seattle?
28.
Chargers, then Ravens, then
Baltimore.
Vikings.
Yeah.
So Chargers. Who's Herbert throwing to right now?
Keenan Allen and who's the other guy?
No, they're gonna take Smith.
You think so?
Mike Williams and Keenan Allen.
Mike Williams, yeah.
How do you feel right now if you're Will Levis? That's gotta suck.
Just, probably the same way Rodgers felt.
But does he go here to Seattle? Does Seattle take him? He's also a weird guy. Would make sense in Seattle.
That's a good move too. That's a good call.
Yeah.
You sit him. He's behind Geno for.
What
a
was
year,
the Geno
figures it
deal
out.
though? How many years they give Geno?
I think it was a year, wasn't it?
3-year
Was it-
deal?
it was a
No,
year
more
or
than
two.
yeah. I think it was a 2-year, right? 2 or 3-year deal.
Don't they have an out, like an early out, maybe after 2? But yeah, you could have him under.
For a
Yeah.
guy
for a
that's
year.
never performed before, I'm sure there's an out.
Pete Carroll will be 94 by that time. Maybe he'll still.
That's funny. That's funny, Chris. That's funny.
Right? I mean, come on, Pete Carroll. Does he have time to groom another quarterback? That's why he signed Geno.
Pete Carroll, he'll always be the oh no guy. for me.
Alex,
Always.
I got
He
a
looks good
question
for
from
his
the
age.
chat room because there's like 25 people chatting away in the chat room. There's a chat in here. The question is, what year was Alex born?
I was born in 1989.
There you go, 1989. People, he
Oh
can
my
be my
God.
son.
I'm an old man.
34.
Oh Jesus.
34. Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
That hurts, Alex. Alex, that hurts.
I don't want to hear it.
With the group you're talking to right now, it hurts.
I got to
Oh,
just
well.
like enjoy the Giants through. Like I never knew what good Giants football really was. Like we had the Fossil like take us to the Super Bowl that one time, but I was like the Kent Graham, Dave Brown eras.
Danny Cannell.
That was like this is not gonna be fun.
Don't you dare talk bad about Danny Cannell.
You're right. I would never.
Man, we had like 12 years of bad quarterback.
Yeah.
They did. And we got Eli. I've like he's always the goat. Like I've told my wife, I was like, first son we have is Eli. I don't care.
I was a huge fan of Gary Collins. That's how bad it was.
Do you have kids now?
No, but if we ever have a boy, it's Eli.
Are you?
This could be a wide receiver, I think, for Seattle.
That'd be so cool. That'd be like Eli Middleton. That'd be cool as hell.
Yeah. Eli Manning Middleton would be pretty sick. I don't know.
Maybe throw in his middle name. Peyton.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seattle's gonna milk this thing too. All right, Alex. So let me ask you this: on the board, let's say Banks and Addison. Who do you want?
I like Addison. I feel like he has like the most bust potential for some reason, but I like him the most too
because of his size, right?
Yeah. Just need a bigger guy like that.
I want Banks. I do. You have to bolster that run defense that they just added.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know you got Okereke and you got Nacho. Nacho was a trip, by the way. You got Nacho. You got all
these
these
just
guys.
signed Ashawn Robinson
And Ashawn Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I got a shout out to Shane. This man is a friggin'. I know you don't like contract talk, but this guy is a contract genius. That contract that he just signed with Ashawn was
remember,
great.
Dave, remember, I don't want to talk about contracts because I'm not smart enough to understand the contracts.
Playoffs, contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got nothing against contracts. I'm just not smart enough to understand them.
Contracts will get good players. Will build.
What people don't realize about Ashawn Robinson is in 2021 he was the best player in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that guy is a beast.
Yeah,
and a lot of these guys, the veteran guys, Darren Waller, I see him as a mentor to Bells. I do. So, these guys. I know everybody talks about culture, but I see the culture getting built. I really do. I hate people. I know people hate that word, but I think they're really doing that in New York.
Yeah,
Alex, what do you think about a center? Like you think a center's a reach at 25?
No, not at all. We don't have a center. We don't have anybody that's played center at all in the NFL really on the roster right now. Like I don't ever fault going O-line. Like a couple of years ago, I was like, we should just draft everybody. Like everybody should just be an offensive lineman for a year. Just like do that for a year. We're gonna figure out the O-line situation. I don't know why somebody doesn't do that. Like if I was a GM, that's why I'm never gonna be a GM. I would just be like, we're gonna just get 7 offensive linemen, and like some of them have to be good, right, guys?
Yep.
At least we got some bodies in there. But
you know what, Alex? That's a great point. You saw Shane do that after training camp. He was picking guys that got released from other teams and just trying to find. Something to work. And so he does dig, which is great on these linemen.
We did that with receivers the whole time. That's how we got Hodges and everybody.
Yep.
Honestly,
I'll tell you a quick story. Years ago, when I used to work in CBS in Philadelphia, and I got friendly with a bunch of Eagles players, and they had a knack for drafting defensive backs in the first round and the second round, right? So I forget exactly what year it was, 04 or something like that. They drafted Lito Shepherd in the first round and then Sheldon Brown in the second round. And those two guys, became friends, and then they started. And then before that, it was Troy Vincent and Jackson. Like they always drafted these guys 1 and 2 or 1 and 3, right? So Sheldon and Lito become good friends, and they both wear their numbers around their neck, right? And Sheldon was 24, and I think Lito was, I don't know, maybe 28, right? So he's got this huge 28 around his neck, and Sheldon's got this smaller 24. And I was like, yo, Shell, what's the difference between his necklace and yours? He's like, 1 round. And I was like, what? He's like 1 round and you get to wear the big necklace. He's like, 2nd round, you wear the smaller necklace. Listening to him tell the story was awesome. Like such a difference between the 1st round money and the 2nd round money.
That sounds like Glenn Ross.
I know. But it was just so funny because I didn't know what he was going to say. I was just having fun with him. He was like, yeah, what's the difference? Just 1 round. All right, Seattle says I got a pick in here.
Pick is in, yeah.
Pick is in.
What do you got, Alex? What are you going with here?
Oh man, I don't know. Like, is it Levis? I just want chaos. Levis would be chaos right here.
That would be chaos.
I do
think
love
he
it.
might
I
be
do
the first
love
wide
it.
receiver
I
here.
still got the bottle out.
He's doing
First up,
shots.
we got better options available.
Dave's doing shots.
I got to say, Joe D on the chat, man, he's been hitting them all early. He has this one. He's saying,
What is he? Oh, he says JSN?
yeah, that's what it's reports.
He's going to be getting some kind of information quicker than we are.
Yeah, Joe D, you're cheating in the chat room.
Yeah,
I know.
he's getting
Good.
he's
Good
getting
job,
right
Joe.
too many times.
What are you on, Sling, or are you watching TV, or?
I'm
He's
streaming
gotta
right
be.
from ESPN.
I've got
Yes,
I got
man.
it's streaming on
I got NFL Network right now.
Yeah, me too. But I've shut it off. I'm the suspense is
That's because you're doing shots, Dave. That's because you're doing shots.
well, not right now.
Dave, that mail's going to be late tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Those
I'm not
people
gonna
that look
be
for
there.
that check tomorrow at noon, you're not going to be there till about 2.
I will tell you a story off screen, or I'll DM you a story that will make your hairs curl.
Sounds good.
It's like a Newman story, right?
Yeah.
Man, they're really taking their time to get this pick.
There it is.
It is. Yep, it is.
I told
Good
you.
job, Joe.
ASN.
Yeah, but I didn't
you
have
nail that
this
again?
information.
Yeah, he's probably got it on a delay, or
Yeah,
yeah.
he does.
Yeah.
Joe,
He's
wait a
getting
minute.
it quicker.
Joe's probably at the draft. That's probably why.
Nah. You
Yeah.
knew sooner or later the wide receiver was going to come off the board.
All right, listen, right now, think about it. Wait, did you say so JSN goes off the board, right?
Okay, you still have
Still got
Zay,
Porter, still got Banks,
Quentin
still got
Johnson.
Addison.
Why is it taking so long to put this pick in?
They just went on Chargers.
Did.
It's on.
The Chargers,
I must have a minute delay.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do.
So okay, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Who's the first guy with an unpronounceable name that is going to be picked?
Ooh.
Oh. I don't know. I have to
Probably,
think about that.
probably the kid out of Northwestern.
Oh yeah, I can't pronounce that kid's name.
Utanglabe, whatever.
Yeah.
What was he? He's an offensive lineman, right?
No, defensive lineman.
Oh, defensive lineman. Okay.
So here's the thing, Chris.
Yeah.
We're on pick 21, 4 away.
Yeah.
We will have a choice of receiver and DB.
Now,
They
when you
might.
look at 23 with Minnesota, that defense was horrible. They have no secondary. I'd be surprised if they don't go corner at 23, Minnesota.
Right.
One of those guys.
That
Yeah,
would
but
make
you got
sense, right,
Banks,
Chris?
Banks and Porter are still there.
Yeah, they're gonna go.
Who picked Gonzalez?
These are the 4 or 5 picks you got to watch out for with the wide receiver corners right here.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
I
this
agree
is
with you.
this is guys. This is where my heart gets broken every week.
Yeah.
Do you think the Giants could possibly trade up? Not with Minnesota, but
Well, if I would say if the next
You got to
two
do
pick-
it now, soon.
if the next 2
Yeah.
picks don't go their way, yes. At 22, maybe they'll.
All right, well, wait a
If
second.
they do it, it'll be with Baltimore to jump Minnesota. They know they're going.
Yeah,
They
the
really
question
love
is-
Banks.
Right.
The question is,
Right.
what do you want? What are you going for? Banks or Porter?
Banks or Porter, yeah.
Yeah, if one of those guys are off the board, the Giants might want to trade up. You might see that. If one of those guys go off the board next pick or 2.
Unless they want to go a wide receiver.
So, hey, Dave,
Yeah, that's true.
Good.
Dave, I'm gonna let you go, my man.
Okay.
Bringing in the next guy.
I don't think you asked me. My dream was going to be picking John Jacob, Jingle Michael Schmitz, but drafting back or trading back and getting a boatload of picks for next year, because next year is supposed to be a better draft anyway.
Yeah, heard that.
So,
Right.
All right.
I wouldn't
Sounds
mind
good.
that.
yeah.
So
See you guys.
pound
Thanks
it
for
out.
having me
Thanks,
on.
Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
I'll give you my info in DM. there.
Excellent. Thank you,
Fantastic.
my friend. Thanks for all the support, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Take care, dude.
I'm gonna bring Kyle in. Kyle's already a veteran to the Rush family. He's already hung out with you, Truth. Boom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Man, I
Kyle.
tell you, I've been giving Giants Quentin Johnston in my mock. I gave him John Michael Schmitz. I gave him the safety from Iowa State. I think Anthony Johnson round 3, and I sent it to Dan Schneider today. He's like, I hate all 3 of those picks. I was like, man.
By the way, I saw that exact thing, and then you responded, was like, man, Giants are tough on me.
They are, man. I mean, you know, the Yankees beat my Guardians in the playoffs. The Knicks knocked my Cavaliers out of the playoffs. I mean, come on.
Is the Ranger game over?
Give me some sympathy, will you?
Truth, is the Ranger game over?
Yeah, it is. Devils won.
Yeah.
I would love for you guys to get Quentin Johnston here, because I just feel like the Giants have so many undersized receivers that I feel like he's kind of the X you can put on the outside.
That will be tough if he's on the board and Banks is on the board. That'll be a tough one.
Well,
Hey, I tell you what though, for all the flack the Giants got for taking Saquon 2, you got Bijan going 8 and Jahmyr Gibbs going 12.
Right.
I know.
My God.
Hey,
I
everybody
couldn't
was yelling
believe
for
that.
Darnold. They want us, they want the Giants to take Darnold. So,
And I think, and
yeah.
I love Bijan, but I think a young Saquon was a better prospect. In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, the only difference is that Bijan can really catch out of the backfield. Saquon's good at it, but Bijan can go actually downfield. Saquon's more of like, catching screens out of the backfield. Alex, what's the pick here, dude? What do you got?
I wouldn't hate Johnson. I would also like Addison too. I think on there. Like, I mean, really, like again, I'm happy with whoever we get. Whoever we get is a fucking Hall of Famer going forward. Sorry, I don't know.
But you know what's interesting about it is it's the first time in a long time that, like, what did I say, Truth, a couple of minutes ago, that this is where I get my heart broken every year.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't see where I can go really wrong right now.
The Chargers aren't going to take Levis. There's got to be somebody they trade. I think the Chargers are going to go Dalton Kincaid, get the first tight end off the board. That's what I would think.
Well,
maybe
we would
want
love
a 2-quarterback system, huh?
We would love that.
I think they probably would have gone JSN if he was there, because like he's kind of a nice compliment to Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. But
Yo, all I know is that.
Well, what about Zay Flowers as a slot with what
so
they got?
yeah, I mean, I would think that's probably one of their 2 picks. I think they'll probably go Zay Flowers, or they're going to go Kincaid.
Here it comes.
There's no is Levis not going to? Who's going to pick Levis?
You know what? I mean, I had so many mixed opinions on Levis, man. I mean, I think at this point,
Johnston. Quentin.
Is it Johnston?
Yeah.
Wow, they went with Johnston with guys they got. All right.
Wow, you got that early, Chris.
Wow.
Well, there goes that theory.
Yeah.
And
I
see,
tried.
Joe on the line there got it. So he's getting information quick.
Yeah, Joe, spill the beans, dude. How are you getting this before everybody else? Devils 4-0. Thanks, Danny. Thanks.
Johnston is basically like a reincarnation of Mike Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
With more drops.
Because
he does drop them.
I think he's going to be a good player. I think he'll.
So okay.
This has been a crazy draft, man. I tell you
Let me
what.
ask you this: if you get to 25 and it's Banks or Addison, where are you going?
I think I go Banks. I mean, I like Addison. I just don't. I just feel like you guys need a bigger receiver. I feel like you guys have like 3 or 4 really good receivers. They're just not big. I mean, so Addison really doesn't. I don't know.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like bring back the Giants of old with like Plaxico Burress on the outside, man. Come on.
Yeah. We got 3 picks in front of us.
Johnson's
and we
only
still have 2 corners on the board.
208. He's bigger than
He's
the
not
Smurf
big,
that we have.
Right. Man, I wanted the Chargers to go Kincaid there. I'm surprised. I wonder if the Ravens will go Zay Flowers to try to, maybe.
The Ravens,
right?
Yeah, they could go
You
Zay
think with
Flowers.
Odell in the house, they put Zay on the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Rashad
that could be
Bateman,
it.
Mark Andrews. I mean, all of a sudden that goes from a bad room to a good room.
Yeah,
But
they
don't
changed
they-
offensive coordinators. They're going to throw the ball now. So
Yeah, but don't they need
Lamar's
some
back.
secondary help too, guys?
A little bit. Yeah, but I had them going Emmanuel Forbes. Maybe they go Deonte Banks here.
Yeah, he's
I
from
had-
Maryland.
I had them going Emmanuel Forbes. He went way high. I can't
did.
believe how high some of these guys went. Like I had Will McDonald going like 32.
And guys, Brian Branch is still not off the board. Craig.
Telling you right now, I'm shutting this whole thing down if they draft Branch. The whole thing's going down. And
Why? He's
I
pretty
said
good.
he's going to be. I said he's
Because
going to.
you don't draft the safety in the first round.
He'll go in round 2, like McKinney did.
Listen to the truth.
Actually, we might have to replace you because Joe D's got all the picks.
I know. He's got some
Hey,
technology helping him out.
All I know, if Bill Parcells was running the Giants, he'd be happy taking defense here.
Oh, that's true. I want
Alex-
defense. I can tell you that.
Alex, what we're gonna connect with during the week, you and I, so we can talk some shop, right?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Because I know we started a conversation and then we never finished it.
Yeah, I was really bad about checking Twitter DMs. I'm trying to get a lot better.
Well,
about
why don't
that,
you
but
DM me your cell phone so we can make it
I
easy?
can do that. Yeah, that would make it a lot easier.
Yeah, right. So then I don't have to send smoke signals down to Texas.
That works. We can definitely do that, man.
Because I got some ideas and some plans. Or as a good friend of mine once told me, I need vision. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna implement my vision, and you might be part of that vision, dude.
That'd be awesome. Would
Yeah,
love to be
because
a part of
I got reprimanded today for about having vision. Someone I know said I should have a vision. So the vision is going to come to play once you send me your cell phone.
that. Okay, we can definitely do that.
All
We
right,
can definitely do that.
How do you guys feel about Joe Tippmann to the Giants in like round 2?
Like it, but it's
Like
tough.
it. Round two, I like it. Yeah, round 2, yes.
Here's the thing. You draft Tippmann in the first round and he plays 10 years and 4-year Pro Bowler, nobody argues. But if he doesn't come out of the gate, win the job, and then dominate, you're like, oh crap, we left
He's at second
Addison
round.
on the board.
I
Or,
think
yeah,
he
we
might
left-
be better as a guard from like a little bit of the tape that
I like
I
Luke.
watched.
I like Whippler.
Yeah. So I was doing a mock today, and I had Whippler at the end of round 2.
You know, Whippler had the overall best rating in both pass and blocking.
Let me get some Alex before I let you go. Who's the Cowboys going to take?
I don't know, but whoever it is gonna be a bust.
All right.
That's all I know.
All right, I'm
all
just
I
saying,
know.
you know, you're
They're going to go tight end. They're going tight end now.
Jason Witten. I mean, Mayor.
Yeah,
Mayor
Mayor
or
tight end, you
Kincaid?
imagine.
They're going Mayor or
Cade
Kincaid.
is the better tight end, but all right. I'm gonna let you go, Alex. Look, 1, thanks for hanging out. 2, we're 3 picks away. Who are the Giants taking? Give it to us. Give me something.
We're gonna go Addison. Let's go Addison on this one.
All right.
That could be, yep.
All right. So if
Addison.
if they pick Addison, I'm gonna send you some rush gear.
Awesome.
All right. So but you got to rock it on your show.
I absolutely will. Yeah, check out Pass the Gravy podcast. We put out new episodes every Wednesdays. I also do a Giants podcast. It also does English Premier League talk called Clear and Big Blue podcast every Tuesday. You can go check that out. It's at
Sweet.
CBP
And
Pod.
you never know. He might just somehow stumble,
Who knows?
you
Who
know,
knows?
to Giants rush sometime.
We may just see.
All right, man.
Only time will tell. All right, I'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Alex.
Appreciate y'all having me
Appreciate it,
on.
man. You're the
Take
man.
care, Alex.
See, Alex.
All right, let's get my
This
vision.
is such a big pick here, guys,
Yeah.
for the Giants coming up.
I'm
Yeah.
bringing
Baltimore.
I'm
This is
bringing the
big.
vision girl here.
Truth. Nolan Smith still up there.
All right.
I know. That's right. That's right.
What's
This
up,
is going to
vision
be
girl?
big, guys.
Finally.
What's up, Alex?
Hi.
Hey, Allie.
Hey, what's going
Allison.
I'm a real person, you guys.
You are.
And I only have a few minutes.
Well,
you
guess
know,
what? The draft couldn't fall any more perfect than it is right now.
I know. I know.
Kyle won't admit it, but he's pretty excited because he's going to get this pick right.
I don't know. I had Emmanuel Forbes going to the Ravens. He's long gone.
Yeah, that's okay.
Maybe they go Zay Flowers. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
I hope it's Zay Flowers.
Yeah,
I'm just happy
I
Lamar
hope it
got
is too.
signed.
I just want him off the clock so I don't have to think about it anymore.
I'm just happy Lamar
I'm
got
not really-
signed, so like
I'm
I
not
don't have
really
to
in the
worry
wide
about it.
receiver camp right
Well,
now.
look, I mean, yeah, there are 3 wide receivers out there. I don't know if Baltimore and with the whole Odell thing, if that's something that's going to be first on their mind.
Well, they may take a corner. They might take
That's what I was thinking.
Deonte Banks, maybe.
Well, because it's a hometown pick.
Yeah.
The guy literally just goes down the street.
I'm looking at the ticker, see what Joe says. I'm
Right
trying-
now.
Oh, Joe.
Joe.
So what's up, Vision? What's going on?
Oh, apparently I'm that person.
Yeah, that's you.
I'm not having that conversation right now.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Me, I actually liked what Alex had to say because Craig, you probably know that I'm not really doing that much homework this year. I kind of feel like I have faith in whatever those guys are doing, and I'm going to be happy with whatever they pick, kind of, mostly, unless they pick a really short wide receiver, in which case I'm going to have to get used to the idea. But I'm going to be good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, again, the way everything is gone, you couldn't ask for it to fall any better way to get a defensive back that you wanted. I mean, hey, look, even I hate to say it, but Kyle.
Oh, they just picked Addison off the board, Nikki. None of that. Oh no, they did not. They did not. That's these guys pick. I can't keep
Flowers, Baltimore.
They took Zay Flowers.
Ah.
So
That's good. That's good.
Nikki's husband is a Ravens fan, so I'm wondering how he's feeling right now.
He's probably happy. I bet. This is perfect. Listen, Giants have 2 picks in front of
There's a
them.
lot of good players that we could actually use
Sure.
on board right now.
Addison
So,
Smith,
Kyle,
Porter, Banks.
Kyle, is this gonna be an Addison, a Banks, or a Porter? What's happening right here? Talk to me.
How about a Smith?
Or Smith. You're going to have 4.
Yeah, I mean,
well, not 4.
It was kind of a deep class. I think that's partially why no one has taken a tight end yet, because you have like 7 tight ends that, like Dane Brugler said, were like a better tight end than who went tight end 1 last year. So it's like, if I can get a good tight end in round 2, why would I bother in round 1? And if you look, like the bust rates of round 1 tight ends in the last like 5-10 years have been really high too.
And you know, it's funny, the best tight end didn't even come out this year.
That's true.
If you really want to get technical, the best tight end still in college football.
I wonder if Minnesota would take Levis here. I'm curious. If you put Levis with Kevin O'Connell, I might be interested.
This will be even better news for the Giants if they do that.
Why is he falling so much? I mean, he's got the arm. Is it because he had a bad 2022?
Yeah, probably a little bit. He doesn't necessarily have like a lot of the touch that you're looking for. He's actually a little better athlete than he gets credit for. He's just kind of lost in the shuffle because Anthony Richardson like broke the Richter scale for QB athleticism.
Yeah, I know, but
I mean, I'm definitely like, I wasn't in on Levis in the top 5, but if I'm going to take him in the back of the first round, like I'm definitely in at this price.
Yeah, that's good.
And it would make sense for Minnesota to get him to groom him, because they're not going to keep Cousins after probably this year, right?
Probably not. And I think the way Minnesota's roster is kind of set up, you kind of need a quarterback on like a rookie deal to kind of give you a little bit of cap relief so you can kind of keep the veterans and stuff that you have. So like it makes perfect sense.
You need a big arm QB to throw to Jefferson.
Yeah. I just keep thinking of that secondary for Minnesota. It's so bad.
It is. So maybe they go Deonte Banks. I don't know.
Allie, what's your pick here? What are we going, defense or offense? What you don't care what they pick? You're down to 2 picks.
Well, I don't want them to pick Banks. I can tell you
No.
that. I would like to have him ready for us.
Yeah.
So far, what I've heard so far, most of our guests.
The way things usually work out, the person that I have in my head is usually who gets picked right before us.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is where
Or
I get
else
my
they
heart
go to
broken
the
every year.
Cowboys or something.
Yep. Every year I get my heart broken right here.
Yeah, the Cowboys are going to trade up ahead of the Giants here. Watch.
Stop that.
Hey, I would just be happy the Cowboys didn't get Bijan, right? That wouldn't have been fun.
So Spartan Mike sends me a text. I don't know if you guys saw it or a tweet. He's at a conference in Dallas. having a beer, and literally the 3 people away from is Zeke.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that the picture he posted?
You didn't. Yeah, that was the picture that he tweeted out yesterday.
Oh, I didn't realize. I was like, "Are you there in the room?" I didn't.
Yeah, he was in a bar, restaurant, in Dallas, and Zeke was like two people away from him. I was like, did you ask him where he was going to play? Did you ask him any questions?
Yeah, did he?
No.
Nah. Let's see here.
All right, I'm looking for Joe D because evidently Joe D has all the answers.
Yeah, he's got some feed that's really quick. So who's picking right now? Who's picking right now?
Kyle, don't you got a fat? I mean, you're like the man. Don't you have a fast feed to tell us?
No, I don't, because I have YouTube TV, so I'm a little slow.
That's what I got too.
My phone's about to die, which is
what's dying?
My phone is about to die.
Did you give it last rights?
Maybe they'll take
really
Will Levis here. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Minnesota took Will Levis. That'd be interesting.
That would be totally awesome.
That would be
Yeah,
interesting.
hope so.
Who's after Minnesota?
Jacksonville.
And then us. I swear to God, every year this particular time of
Looking really good, guys.
Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid, Deonte Banks, and Jordan Addison. Those are the top 5 players.
I would be so happy if we had a choice of those 4 guys that Chris mentioned.
Right.
And then they'll pick none of them.
No, don't say that.
I'm just saying.
Guys pick Will Levis.
It's happened before.
Yes,
well, Levis is in a really weird spot right now.
Remember Eric Flowers?
Oh, don't you?
I don't want to remember Eric Flowers.
Why do you got to go there? We
I
like
know,
you,
but you know when they surprise us.
Yeah, that was a surprise, all right. I'll never forget that they were all like, no, like. Well, he just mauls people. He doesn't have any technique. Oh, we'll make him better. We're going to draft him anyway. God, that was awful.
Yeah, what's funny is Nate Tice told me that, the writer from The Athletic, he said coaches make the worst scouts because they think they can fix everything. Like,
yeah, that's a great quote.
Makes sense.
That's a great quote.
Once he told me that, I was like, man, that's so true.
Yeah.
Because right away they're like, you know what? He just didn't have the right coach, and I'm going to coach him up and fix him.
It's
like,
funny.
He's got.
I would love the Lions draft that they took both these guys in the second round that they took. I had Jack Campbell to the Lions in the second round.
I didn't. Well, Chris, you and I talked about Campbell.
Yeah.
I thought Campbell would go in the first, but like towards the end, 30, 31, 32. I didn't think. I mean, he's literally Brian Urlacher, Kyle. He's going to be a 4 or 5 time Pro Bowler. The guy's just that good. And they don't come around that often. So somebody was going to grab him. He went early.
We're also forgetting Miles Murphy still on the board too.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a list right here.
Let me tell you something. Detroit Lions, if they draft the rest of the way, they're going to flip flop that division with these players they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
Did somebody take Joey Porter already?
No, he's on the board.
So he's a little stiff. They said they kind of worried about. I think it was listening to Dane Brugler. He said that he worried about NFL wide receivers with like a lot of moves. Kind of putting Porter in a blender. Like he can be fast when he runs in a straight line. He doesn't necessarily move side to side as well.
Heard that. Yeah.
That's why I like JSN. People are like, "Oh, his 40 time's not good." I'm like, watch the guy move.
Yeah, right.
He's running. I mean, when you're running in the slot, you're not running 20 yards downfield anyway. What does it matter? You mean remember like the Giants when they had Steve Smith in the slot, dude? Nobody could cover that guy.
Yeah, he ran the most precise routes on the planet.
Yeah, he did. All right, pick is in for Minnesota.
Come on, be Levis.
I'm looking at the picker here. Let's see what Joe has.
I'm looking at the screen over here.
Don't spoil it.
Because
no spoilers, please.
Because Joe gets it right every time.
Don't spoil it.
Patel
we won't spoil
Patel
it.
says that I'm going to put this on the screen. This is what Patel says.
I'm surprised Minnesota didn't trade back, but maybe they got somebody they like.
Patel says don't
Yeah,
reach for any
sure.
remaining wide receivers.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's crazy how like no wide receivers went until like pick 20, and then they all went.
Patel now says it's going to be Porter.
Minnesota's clapping and they're hugging. I guess they like the pick.
It's got. I'm thinking it's Porter too.
You guys, I'm in big trouble. I got to get off this thing.
Why?
In a couple of seconds. It's my anniversary.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, happy anniversary!
Happy anniversary!
I wasn't going to say.
Hey, if it was my anniversary with my
Good
wife,
reason.
we'd be watching the NFL draft together right now.
Well, we appreciate you hanging out with
Yeah.
us.
I know. I wish I could stay for like a couple more minutes. It's almost over.
You're 3 hours behind us, right?
I am, but it's dinner time.
Oh, come on! This is once a year.
I know. I'm sitting here.
Kidding.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
It was
with us.
once a year too, by the way. But anyway.
Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us, though.
Yeah. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, thanks, Allie.
I finally get to see what it
Thanks,
looks
Allie.
like. All right, you guys.
Addison.
Oh. They
Oh, that's gonna be a terror. Him and Jefferson.
Wow,
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
I'm surprised. Wow.
Hey, the Giants gonna get a quarterback, guys. I
Oh,
even though I like
wow.
Nolan
They took
Smith.
Addison, huh?
Yeah.
Bill Gaines will be 40-35.
All right, Allison, have a great night and congratulations. Have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
Bye, Allison.
be around somewhere
Bye, Allison.
later. But bye. See ya.
Bye-bye. I don't care who they pick now, the Giants are going to be happy.
All right,
With
I'm
those
going to
three
bring in.
guys.
I'm going to
Those
bring in
three
my man.
guys.
My man
I'm going to
Brian
stay
from-
on till the Giants pick. Then I got to go.
All right, hang on. I'm going to bring in Brian, my man from WFAN, who was on with us.
Oh,
On
this is
Monday.
good. This is good.
So
This is
I
good.
kind of got. I was like, you know what? I'm going to put Kyle on, and I'm going to get Brian on, and then I put Brian's thumbnail on YouTube, and he goes, "Where did you get that picture? It looks like I'm picking my ass." What's up, B?
What's up, guys? How you doing tonight?
Dude, are you not fired up for this?
I'm pumped. I mean, I love what's happening right now. I think corner's the move. And Craig, your boy Banks is still up there.
I know.
Hey. Giants just moved up to 24, 25 they have now.
Did they?
Nolan Smith and Banks. Here it comes.
Oh, I see this. Okay, they switched it with Jacksonville, so they moved up to 24, but Jacksonville
Well,
moved back.
that tells me they want to get Nolan Smith.
No.
Right?
Oh, they jumped to 24. Okay, so
Wow, so that tells you they got their
One
eye on
spot.
somebody right now. They want to grab somebody because they're afraid Jacksonville was going to grab him.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not
Or
gonna-
Dallas.
It's not going to be Banks.
or Dallas, who's going to jump them.
Oh yes.
You would think they would sit back if they take the pick between Porter and Banks, but maybe they want Smith now.
Porter Banks and Branch is still on the board.
Yeah.
It's amazing that they did that.
I told Chris that Branch is still on the board.
Go with the safety. You never go wrong with that, Craig.
I'm telling you right now, if they
Safe
choose
pick.
Branch over
Safe pick.
Porter and Banks, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm just walking away.
You're not going anywhere.
All right. Well, maybe I'll just cry. Okay. How about that?
So who do they love better?
You with
Nolan
the crying.
Smith?
I know it's rare that I cry. So
You know, I was looking when I'm watching this draft now. You know, the wide receivers, they started going off the board at 20 with Seattle. I'm going, what's going on with these receivers? How come nobody's taking a receiver? I'm going, you know what? You heard me on Monday say I would shy away from a receiver, but after what I coming into pick 20 and not a receiver was picked yet, I'm going, maybe we'll shift to a receiver at this point, you know? But now you had 20, 21, 22, 23 receivers picked. Forget it. Let's stick to the defensive side of the football.
You think,
Kyle, tell me this is Banks, Kyle. Tell me it's Banks.
You think the Giants gave up a fifth? You think the Giants gave up a fifth to move up one slot?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah?
I'm asking anybody.
Yeah, probably a fifth.
Yeah, I mean, probably a fifth or a sixth. I mean, they have 3 7s as well. Maybe they package 2 of those. I doubt it, though, to move up one spot. Pick is in. Let's see what goes on.
So what do we think, guys? A corner?
Don't spoil it. I'm
What
probably
do we
behind.
think it is? A corner,
All right, I'm going Banks. What do you got, Kyle?
I think it's a corner. I'm saying Banks too.
What do
I
you
like
got, Brian?
Banks. I do like Banks. I like Smith too, though.
I'm saying Branch.
You know what?
I don't think Branch.
They jumped the spot.
I don't think Branch is the worst pick, man. The Alabama guys are ready to play.
Well, that's part of the reason why I like him already, because of
Greg,
you know.
Greg, is your office on the first floor or second floor?
First floor.
All right, so at least you won't jump out the window if this pick comes in. Branch.
No, I'm telling you right now. This is Branch. I'm done. I'm closing this out.
They got word on the chat. It's in the chat.
Where's the word? Banks?
I got nothing right now. I'm refreshing. I got nothing. So I have it online because online is giving me the pick before
We
TV
drafted
is.
Banks. Joe DiMaggio said Banks.
Good job, everybody. Nikki and Joe and everybody. All right.
Woo! Banks?
Very
That was
nice.
my initial mock draft. Banks.
Done deal? It's Banks?
I think so.
Oh, Craig, I gotta buy you a drink, brother. I mean, you've been saying it since Monday.
Yeah, Truth. Good call, Truth, the other day, too.
Interesting.
Terrell Thomas, dude. I told you.
TT2. Here we go. You guys have cranking since 7:30, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to fall asleep.
You know, I had you guys on for about a half hour to start, and I was like, all right, I'm going to watch them for a half hour. I had to take a nap. And then I took a nap, and then I jumped out of bed and came back and came on with you guys at 11.
Brian had enough. He had a headache. He had to take an Advil.
No, I didn't.
You have to do a shift tonight?
No. I actually I did my other job. I delivered bread this morning because I also own a bread route. So I didn't do a shift. Yeah, I actually have play-by-play this weekend for Adelphi University, a playoff start. I got to do men's lacrosse for them. I'm back on air at the Fan a week from today, Thursday again, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
What men's lacrosse you doing?
I do Northeast 10 Conference at Adelphi University, play-by-play.
Really?
Yeah, so I got that on Saturday.
Let me know. I'll come. I'll bring my son's a big lax.
No.
You know, he plays on a national team and everything. So
okay,
we'll come up and watch and listen.
Playoff game Saturday afternoon, 1:00. But it's gonna be a complete disaster with the weather.
It's gonna be pouring rain. No.
Yeah. Yep.
Man,
How come I don't have official word yet? I haven't seen this.
I hope Howie Roseman doesn't get Nolan Smith here at 30.
I said that earlier, didn't I, Chris?
I had him going 10.
It's a 5th and a 7th.
Yeah, no, I think everybody had him going way early.
You know, that guy is getting all the Georgia Bulldog defensive players. Last couple of years.
Why is this pick taking so long?
I don't know. It's bothering me. I'm getting worried.
A commercial, Craig.
It's bothering me.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
but
worried. I'm getting worried.
Congrats on Banks. I'm gonna head out.
All right, man. Hey, Kyle, let's talk about some more work that we could do together.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to go. I'm a Browns fan, but you guys are in the NFC, so I can say go Giants.
Are you Ohio guy? You live in Ohio?
Yeah, I'm in Ohio. Yeah, Northeast Ohio. So almost PA, almost New York border, but Ohio.
No, I got you. My daughter goes to Michigan State, so I drive by you all the time.
Nice.
All right, man.
Yep. Take care. Thanks for having me.
You, man. Thanks for the support.
All right, Kyle. Take care, man. So this is looking good, man. It's looking real
It is
good.
really good. I got PBR in the back too. I got to see if he's coming back on.
I just want to know what we gave up to move up the spot.
I thought it was a 5th and a 7th.
Yeah, all right. So that's I said that.
From one spot?
I said maybe you package one of your 7s.
Hey, man, listen. How
That's a lot to
good
move
has
up. I
this
just really wanted
draft fallen to us?
It's been perfect.
That's great.
I mean,
and all the centers are on the board for round 2, which will be most of them.
Deonte Banks, there it is.
Nice.
We got our guy.
I wouldn't have minded taking Osiris Torrance either there with that pick as well. But
Me too.
More
Yeah,
than Banks, I'm cool.
we got Banks.
Yeah, this is a guy I want. Now
there we
I
go.
wanna see-
Official. I have official word. It's Deonte Banks. There you go.
Yeah.
Brendan,
Yeah.
who did you want? Like in a perfect world, who did you want?
Yesterday, I would have said Joey Porter. After the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter, I probably would have taken Osiris Torrance. But I love Deonte Banks. That's a great pick.
Love it.
So is the Eli Apple, DeAndre Baker curse over? Round 1 corners. Are we good to go now? We're pretty confident.
I think we are new regime. I think we're good.
Eli,
Yeah, no,
DeAndre
this kid's a
Baker,
stud.
Eli Apple.
This kid's a stud.
Another toy for Wink.
Yeah.
Now day 2,
Oh, yeah.
let's get a center and a wide receiver.
So, Brendan, if Addison was on the board and Banks were on the board, who were you going?
I was a big Jordan Addison fan, but I am ecstatic that we got a lockdown corner. I think that there's a lot of depth guys. I think the league told you today that the wide receivers were a little overhyped. There's a lot of guys. The gap between day 1 and day 2 is not going to be that big. I'm ecstatic to get a cornerback instead of a wide receiver right now.
Look how happy Wink is. So happy in the video on here.
Hey, Chris. So we got one last guest after Brendan, and that's the almighty Joey Z.
Okay.
And I know right now Joey Z is happy as hell with DeAndre Banks.
I think so.
I mean, honestly, like think about it. It's
it looks like Buffalo.
It fell the way you wanted it to, but I think, like Brendan said, I think Addison would have been a good pick, but I just think Banks has got a bigger upside.
Yeah.
And it's really a big need because, like we said earlier, Adoree Jackson's not going to get re-signed.
Well, not at the money he's making now, right?
No,
11 million. No.
Well, when you look at the board that's available for us on day 2, like the cornerback market is starting to dry up right now, but the wide receivers are still abundant and plentiful. Like,
Yeah.
I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah,
that's
a great point. One on day 2. That's exactly right.
And guards and centers are going to be.
I was going to say,
plenty.
Brendan, we were talking about this before.
That's what I want.
That like you can get both centers that are both sitting there too, probably.
Yeah, I don't think Schmidt's gonna go day 1. Steve Avila's gonna be there. Like if you want a guard, like you can get that. It's gonna be.
Remember, he played center too. Don't forget, he played center too.
Right.
Brian, you think Porter goes here?
I'm looking at right now.
Buffalo traded up, so yeah.
I mean, Buffalo, they moved up to 25. They got somebody they want their eye on. I mean, it's got to be someone in the likes of Porter, someone that you would think that would go in the first round. The pick is in. They sent it in already.
What about Smith?
Obviously, they're confident that they know that
Buffalo
they want at this point.
Well, who's
take a corner
Smith
last
and
year?
Porter?
Buffalo took a corner last year. If they can get Nolan Smith here, I think that's a steal. I thought he was a top 10 pick.
What about Smith to replace what's his name who got injured for Buffalo?
Brendan, you're not alone there. There's a bunch of people that thought he was a top 10 pick. So, these guys do a lot of deep dives on these players. Something there that somebody, something saw because he fell pretty hard. There was a lot of people had him top 10.
I'm a Georgia fan, so I'm gonna take it slightly personal that Carter fell as late as he did, especially because he ended up in the Eagles, and I hate it. But Nolan Smith falling this far, it's a little. I'm gonna take it a little personal.
So will he.
So no shift, Brian. When you back on?
Thursday morning, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. again. I'm back on the fan.
I'm gonna have to take a nap and wake up in the middle of the night and call in or something.
Yeah, I mean, it was all Yankees last Thursday. That was it. I mean, the Yankees were in the midst of a bad slide, so I talked to Yankees for about 3 hours, and it was great. We had a ton of calls, had a lot of fun. Going back to the draft, Tippmann's still out there, Stromberg's still out there, Schmitz is still out there.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, there's centers still available out there.
Yeah.
And, that's something the Giants need to eye up, I believe, in the second round.
Yep.
I mean, it's just the way it fell for the Giants tonight. I think you couldn't ask for anything better. Giving up the 5th and the 7th to move up one spot, I don't know. We'll see how that pans out in the future, if it's worth it. If Banks is the guy who Craig and the Truth think that he's going to be, then it's going to be worth it. Right now, I think the Giants are sitting in a great spot here with this draft. Did you see Wink? Did you see Wink and Joe Shane almost make it out? Okay. Yes. So they were happy about it as well.
All right, here's the top
Wink
5
got his
available.
guy, man.
That's it.
Levis, Smith, Kincaid, and Porter are the top 4 left on the board from ranking standpoint. It says Levis, Smith, Kincaid, and Porter from a ranking standpoint.
And Buffalo just traded up here.
I think Buffalo's taking Smith. I have a funny feeling.
Well, I mean, they could take Kincaid,
Yeah,
but they've got Knox.
What
Yeah,
was
they
the guy's
don't
name?
need- I think
Who's the linebacker who got hurt last year for Buffalo? Hall of Famer. Who's that kid? The guy.
Von Miller. Von Miller.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're going to replace him because
Yeah,
They're
Nolan
that
Smith
would
fits
mean
that
they would
role
be taking
perfectly.
they would be taking Sanders.
I don't know about that.
Nolan Smith can play on ball, off ball. He plays a little bit of everything. He's going to be a stud in the NFL.
Who's
yes. Nolan Smith.
Oh, Smith.
Guys, are we surprised that the Jets pick at 15?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I
big,
was.
big time.
I thought so. Will
I
McDonald.
didn't see that coming at all.
I didn't see that at all.
I mean, Brian, was it because the tackle came off the board and they were kind of like had to go? They had to pivot a little bit from because I really thought that tackle was going to.
It seems like they wanted to go with the tackle, right? And then they got scared, right? And they picked Will McDonald. They were like, "Oh my goodness! Now what?" You know?
Yep.
Feet to the fire type of thing.
Right.
And then it's Will McDonald, and I'm kind of like,
tight end.
Yeah,
Oh,
we got the Kincaid pick here, but yeah, back to the Jets pick.
They take Kincaid?
That should have been Nolan
Yeah,
Smith
Buffalo
over
got
McDonald.
Kincaid.
Wow. What does
Brendan,
that say?
I'm listening to you, Brendan. I got you.
I'm sorry,
That
Brendan.
should have been Nolan Smith over Will McDonald. Like that Will McDonald, I felt bad. Like the kid did a great job. He loves the Jets. He's gonna be in therapy for 10 years picking Will McDonald.
Guys, not for nothing. If I got to look at Susie Colbert, Booger McFarland, and Mortensen on this ESPN broadcast, what are we doing here?
Right.
Susie Colbert wearing that hideous business suit, the teal business. Ugh, makes me want to puke. What a terrible broadcast that ESPN is. I had to move. I had to pivot myself to the NFL. It was disgusting.
Yeah, and then Booger McFarland is like tough.
Booger's terrible. Terrible.
I remember they used to put him on the sideline. And
couldn't see the game.
In his
chair.
chair, and he's going back and forth up and down this side. Disgusting.
I'll
What a
tell you
terrible
this.
broadcast.
This is kind of scary, but they've got Dalton Knox, who's a pretty good tight end. They just replaced him with a more athletic tight end. What does that say for Dalton Knox? That's got to be his walking papers.
I don't know what his contract is.
That is something. I mean, Dawson Knox. Yeah, I mean, Dawson Knox had his best year last year, which is odd to me as well. I mean, to pick Kincaid, plus Kincaid in my book wasn't the best tight end on the board. Myers is.
I got to differ there. I like Kincaid better than Myers.
You like Kincaid better than Myers? Okay, fair enough.
Did Brendan drop?
Seen that way,
I
yeah.
don't see him anymore.
There's our guy right there, Joey Z.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, sir.
Joe.
How you guys doing?
Good.
What do you think, Joe?
Joe, how much
Pretty-
better could that have gotten?
Think of the pick.
Did that fall? I think. Oh, Joey's frozen up.
Yeah, he said he was
The
bouncing
major
around.
need. I know people are disappointed with wide receivers, and you have a story for another year. He'll be the one to step in when he leaves. It fills a major need. And I know it's not the sexiest pick of a wide receiver. Definitely fills a major hole.
The draft kind of fell right in their lap, Joe.
He must have some information that Banks is going to go by Jacksonville for some reason or something. Make that trade.
Definitely did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of surprised on the run on wide receiver. One of them would have fell to us.
It could be just a move that Shane wanted his guy. It could be just a move that he's so confident in what he does.
So
as
we
far
all
as the
know that
player
Dallas is
evaluation,
going Michael Mayer, right?
and he wanted to jump up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, since Kincaid's off the board, probably Mayer.
If you have If you have a conviction about a guy, you take it.
Yeah,
That's
Brian,
the way.
I'm
That's
not-
why I like the
I'm
way
not a,
Shane
uh,
played that.
I'm not
Yep.
a Mayer fan. He's very stiff in the hips and he's got no explosion out of his stance. I think he's gonna be more of a. I'm not saying a bad tight end, but I don't think he's going to be a great NFL tight end. He's just not explosive out of his stance. He's
And that's what you want. You want him to go to Dallas then.
Yeah, if you're down on him, you want him to take Meyer. Go for it. Mayer, Meyer, whatever, however you want to.
I don't want Dallas to take
potato,
him.
potato.
I want him to go. I don't want him to go to Dallas though.
You want him to go after pick 28. That's what you want him to go.
Yeah. 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 Let him go to Texas.
You know, I got to be honest. Watch Dallas take a step back this year. The fact that you put more on McCarthy's plate by giving him the offensive play calling, I don't think is the best idea for McCarthy. McCarthy, when he gets the help, when he has too much on his plate, you saw it up in Green Bay when he took over the offensive play calling. I think Dallas takes a step, but this is not a Giant fan talking. This is from an outsider looking in. I think Dallas takes a step back this year. I got to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. I like that analysis because
I do.
You know, and they always struggle winning the big game, right?
Always struggle winning the big game. McCarthy, even though he's gotten a bad rap over the years, he was a good coach last year. He's a coach. I think if Jerry Jones puts the offensive play calling on his plate on top of everything else he has to be responsible for, I think you'll see that game management of the clock will start to subside. I think the play calling will start to subside. They lose Zeke, even though he wasn't that good last year. They re-signed Tolly Pollard. He's coming off a big leg injury, Pollard. We'll see what kind of offensive firepower they have now that McCarthy's calling the plays. I think they take a step back.
That would be nice.
Brandon Cooks was a good addition. I mean, but other than that, like I said, I do think they take a step back. I think the Eagles are the biggest Giants foe in the NFC East. Also, watch out for the Commanders. It's going to take them a couple years, but now that they're under new ownership with Josh Harris owns the Devils. He owns the Sixers. He turned both those franchises pretty much around. The Sixers are top team in the East for the NBA. Devils, look what they did. They're almost a game. Now they're a game away from winning the first round and beating the Rangers. I think Josh Harris turns the Redskins around. It's going to take them some time. They're going to get a new venue. They're going to get out of that crap hole in Landover. Yeah. I think the Commanders will be back as far as the NFC East is concerned. Unfortunately for us.
Yeah.
Joey Z, where does Levis go? I can't believe he hasn't even drafted yet. Where's Levis going to go?
I have no idea. I thought Seattle was going to take him twice for the first time, and then the time around. Tampa Bay. I don't know.
Who's the New Orleans guy?
So who do we have coming up in the next few picks?
Who does New Orleans have right now?
New Orleans has Carr.
They have Carr, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Boy, he may get drafted in round 2.
You think in round 2, maybe to Indianapolis when it comes back around again?
Well, they just got Richardson. Why would they draft him then?
Yeah,
could very well be.
True. He comes back around to Seattle in the second round.
That could be, yeah. Seattle could be the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, how about Seattle and their wide receiver?
That would be a perfect place.
Yeah.
Lockett, Metcalf, Najigba. I mean, they got some studs now in the wide receiver side of the Seahawks, definitely. And that's, being Pete Carroll, being a defensive minded head coach, I'm surprised that he went with a receiver in the first round.
You think Banks starts day one?
Who are you asking?
Yes.
All of you.
We don't have much of a choice right now.
Well, you know what? To be honest, you're not taking a player in the first round for him not to start. I mean, that's my thought. And I think Chris said it the other night on Monday. You're not taking a first round. You're not drafting a player in the first round for him to be second fiddle to anyone. I don't believe.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Chris gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah. Big dollars.
Sure.
Because I was going to say, Banks I don't know how Flott's going to develop, but you could see next year it could be Flott and Banks. You know what I mean? If Jackson's not re-signed,
Yeah.
And, look at that pick. They got Mazzy Smith.
Mazzy Smith, D tackle.
Oh,
He's a good player. The Giants, again, could still draft another cornerback on day 3 who could be a starter next year. You never know.
Yeah. Listen, the way it fell right now, if Tickman's there, center, second round, you got to pull that trigger.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Coming away with a DB and a center 1-2. Like, I don't know how much better you can get than that.
Or Cyrus Torrance. If he's still there, I don't think he'll be there by 50.
That would be insane if he was still there.
Right. Imagine. I can't believe he's still there now.
Right.
I'd be happy with Tippmann, Whippler, or even the other guy out of Minnesota.
Although Otani. Oh no, Schmitz.
Schmitz, yeah. It's like I said in the other broadcast, it all depends how the first 50 picks develop. And there are some guys who are still on the board that would project the first rounds, and they're still on the board.
Yeah. Yep. Brian Branch is still kicking around.
Craig was on his he was sweating it, I tell you right now.
It's like, man, we dropped the safety. It's over.
Well, it's not. At least we have this on him now. If Banks falls flat on his face, turns out to be a flop, now we'll blame Craig for it, right?
Listen, here's the thing. I think people misjudge what I'm saying. He's a stud. He's a great player. I just know that there's so many holes to fill, on the defense between inside linebacker, corner, or edge rusher. Like, I just don't feel an impact. Like, I'm like this. Can Dane Belton give me 45 tackles? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Can between Dane Belton, and Pinnock, can they give me 2 interceptions? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think you're going to see McCann. I think you're going to see McCann really try to win that job. From
great point, Chris. And McCann, like, if I draft a guy and I just don't feel the impact. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't feel it. And someone's trying to tell me he plays 2 positions. I'm like, he's going to play safety.
Yeah. Well, kind of like with McKinney, right? I mean, everybody thought he would go in the first round, and then there's the Giants see him sitting there around 2. They couldn't pass him up.
And for the record, as hard as I am, I like XMC, but the guys really had one good season, right? With all the injuries. Someone should have tell him to stay away from the quads.
Stay away from the quads. him and Jahid Ward, right?
Yep.
There's no guarantee he'll be back.
If you have to fill out a waiver, don't do it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. You're in a third world country.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious to see who Jacksonville picks here. You got Smith on the board. You got Branch on the board.
I'd have to think they were going defense, but Peterson's an offensive coach, so
we didn't get to this last week, and I wanted to say this. It's time to put up or shut up for Azeez Ojulari. Okay, it's time.
Yeah, right.
He needs to help out. He needs to help out Thibodeau on the other side of the line.
Stay healthy.
It's time. He's got to stay healthy for a full season, and it's time to put up or shut up. Otherwise, we got to close the book on Ojulari. Enough already with him.
You know what's interesting? Like, so he comes in, he breaks the rookie sack record. He has this crazy bend, to get around the corner, and then he puts like 20 pounds of muscle on, and he can't get out of the cold tub. Like, I think all that extra muscle on his frame hurt him.
Whatever it is, he's got to stay healthy this year. It's put up or shut up time for Ojulari.
He's not as bad as O'Shane Zimenez. That cat was hurt for 4 straight years.
I don't want to be sitting there week 6 and being like, whoa, when Ojulari comes back, when Ojulari comes back. I felt like that's all I was saying last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Joey Z, like, you cool Joe with the center in the second round?
Absolutely. And don't be surprised if there's enough talent there in the middle of the second doesn't pull the trigger again to try. And how they might not have to. It's the second round is going to be rich with that we thought go early on. I can't believe some of the names that are still out there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah, I would love center round 2. Just you got to beef up that interior line, even if it's like a Cyrus Torrance or a guard. I'd be perfectly happy with that too. But the Eagles just got Jalen Carter, so
Yeah.
Oh, the Eagles just took
we have
Carter?
our hands full with the division. What's that?
So, I said you're right. Eagles took Carter. That's a game changer too, because they just keep getting better up front.
Yeah,
that's right. You got to keep up with them.
Sure do.
So, I think it's definitely to be addressed.
Yeah, fact's a fact. If you can't compete with the offensive line of the Eagles, you're going to struggle.
Yep.
Well, the way the draft's running out, there's going to be a lot of talented interior linemen on day 2 and 3.
Good. Falls well for us.
So
Yeah.
wait. So Kincaid went and Mayer's still out there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can see
Now-
I can see Mayer going to the Cowboys. Or, I can see him going to.
Well, Cowboys just got Kincaid, didn't they?
Yes.
Oh man, yeah.
What
Totally
about
got that.
Jacksonville getting Mayer? Because they didn't. Did they bring back
No.
Evans?
They drafted
Ingram?
Likely. Didn't they draft Likely last year?
Isaiah Likely?
Yeah, let me look that up.
Yeah, he's not really a big time inline tight end, is he?
No, but he plays a super fast.
Yeah.
They split him out, put him in the slot.
He came in place of Andrews when Andrews got hurt.
Okay. Let's see who they pick here.
Anton Harrison, offensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay. Is that a fourth or fifth tackle off the board?
That is the 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
That is the fifth tackle off the board.
Wow. So thus far, we're at pick 20, going to pick 28. Offensive tackle has had the most taken in this draft so far.
Wow.
Goes to show you the team still believe everything gets done in the trenches, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what I said on Monday, which is what I wanted the Giants to stick to. And you know what? Defensive side of the football, I'm happy with. As long as Wink is happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Joey, who's gonna draft Levis?
I think we said second round, right? What did we
Take a
say?
look real quick. So,
Yeah. And Jacksonville, Cam
Yeah,
Robinson.
I don't think he's going in the first.
He'll be out.
First round. Who's left? Yeah.
He's not going in the first round. With who's left in the first, he's
No.
not. No way.
Maybe Seattle, like Chris said, it's round
Second
two.
time around, maybe, yeah.
Oh, by the way, we were laughing, about the tight end a couple minutes ago, Truth, and you said maybe he goes to Jacksonville. Who's the Jacksonville tight end? You forget it's Evan Ingram.
Right. Yeah, he's on a tag, right? They tagged him.
Yeah, 1 year. Yeah. Right.
This is the pick right here. 28, Craig.
You know who could take Will Levis? Tennessee.
I can
Tennessee?
Yeah.
They could. Yep, they could.
The last year now.
Yeah, it's 3 picks after Seattle tomorrow. So they,
What's that, 39?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could.
After that, Seattle picks.
Joe D says there were 5 tackles taken.
What happened?
I said you might have missed the tackle. Joe D says there's 5 tackles taken.
No, I think Brian did say that.
I said 5. Yep.
Oh, all right.
Yep.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Oh, sure.
it's a good call, Joe. You're right. Tennessee could be the team for Levis. Yeah.
You're saying Tennessee at 41?
Yeah, the second round. Yeah.
Seattle passing on him. I think Tennessee's the next.
I could also see Detroit and the Rams snagging him as well.
Yeah.
Seattle, like you guys said, Seattle's another thought.
It's got to suck, like being a big time quarterback and just falling like a rock.
It's got to suck being a team.
What
It's
about
gotta suck.
Vegas? What about Vegas after Seattle?
I was looking at them also.
Right? He could sit behind
Garoppolo.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a good possibility.
Yeah. That is a good one. Yeah.
I was just gonna. It's got to suck. You just said it's got to
sit for
suck
a
if
year
you
or
will
two.
Levis. It's got to suck if you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm happy we have a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I end of story. I mean, after the last few seasons,
right,
with not knowing which side is up. I mean, being
Yeah.
one of the worst teams in football, I'm happy we have a quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt.
Maybe Truth, maybe the second round. How many picks do we have in the second round? Just one?
Yeah, 57.
57.
Where's all our double? Because we have 10 total picks. Are they all like?
Not anymore. We don't. Not anymore. We don't.
Miles Murphy, Clemson.
Oh, that's a nice pick for the Bengals.
Yep.
Nice pick. I think we have 8 picks now, right, guys? Because we traded 3 to get 1.
Yes.
Yeah,
But now, will Shane trade back to try to get another pick?
We traded 2 to get 1.
I thought we traded
the
3.
fifth and a 7th.
5th and 5, our 5th round and a 7th round pick.
Yeah, we also trade our first.
Well, to move up.
Move back.
Right.
So we had the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So it wouldn't shock me if Shane traded back somewhere to get another pick back.
Hey,
Yeah,
Chris.
good. Yeah.
Chris, I think you have round 1 for the draft article.
Okay.
So don't forget, to bang something out that I can put on nygiantsrush.com.
Chris, you should be doing it right now, Chris, while we're on the
As soon as I get off. When do you want it? Maybe I will.
Working on the content, baby.
I'll have it. I know. I'll have it for you by the afternoon tomorrow.
You guys sleep as much as I do.
Exactly.
I got to be up at 4 o'clock.
typing that up right now.
Right, yeah, it's tough.
The difference is that you get paid to be up at 2 a.m. in the
Right.
morning.
Yes, I do.
Craig just makes you feel guilty. That's what. That's
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh crap! I've been doing it
Yeah,
wrong since the
that's all right.
2011 Super Bowl.
I just got in shipping just to let you know. I just got in the mail today. I got my Odyssey in Action Award. I was one of the best employees in 2020 at the end of 2022. So I got my little. I should have brought it. I should have showed it to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
good.
awesome.
I just got it in the mail today. My little award from Odyssey.
We believe in you. We believe in you.
I know, and I believe in myself. How about that?
Ryan's a good bullshitter. He did a hell of a job.
I grew up BSing my way all the way to the top, Chris.
Love it. Love it.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I got the graveyard shift. And I was like, for 1 second in my head, I was like, oh, cool. I'm up at that time. I'll just give him a call in. And then I'm like, no, I don't want to be up at that time. No, I don't. Because they make fun of me, Brian, because I send like texts and emails out at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm doing crap that I don't want to have to do during the day.
All right.
That's it.
Hey, what about Nolan Smith going to New Orleans? Didn't they lose Davenport?
Wow. That's a great.
Yeah, that could be a move. Or even that big tight end from Georgia.
Washington, yeah.
Darnell, yeah.
The dude is 6'8".
Yeah, he is a beast, that guy, huh?
I saw this piece on with Deion Sanders. He was saying how he was ready to give out their jerseys numbers and stuff. And he's like, look, if you ask for 0, you're not getting it. He's like, we don't wear 0 here because that just represents you as a 0. He's like, so we're not giving any player 0. So if you had your heart set on wearing 0, he's like, come up with another number.
You watch how fast he turns that program around.
I got to tell you, I wasn't like, as him as a media personality, I'm not the biggest fan, but listening to his philosophy on what he's doing over there is pretty impressive.
I mean, he walked in there and cleaned house and just brought his. I mean, he's gonna turn that whole program around. It's gonna be like It's gonna be like early '90s Colorado college football.
Yeah.
It was great, Brian. He said the question was, what are you looking for in a college, a high school athlete, that you're looking for? And he goes, 2 parents. And the reporter goes, excuse me? He goes, I'd like to recruit football players, student athletes with 2 parents. And it was the most crazy answer. And he's like, that's just what we do. He's like, they come from a different type of home, a stable home. He's like, they understand priority. They work differently. He's like, that is the single mom. He's like, so what we start off with, do they have, a mom and a dad in the same house? Like, I was shocked. And I was like, dang, good for Deion. You go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I couldn't stand Deion when he played. I couldn't stand him. He was on the Niners, he's on the Cowboys. I couldn't stand the damn guy, but he's seems to be a good head coach. I wonder if he's going to stay in the college ranks or if he's going to jump to the NFL. You would assume once he turns his program around, he's going to jump to the NFL. I would think.
Yeah, possible. Yeah.
Yeah, might be right.
I would think so.
All right, New Orleans is up, right?
Yeah. Pick is in.
Who did the
What are you
Eagles
eating
say?
there? What are you eating, Truth? What do you got? What are you chopping on?
I got a muffin.
Oh, okay.
No, I got wings. I got wings over here, but they kind of got cold on me.
A muffin could be very filling.
All of a sudden, he wants a muffin now.
Oh,
Crazy Joe Davola.
Oh, so you picked up on that.
Oh, I could recite that episode. I am a Seinfeld whore. You know, a muffin could be
Vandalay
very
Industries. Vandalay Industries.
And you want to be my latex salesman.
Oh, so right now,
because then
right now,
Seinfeld's my sanctuary. When I want to take a break from sports, I just throw on Netflix. I watch Seinfeld.
I love
reruns.
it.
That's it.
Yeah, I
That's
love
it. It's my get away from sports.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, Seinfeld's a genius because he picked 3 people, and those other characters that carry that show. So funny they were. Even the other people, the parents, it was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
There's out of the 4 main characters in that show, actually, you can include Newman in it as well. There is not one redeeming quality about anybody. They're all out for themselves.
Yeah, that's
every
right.
episode, they care less about anything else. They're only out for themselves.
that is true.
Brian Breesy, D tackle
Okay.
Clemson.
There's been a run on them in the late part of the round.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, where are the Giants going to go in the second round? What's your gut here now?
Oh man, I think they're going to go because they're at 57. I think they're going to go center. I do. Offensive line. I mean, maybe even a guy like Avula, who's played I think 1,000 snaps at center and can play every position on the line, even if a Schmitz is gone or Tippmann's gone. I think they're going to go center. I do. There's enough out there, and these guys are all pretty close in comparison in terms of what they're rated. I don't,
Joe, what do you want to see in the second round? You got your heart set on something here?
Interior O-line. I definitely want to beef up the center of the offensive line.
Yeah. I think we're.
How about you, Truth? You're on the O line.
Yeah, especially what Philly did. I mean, in my mock, I had Luke Weepler going second round for them.
How about
Jersey
you?
kid.
What are you, Brian? You got your heart set on something second round?
Interior line. I mean, I'm looking at the depth chart here for the Giants. Lemieux, Bredesen, Glowinski, Izudu, which we don't know what Izudu is yet when we took him out of North Carolina last year. So we don't know what Hassenauer, Jack Anderson, your boy you guys had on the other day. Maybe he gets a shot at center. But when I'm looking at this depth of the offensive line, we need more. We need more. I told you guys on Monday, I want riches in the interior offensive line. I want hog mollies, if dare I say. That's what I want. And I'm going interior offensive line in the second round. As long as the personnel is there, that's where I'm going.
I want to throw this comment up on the screen. Brian Stepnowski's got a great question.
How about Mingo?
Yeah, what about Mingo? Because it's he had a lot of good buzz and stuff. Anybody have an opinion they want to throw on Mingo?
He's a good player. I personally just think center now or interior lineman is vital based on what Philly did.
Yeah, I just.
By the way, to move up,
in
case anybody missed it, to move up to get Banks, the Giants gave up picks number 160 and 240. That's a 5th round pick and a 7th round pick.
All right, so they still have the 172, right? That's the 5th round pick.
Yeah. So if you're trying to do the math in your head, it's a 5th round and a 7th round pick that the Giants gave up to move up one slot. Guess they had a feeling that they would, someone was gonna, they wanted Banks, right? And they didn't think they were gonna make it, so they moved up one. They gave away a pick 160 and pick 240.
I think someone else said
The
it on the
seventh
board.
round is pretty much a throwaway.
What's that, Joe? You broke up a bit.
So the 7th rounder is pretty much a throwaway anyway. So basically, you gave up a 5th. So 7th isn't going to hurt you too bad.
No.
I mean, do these war rooms really need 58 guys in these rooms to make a pick in the first round? I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, I saw the first pick when Carolina
Panthers.
when the Panthers, there was like 100 people in that room. Is that really necessary? I mean, come on. Giant, you know what? To the Giants' credit, not that I'm a homer, but I am. They only had it looked like they only had about 10 guys in that room.
That was good.
That was it.
You need a lot of guys to make sure they're not making a mistake. You sure you want that guy? I don't know. Ask him. You sure you want that guy? I don't know. Ask him.
Right. I mean, every team's got 100 guys in that room.
Yeah.
All right, here's the big one. We got Philly up now.
Yeah.
Picking, and Nolan Smith still on the board.
I could. Oh, man. Will they go another defensive player?
And when they picked Carter at 10, I was kidding when I said it out loud to Chris. And I watch him get Smith at 30.
Am I the only one with a knot in my stomach when I see the Eagles ready to pick?
Oh, we all do.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
I hate them.
They're my most hated franchise.
Try living in the Philadelphia area. It's torture every day.
How did you work at IP being a Giants fan? How is that even possible?
I don't know. It was like I said, it was a first when I got there, we were at 5th and Market, right across from the Liberty Bell. Then they moved everybody to Ballard Kinwood. I don't know, I don't hate the Phillies, you know what I mean? And I don't like the Flyers, but I never hated them. And the Sixers to me were irrelevant because the Knicks sucked and the Nets sucked. So I had no basketball team. So I was like, all right, whatever. I can root for, the 76ers. But, I used to have this, especially being around players all the time. They'd be like, what? They're like, you're a Giants fan. And I tell them all the same thing. You can't pick your parents, man.
Right.
And that would be like, they would go, all right, that's cool. Like that. There was a little bit of a nod of respect for it, but
I don't hate the Phillies. I can't stand the Eagles. I don't mind the Phillies because growing up in the 90s, they were no threat to the Mets. The Braves, I'm a Met fan. The Braves, can't stand the Braves. In this order, Eagles, Braves, Miami Heat. That's it. And Pacers. The Heat and the Pacers are neck and neck.
That's fine.
Just because I'm a 90s guy, and they were that was a terrible rivalry. The Knicks and the Heat were terrible, and obviously the Bulls. But I respect Jordan though, so I don't respect Reggie Miller. I can't stand him. I hate Reggie Miller.
Guy makes 3-point shots with his eyes closed.
Killer.
I was at that game. The 8 points in 17 seconds or whatever it was. Oh, here we go. The Eagles got 58 people in their room too.
Yeah, they do.
They need to blow this pick.
Nolan Smith is out there. Do they go defense?
What makes me hate the Eagles more is their head coach too.
Oh, he's tough.
Losing those coordinators is going to hurt them.
Yeah,
we hope so.
They brought Patricia in. They brought Matt Patricia in as an assistant.
I was so happy Kafka didn't get picked up by another team. I was so happy because I don't want to start all over again. I just didn't want to start all over again.
I know. Give the guy some consistency.
Right. Let's make this family work first, and then go and get your head coaching job somewhere else.
Yeah, and you know what? If he leaves after this year, the system is still Dable's, and you bring up a guy like Groh. Maybe a Groh takes over the offense, so you'll still keep it somewhat.
And Wink's not going anywhere.
No.
You don't have to worry about that. He seems happy where he is.
Yeah, I think they give him enough autonomy to do what he wants.
Right. Well, I mean, he deserves it. He's been in the league for years. He coached the Ravens defense forever, which has always been a top-notch D. Yeah. So
maybe you give him assistant head coach at some point. Dable might do that.
I think everybody works well together in Giants front office right now.
Get Wink some business cards printed, assistant head coach. You can pass them out.
Right. Like they do in the Fan. We'll give you the title, but we're not giving you the raise.
Right. Just BS a little bit, assistant head coach.
Right. Exactly.
I'm really shocked. I'm shocked at this whole Levis thing. I'm shocked.
Hey, truth. I'm an architect. Have you seen the new extension of the Guggenheim?
That's Wink's line of the defense.
He's also a biologist. Remember that one?
Marine
With the whale?
biologist. Yep. The sea was angry that day, my friends.
Oh, geez.
Like an old man returning soup, right?
That one got me. I'm like, oh boy.
Like an old man trying to send soup back at a deli.
Great writing on that stinking show. Larry David's a genius.
Unbelievable.
Really
All
is.
right,
Yeah.
top players available right now are Levis, Smith, Porter Jr., and White.
I love the best part of the draft in and out every year for me is when Goodell gets booed off the stage in the first 5 picks. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I love the fact it's almost like a thing now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So what are they doing here?
How many
Taking a
picks?
coin?
The last commissioner probably not getting
Oh
booed off
God,
the
the
stage.
picks
was
in.
Roselle.
These Eagles, this shit just falls in their lap every year.
Who'd they take? Do we know?
You want to know?
You see it? Oh,
Yeah,
Nolan. There you go. Nolan Smith just popped up.
Unreal.
They're gonna draft all former Georgia Bulldogs.
What do you think, Joe?
Of course, they get a good linebacker.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Now they got this is a monster pick for them.
That's all right.
Monster pick.
Team him up with Jordan Davis.
Wow.
Oh my Lord. And don't forget they got the kid last year in the third round.
Yeah.
The middle linebacker.
Right.
N'Kobe Dean.
From Georgia
Right.
as well, right? Was it Georgia?
N'Kobe Dean, right.
N'Kobe Dean. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Last two picks. Let's go.
So you put him on the other side.
No, there is no 32.
31.
The first round only has 31 picks. The 32nd
Yeah,
got
one more.
tossed,
We got
so that starts the
Kansas
second
City's
round.
gonna take defense, I bet you.
Good buddy of mine just texted me. Nolan Smith. They're stacked everywhere.
Yeah.
They did, man.
We should have kept the MetLife turf for at least the Eagle game and rip it off.
Right.
You're gonna give them an A+ in their draft right now, first round, A+.
Oh man. Wow.
I hate Jalen Hurts.
We finally have a GM who knows what he's doing.
Yep.
So it'll take a couple of years. We'll build it the same way. It's gonna take time.
I just want to, not listen. I'm not chalking up losses to anybody. We got to be more competitive in these Eagle games this year, though. Have to be.
Man.
Well, again, you got to be able to cover, AJ Brown and Deonte Smith, and you got to be able to put pressure on Hurts so we can throw picks.
There's weapons everywhere.
I mean, they did lose. What do you call it at running back, and that's a big deal.
Miles Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, but they can go get a guy like what's that kid out of TCU, Miller?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not saying
run.
I'm not saying a running back's not replaceable. I'm just saying that between Sanders and Scott, they just own the Giants.
Yeah. Wow. Houston had a good draft. Houston did a good job.
Who doesn't have a pick in the first round? Why is it only 31? Who's it?
Miami.
Dolphins.
Miami.
Yeah.
With the Tyreek Hill pick last year, was that it?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure it was on the Tyreek. Yeah, it was on the Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good draft. Tomorrow's gonna be even fun to see what they do.
I used to go to the draft every year. Now you couldn't pay me to get out there right now. No shot. I used to go every year. I went from 98 to 2009. Now,
they always had it in New York, right? Always in New York.
Yes, yep. Always at the Garden. We used to get out there at midnight and stand out there all night to get into the Paramount, to get into the theater at the Garden.
Nice.
Now, I am not standing out there in this circus. No way. No shot.
No.
Man,
who's the last pick in Kansas City?
Kansas City. Super Bowl champs.
So Levis drops to the second round.
Yeah. And we already looked at like 3 possible options he can go within the first 8 picks.
Are you guys genuinely surprised by that?
I'm shocked that he went in
No.
the first round. I'm shocked.
Not shocked.
You going about Smith?
No, I'm talking about Levis getting dropped to the second round.
I am because every year they make teams make stupid mistakes and they fall in love with quarterbacks that shouldn't make it. I mean, we can name a dozen of quarterbacks that got drafted in the first round. So yeah, I'm shocked that they didn't fall in love with him like they fall in love with Jamarcus Russell or Baker Mayfield or or Johnny Manziel. Honestly, I don't know what kind of quarterback he's going to be, but I'm pretty sure if I made him go up against Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel, he'd hold his own. And guess what? Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. Well, Johnny Manziel. I mean, anybody can hold their own against Johnny Manziel.
Well, but I'm just saying, after a college career, Johnny Manziel's college career is pretty stellar.
Oh yeah.
I put Levis against I put Levis up against Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel. So I think it's like almost like it just feels like maybe somebody's got it out for him in some way where he dropped because he can't be that bad.
There's always a quarterback that drops, though. Every year, there's always a quarterback that drops.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that bad. I know he had a bad last season, but I think in the right system, I think he'll be pretty good.
Yeah, again, right system, mentor him. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
I think I don't remember who said it, but Minnesota was a good landing spot for him, having Cousins in front of him.
The Raiders.
So yeah, learning from Garoppolo. Yeah, sure.
I think Indianapolis really rolled the dice with Richardson.
Oh,
he's gonna start. I mean, who's they got there?
I think they just fell in love with his athleticism, and the way the quarterback position now is rounding. It's rounding into shape here where you want a more mobile quarterback. I think they fell in love with his athleticism. They're going to try to work. They're going to try to work with him and build him into something.
Well, looks like they're happy here. Let's see who they picked. Could it be Branch?
Oh, stop it.
Well, pick 31. You're okay with that, right? He goes at 31.
Craigie looks like he's ready for bed. You look like you're ready for bed, pal.
I'm toast.
We all are.
I'm like,
I watched the first 5 picks, and then I took like a 45-minute nap.
Yeah, I had like 3 wings. I'm like, I need some dinner. I'm starving. and I had a couple of these guys, and now I'm like, I need a nap. All right. Well, after this pick's over, I'm turning this thing off. Some of us are going to bed. Some of us are going to work, and some of us are just going.
I'll be at work in about 4 hours.
Yeah. And no, I'm not calling in.
Brian, do you go back to bed for an hour, or you just stay up now?
No, I'm going back. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go to bed for about a couple hours, and then I'll
Good.
do what I got to do.
Well, let's recap this, guys. So, we're just sitting around watching. Let me ask you a couple round table real fast. All right, Truth, second round, perfect pick for the Giants. Where would you go?
Well, if the board falls away, I think it will. I would go to center.
Center, Chris. Where are you looking?
Yeah,
around?
I would if the Schmitz is there, take him. Maybe if not, Tippmann. So center. I agree.
Brian, round 2.
Tippmann. I want Tippmann. I want that big burly offensive lineman from Wisconsin. I want that corn-fed guy center out of Wisconsin. That's what I want. Give me Tippmann.
Joey Z,
Sounds
what do you got?
100% agree. Wisconsin breeds offensive linemen, and he's one of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the wild card in there. Not from a player standpoint, from a take standpoint, is that they also played short sleeves in the snow. So you're bringing in Wisconsin boys. They know how to play outside in the snow and wear short sleeves. And believe it or not, listen, there's plenty of guys that can't play in New York because they don't like the weather, right? Or they don't like the wind, they don't like the cold. All you guys are 100% right. Like a guy from Wisconsin, that guy's made to play in New York, right?
That's it. Hey, if that offensive line could do what they did with Ron Dane, right?
Dude,
You saw what happened in the NFL when they didn't have that offensive line at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach Dable, what was your thoughts behind the second-round pick in Tittman? Plays outside in short sleeves. I mean, end of story.
There you go.
And then you know what you said? You're like, damn, Santucci said that last week. Oh man. All right. So 1 second round. We're all in unison that a center would be most likely to be a great pick. I wouldn't. So let's see. So Campbell's got, but Sanders is still on the board. You know, I would again. I don't know. I mean, he's a little light, 235. He's a little bit light. But if Sanders was there at 57, I wouldn't be opposed to taking Sanders either, because Sanders next to Okereke, oh my goodness, those guys would be just crazy. Chris, you agree with that? Sanders
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Okereke?
he's probably the second best. Well, maybe the best outside linebacker, right? And maybe Trenton. Is he better than Trenton Simpson, right?
Uzama, K-State. They just
that's
the
good.
Chiefs.
That's good.
I mean, I Simpson's a little bit of a tweener for me.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Is he more? Is he like a Leonard Floyd, like from a few years ago? Is that what he's kinda like?
I would
Like
say
a
so.
Leonard Floyd?
And what people don't know about, well, I mean, again, if you listen to the draft stuff, they beat everything up to death. But Sanders was an outside edge rusher at Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
You know, then gets moves over to Arkansas and move him the inside, and the dude scrapes in traffic so well and shoots the gaps, especially that A gap he gets right between that center and that guard, and boom, he's in there blowing stuff up. So if Sanders was there, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I like Simpson. I do like Simpson, but I could see a lot out of maybe if they put some weight on Simpson. He's a little bit of a tweener. And by the way, for the record, just so everybody knows I'm not crazy, if Branch was there in the second round, I'm okay with it. We can do Branch in the second round too.
I just think now
Definitely
more so with what the Eagles did with those two players in round one. I think they really got to get that line.
Yeah.
No Branch.
And we talked about it. We'd have beat it up a little bit. Remember, like, hey, look, Glowinski played with 2 different centers and 3 different right tackles. So Glowinski will be better once he gets to play against, with someone that's not a rotating door or learning on the job. So I have faith in Glowinski. I think a center is a way to go. I think we're all in unison there. And then, hey, on round 3, it's game on at that point, right?
Yeah, we don't know how the board is. Yeah, it could be anything.
Yep.
Exactly. So, well, thank you for everybody for tuning in to another episode of Giants Rush. It is midnight. We have been on since 7:30. It's a long ass day. Truth and Chris, thanks for hanging out there and toughing it through. Tomorrow, starting at 7:30. So it'll be like 6:30 tomorrow. You got Nikki 6. You got Spartan Mike, and you got Danny B, and then of course Damien's going to jump in there to give them a break. They're going to have the rest of the rest of the draft. Draft goes a lot faster. Rounds 2, 3, and 4. They kind of move that sucker along.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So check those guys out. And hey, look, we powered through. We missed a couple people, but we powered through. 20, 25 people, which was super cool. Thanks for everybody. All the guests, thanks for hanging out and tuning in. We always, this has basically become fan appreciation, day every year. So thanks for all the support you guys give us. Today's like opening day for football, with the draft. We made some really good friends here.
Schedule release in a couple weeks.
Yes. Yeah. Schedule release. We're going to have a whole schedule release party where Chris goes through with a fine-tooth comb and Truth tells us wins and losses. And, we do all that great stuff. Remember how it works. Monday night, Giants Rush. Wednesday, Rush Hour. And now we have basically a time open because the draft is open. So the rest of the week, you can just listen to our podcast on Apple Pods and Stitcher and Amazon Music and Spotify and Anchor. So you can listen to it while you're walking the dog or you're taking a crap or you're on your treadmill or whatever you're doing. Well, that is where you can find us. Thank you, gentlemen. Joey Z.
Joey.
Brian, always a pleasure. Like
thank
twice.
you so much for having me.
I didn't have a choice. Craig said, "Hey, when you're on with us on Thursday," I go, "Wait a second. I guess I'm on with you on Thursday." Okay.
I don't know, man. It just feels like I've known him my whole life. So I was like, yeah, you do. So thank you guys hanging with us. Again, we're gonna do more stuff throughout the year. Remember, Odyssey app. If you're tuning in for Brian, 2 a.m. Say it again. When's your next shift be?
A week. Next on air shift is a week from tonight, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
All right. So all you like third shifters, late nighters, people who get kicked out of bed because you snore too much, whatever it is, just pop on the old Odyssey app, tune in, FAN, hit B up, tell them King Rush sent you. All right, guys, peace out. Thanks for everything. Out. And by the way, we kicked ass getting a Big Ten corner from Maryland. You guys are going to be very happy with him. Big, strong player, as I've said, reminds me of Terrell Thomas. If you don't know who he is, USC, look him up, West Coast guy. But guy can play man, guy can play zone, was a tackler, had, as Chris alluded to, 2 ACLs and came back. You're going to really like Banks. He's going to step in and play the other side of Jackson probably from day one. And I think you guys are going to be all happy with him. But check him out if you want to know more about him. He's jacked. He's not afraid to play the run. And honestly, the draft couldn't have went any better. Peace out.
One thing I want to say, late rounds, let's get a returner, please.
Oh, yeah. Someone that can return. Yep. Maybe it's the next jet. Who knows? All right, people. I'm going to bed. They're going to bed. He's going to work. I'll see you later.
See you, everybody.